Okay, so I think it should be working now. Yep. Okay, it looks like it's working now. My string title being weird? Let's check something here real quick. Nope, that's right. It's YouTube being weird. NoxBot. Cool.
Meeting says, you're back. Let's go, let's go. Memnon says, and what have we here? Though you look like a person, you have the horns and scales of a beast. I assume you are familiar like Meaty. Is there something you need? Meaty says, this is Haven. Could you teach her about Elpis? Memnon says, a newly arrived familiar, is she? Very well, I should be glad to introduce our fair facility to her. As you know, it is mankind's duty to make the star a better place. As part of this duty, we employ creation magics to bring forth new life. However, we cannot simply release our works into the world, or it would lead to chaos. No, any and all life forms must undergo extensive testing to determine their fitness to exist. Testing which is conducted here in Elpis. Every candidate is subjected to rigorous study, in which we identify their properties, surmise what habitats might be suitable, and speculate as to the effects they may have on the environment and other species. Memnon says, should it be judged a beneficial addition to the star, it will be allowed to take its place in the world. The two of you, too, were created with the hope of making the star a better place. So heed your masters well and be good, do you hear? Meeting says, we will, Memnon, we will. Thanks for the lesson. You had a turn. Now I get a turn. Meeting says, where did you come from? Then I probably don't know it. I don't know much about other places. But this place is important to you. I can feel it. Oh, my power. I haven't told you about it. A creation. Let's find a creation. One not being watched. Then I'll explain my power.
Okay, so where are we going next? Right here.
Meeting says, oh. This creation is perfect. But, I don't remember seeing it before. Perhaps. Anyway, I'll try reading its mind. Meeting says, I can't read it. Or maybe. Wait. Please, wait. I'll try again. Greetings. Can you hear me? This is my power. I can read the emotions of those around me, and project my emotions to others, and I am not actually speaking to you in your mind. Rather, you are converting my emotions into words and intention, a process performed subconsciously by intelligence. Meeting says this ability is vital to my mission, for it allows me to interact with intelligent beings even should they communicate via unknown languages or other non-verb. Meeting says as a consequence, I am clumsy at. Yet though I struggle to express myself in this fashion, Hermes wants me to speak as much as possible, for everyone has thoughts and feelings that they may wish to hide. I harbor an affection for you, one that is difficult to do. Aside from the fact that you share common traits with us, your thoughts are complex, prismatic. They draw me in, and leave me wanting to know. Out of respect for your privacy, I will refrain from using my power when speaking with you. Nevertheless, I want you to know that I wish to be your friend. Meeting says, did you hear me? Meeting says, hey, good. Now it's my turn again. Meeting says, playing? I'm still not sure what that. Hermes says, let's play. But then he goes for a walk. Or looks at creations. It's fun.
Okay. Bird is staring
I
into
think
my
we
eyes.
might be bothering it. Let's keep going. We'll go and see Anthony next. She's usually in a small building.
Inside the building? Yeah. Yeah, this room.
You Anthony says, well, if it isn't meaty. I see you've brought a friend today. Meeting says, greetings, you Anthony. An apple. Could you make me an apple? The kind Hermes likes. Covered in syrup. I want to share it with Haven. You Anthony says, oh, candied apple? Hermes is certainly partial to them, but you know you can't eat, Meaty. You weren't made to do so. Meaty says, but I like it too. You Anthony says it may seem that way, but it's due to your ability to share others' feelings. You've taken Hermes' likes for your own. In any case, I can't prepare an apple right now, but I'll bring one for Hermes soon. I promise. Meaty says, I'm sorry, Haven. I wanted to show you my favorite thing. Then I could ask about yours. But I failed. Ooh, that's what you like? Yes. Yes, I can feel it. And it makes me happy too. Thanks for sharing it with me, Haven. Well, we've walked and talked a lot. Maybe Hermes has finished talking too. Shall we go and see?
Let's go and see.
Hermes says, there you are. I can see the fresh air has done. Meeting says, Haven wanted to learn about you and Elpis. About this place. About my power. About... Hermes says, I'm not sure if that last one will be of... but I do appreciate your keeping meeting company. While you were away, I finished speaking with our guests. Emmett Selk says finished? Hardly. You requested time to consider the invitation, so we have no choice but to occupy. Hermes says my apologies. It has been decided that Emmett Selk and Aphlodeus will accompany me as I tend to my duties. If you wish to learn more, perhaps you would like to come too? Emmett Selk says I'm compelled to remind you that she is in no way associated with the convocation. We simply chat. There is no guarantee that the matters we discuss will remain private. Hermes says I do not mind. To see the joy her presence brings Meaty, I cannot imagine our mysterious friend. Meaty says Haven is kind. Really, truly. You're coming, of course, to watch Hermes? You're bound to learn a lot.
Alright. Done now, so we got a new item to wear.
Hermes says if everyone is ready, there are a few creations I need to check on. First, we shall return to the spot where we found our wayward Ambystoma. Hermes says of care when you step outside a hub, for there may be more unruly creatures about.
Alright, so none of your blue quest.
Hermes says this here is a new species of petal outer we recently set loose. It has been doing very well, managing to maintain a stable existence thus far. If it can see its observation period to the end without issue, we shall release it unto the world. Tell me, do you know the difference between living beings and arcane entities? It is the presence of a soul, yet the soul isn't something you can choose to have at will. No, it manifests only in those beings whose forms adhere to the laws of creation, that can endure on their own. Beings that do not fulfill this requirement, such as those spontaneously born of magic or natural phenomena, do not have souls. No matter how much it might resemble flora or fauna, if it lacks a soul, then it is considered an arcane entity. So you see, it is not for mankind to decide what is living. That domain lies beyond our manipulation, and it is hubris to assume otherwise. But come, let us head to the nearby beacon. I've received a report that arcane entities have gathered there.
It's me.
Hermes says yes. Lightning pneuma, just as the report said. Although we call this structure a beacon due to its form, it's in fact a magical device. By manipulating the balance of elements, it keeps the isle airborne and maintains the climate thereupon. In the course of its operation, it often sees an internal shift towards a given element. Right now that element is lightning, which draws the pneuma here to replenish their ether. It appears Meaty is busy. Would you care to assist me in her stead, and feed the pneuma? By using this lightning converger, you can harness ambient lightning and focus it into a ball. A veritable feast for our dazzling friends. Go on, give it a try. Perfectly done, Haven. Look. See how they gather to feed. How they express themselves through their actions despite their lack of words. Speech is not the sole defining characteristic of a thinking, feeling creature. Nor is silence an indication that they do not possess these qualities. Be it a soulless arcane entity such as the pneuma, or an ephemeral life form such as the petal outer, all seek to perpetuate their existence. Hermes says a good question. I can answer it from a theoretical standpoint, but it ultimately falls to the Bureau of the Architect. Those with exceptional vision such as Aphrodite may be able to ascertain her true nature. But to me, it doesn't matter. She is herself, and that is all I need to know. Meeting says, oh. You've finished already? I'm sorry. Hermes says not to worry, my dear. They missed nothing of note, and we still have plenty of work. Next, we will head east to the Morning Dew. I need to speak with some observers there.
Let's change job class real quick so I can get some experience. Not much, but it does help. Uh, which is closer, Dragoon or Paladin?
Amazing, is it not? The Ampelos, one of our newest subjects. So, how are we coming along?
This place is Elpis. Those flowers. Elpis. Entelekis. Like me.
They are a product of Elpis, and so named for their birthplace. A happy accident, born of the hands of a former researcher who loved beautiful blossoms. Unique for how they change color, to reflect the emotional state of those nearby.
Old flower.
Though be it here or elsewhere, they are seldom seen in any hue save purest white.
Reflect the emotional state, you say? By what means do they achieve this?
In creation, there exists an energy wholly apart from ether, one driven by emotions. In like manner to how we manipulate ether, this flower is subject to the influence of said energy. While it has no will of its own, it is sensitive to the prevailing emotion in the vicinity, and reacts by altering its color and vibrancy.
Akasha? It is one of the unseen energies defined by Harnish alchemical theory. Though a gross oversimplification, some describe it as an essence influenced by feeling.
Akasha. Though I'm not familiar with the term, your description suggests it is the self-same energy. Dynamis, we call it. And those entities like the Elpis flower that have the ability to interact with this energy, converting emotions into tangible phenomena, are Entelekis.
That's me! That's me! An Enteleki!
That you are, my dear. And no ordinary one at that, but the first possessed of free will.
Wait. A form of energy other than ether? Dynamis? I've never heard of such a thing.
Hardly surprising. Dynamis cannot be seen, much less felt. And though its existence has long been theorized, we had no proof until the flower's serendipitous creation. What's more, Dynamis is far weaker than ether. Under normal circumstances, its effects are drowned out by the latter. On account of which, beings comprised of and reliant upon the ether, like you and I, are unable to make practical use of Dynamis. 'Tis a truly esoteric thing, known to but a select few scholars.
Intriguing.
Mike and Revna has logged in.
Then, given the limitations you described, why create Meteon?
Our star, Aetheris, is especially rich in ether, so much so that its name is derived from it. However, when we consider all energy in existence here and in the vast space beyond, Dynamis may account for as much as 68.3%. The more abundant form by far. Were we able to control it, we could open the door to limitless possibilities. 'Tis not unlike a gently flowing stream, unable to break through the dam of ether barring its path. But if we could imbue the stream with the vigor of a raging river... Not that I have such grand ambitions. Nay. I merely wish to create a being that could traverse the great expanse. The relative scarcity of ether beyond the bounds of this star was a concern. And so, I looked to another source of energy by necessity.
That being Dynamis. No wonder her ether is so thin.
Precisely.
Yours is thin too. Like an entelechy. Like me. So... are we the same? Entelecchies.
I think not. Your nature remains a mystery, but ere I reinforced you, you appeared to be little more than a common familiar, and a faded one at that.
A deficit of ether alone does not an entelechy make. It would, however, make it easier for you to interact with Dynamis. And limited though its influence may be, this quality could prove the difference between victory and defeat. You do well not to underestimate it. Oh dear. I'd forgotten about the poor fellow. You must excuse me a moment while I go and verify a few more things.
He sounds hungry.
Emmett Salk says not that I or anyone else would be able to make use of it even if we knew. Emmett Salk says, but it irks me to discover that there is an entirely different form of energy, and no one told me. That personal annoyance aside, Hermes' knowledge is undeniably impressive. Given that there are none among the 14 who specialize in the Celestial, he would be a welcome addition. Assuming he can be persuaded to join, that is. I still can't understand his hesitation. If Flodeus says, oh ho, you wish to know why Emmett Salk was chosen for the convocation? I should be glad to share the tale. Ahem. It began when... Emmett Salk says not. Another word. Emmett Selk says lest you've forgotten, we're to learn about Hermes. Not me. My misspent youth is not your concern. Hermes says my apologies for the wait. I have inspected the Ampalus to my satisfaction. Hermes says all is well with the creature, and I dare say it won't be long ere it is released into the world. Another creation, however, reportedly isn't faring so well, the Charybdis. Hermes says that is what we shall tend to next. If you would follow me, my friends, we shall return to the main island, head north. Hermes says I understand there is a problem with one of the Observer says yes, that's right. As you know, the Charybdis is based on a sea creature. Owing to adjustments to enhance its affinity to wind, it is capable of. The specimens created from the concept could all fly without issue, but a problem arose in subsequent generations. This third generation creature was born with an etheric balance leaning strongly towards water. Its aquatic origin reasserting itself. The result being its affinity to wind is diminished, and it cannot fly. No matter what we try, we can't get it to rise even the slightest. For such change to manifest in so few generations, I fear they are too With your permission, I will revert the creatures, and recommend to the Bureau that the concept be revised. Hermes says, with its etheric balance leaning towards water, the Charybdis would indeed struggle, yet it is too early to conclude that it cannot fly. Having failed at first, it may simply have developed it. I shall transform and fly with it, helping it to manipulate wind until it finds its wing. Observer says what? You needn't go to such lengths.
That's side eye. Wow.
Know, but of course not. Transformation is an art in which one manipulates a vast quantity of ether to construct another body around one. In practice, this allows one to assume any conceivable form, and thereby transcend the limits of one's flesh. Yet convenient though it may be, transforming in the presence of others is considered vainglorious in the extreme. As uncouth and unseemly as running about robeless. Am I to understand you make a habit of this? Hermes says nothing of the sort. It's just that, when transformed, it may seem excessive, but what is our shame next to the lives of these creatures? They deserve a chance, and we owe it to them to do all in our power. Emmett Selk says be that as it may. If Lodeus says, yes, I believe I have a solution. Emmett Selk, may I trouble you to move that Charybdis away from its fellows? Meanwhile, I'd like the rest of you to help me prepare here. Emmett Selk says what mischief are you scheming now? If Lodeus says no mischief, I assure you, I would but spare you the need to report to your colleagues that Hermes committed. So have a little faith, and run along. Emmett Selk says I trust you don't mind? If Lodeus says Emmett Selk is out of sight, good. Let's speak of the plan. It's a stroke of genius, really. We have Emmett Selk train the Charybdis. Aside from being able to fly and transformed, he can readily see ether currents.
Good job, ChatGPT. I missed that. Edit.
And with his adept spellcraft, he can also employ suitable wind
That was a
magics to
Gemini
guide the creature along.
Edit.
Hermes says while he is indeed capable of all you describe, it is not his duty. I am loath to trouble him with it. If Lodeus says don't be. As I mentioned, it would also be for his own sake. With that settled, let's begin at once. Haven, I want you to go to Emmett Selk. Tell him that you have a favor to ask. He will be disinclined to cooperate at first, but you mustn't be discouraged. With our friend, the trick is to be unflaggingly persistent. Off you go, now, and good luck.
With the chat mode in say, use your keyboard or the software keyboard to enter any phrase containing the words "I have a favor to ask" to indicate to Emmett Selk that you have a request.
Before I talk to Emmett, I will be right back. I'm going to run to the washroom. Alright, now let's talk to Emmett.
Emmett Selk says, well, are your preparations for the scheme that is clearly not a scheme complete?
With the chat mode and say, use your keyboard or the software keyboard to enter any phrase.
Emmett Selk says, oh no you don't. I'm not lifting a finger. I don't know what Athlodeus is up to, and I will not be made to know. I refuse.
If Hythlodeus is to be believed, relentless insistence may serve to wear down the ever-weary Emmett Selk. With the chat mode and say, use your keyboard or the software keyboard to enter any phrase containing the words please, Emmett Selk to plead with Emmett Selk.
I almost did anything to say.
No, no, no. You are not foisting this nonsense on me.
I'm given to understand you have the power to help the Charybdis, and should be quite willing to do so. And so I appeal to your better nature, most benevolent Emmett Selk. Please teach her to fly.
Or else Hermes will transform. Right now.
Now,
The
there's
jaw
no need
drop
to go
is just
quite
like,
that
wow.
far.
That's like the sock
Altruism is its own
Pikachu.
reward, as I'm sure he would agree.
Oh, would he now? And who contrived to put me in this position, pray tell?
Nothing so devious. I merely suggested a possible course of action.
Please, Emmett Selk. Please.
I did not come all this way to play nursemaid to your creations. I thank you to remember this favor, and let it be the last.
That's a pretty mount.
I will aid it once it has taken to the air. It falls to you to shepherd it skyward.
Well, let's relax and enjoy the spectacle, shall we?
Botrix, that was ring deleted. Why is it there now?
You were wondering why Emmett Selk joined the convocation. Truth be told, he wasn't the first choice for the office. I was, on the strength of my ability to see ether. But I declined the offer. For though my vision is exceptional, I am pedestrian in all other aspects. Worse even. Quite abysmal when it comes to manipulating ether, for example. Couldn't transform even if I had a mind to do so. What good is the ability to perceive a problem if one cannot act to address it? Emmett Selk has no such shortcomings. He excels in vision and manipulation both, the latter to an extraordinary degree. If there is a mage more powerful, I do not know of them. Thus did I recommend him for the office in my stead. And I wasn't the only one. Far from it. Countless others vouched for his skill and character.
Oh, yeah.
People the
It is
world
not even there.
over, to whom he had previously lent a helping hand. Oh, how surprised he was. claimed he hadn't done anything remarkable for anyone. Modest to a fault. He deserved every bit of acclaim he received. Yet he may well have gone unappreciated were it not for a mutual friend. A singular soul who can't help but involve herself in the business of others. Where she walks, excitement is certain to follow. Her antics irritate Emmett Selk to no end. But much of his grumbling stems from genuine concern. When our friend calls, he never fails to answer and lend his talents. And in the course of doing so, he himself came to be recognized and respected by those around him. They are truly remarkable individuals, and I'm proud to call them friends. To help them realize their dreams. This will be my greatest contribution to our world. And when they have fulfilled their respective purposes, so too shall I have fulfilled mine, and together we may return to the star. Look at me, spilling my innermost secrets. I can't seem to help it with you. I can only assume it is due to the color of your soul. I just don't understand how you can be so alike and yet so different.
Well done, my pet. Well done!
Ah, yes. I dare say the Charybdis will be fine here on. Why don't you go and signal to Emmett Selk? Let him know that his arduous task is at an end.
Why can't I click that? Or do I just stand here?
Emerging from his reverie, Emmett Selk notices you, and begins to descend with the Charybdis.
Hermes says I have no words to express my gratitude. Thanks to you, but if Lodeus says in Haven and I could relax and Emmett Selk says I'm sure you did. The creature needed some small assistance at first, but soon it was flying more or less on its own. I doubt you will need to repeat the lesson. Observer says it was truly impressive. I witnessed it all from afar, the Charybdis flies. Hermes says indeed. With this, we've proven that even a creature with skewed etheric balance, though we helped it to achieve this, the Charybdis is a herd animal. They may well aid their struggling kin in like fashion if and when the need arises. Keeping this in mind, I bid you continue observing them. Observer says if that is what you want. But if I may say so, rather than hoping an idealistic possibility comes to pass, would it not be simpler to have the concept adjusted? That way, we could guarantee that anomalies such as this specimen are never born in the first. Hermes says these creatures are already here. We will spare no effort in giving them a chance. Observer says as you wish, Chief. As you... Meeting says Hermes. Hermes says I'm fine. Don't worry. Well, that concludes all of my present tasks. Let us return to Anagnoresis for now.
Where chat just go there, this.
Emmett Suck says, what? Want to apologize for forcing me to help, do you? Save your breath. You didn't force me to do anything, I merely chose the most expeditious way to have done with an impediment to our business. Hermes says, tell me, Haven. In the course of watching me, have you... Dynamis, you say? Curious that such an obscure phenomenon should be... Observer says, Chief Hermes, what good fortune? Hermes says, is something the matter? Observer says, the Lycaon, I'm afraid it's done. No sooner did we release one for observation than it set upon the nearby Ocupites, slaughtering them. Hermes says, was the creature hungry? Or some... Observer says, I had just fed them myself, and the Ocupites were keeping a wide berth. It is the nature of the Lycaon that is to blame. Their temperament aside, it is an outstanding creation, perfect in form. Though it may not be suited for release, I've no doubt that the Bureau will accept its concept for preservation. In any case, there's no point in postponing the inevitable. Doris will revert them all once the paperwork is in order. Hermes says, where is the scene of the incident? Observer says, just off the path to the 12 Wonders. As you make your way, you should see it on the left. I don't know if Doris... Meeting says, Hermes. Wait. Emmett Selk says if this is part of his work, then I would.
There's a blue quest right there.
Sokles says welcome, friend, to Anagnoresis. I am Sokles, and I manage this region under the authority of Chief Hermes, the head overseer of Alpis. And you are? Oh, how unusual. A soul-bearing familiar. A familiar must have a mission, and yet you offer no message and carry no cargo. Are you perhaps here for the purposes of observation? Sokles says yes, that must be it. In which case, you need only mention my name to Charmia, and she will gladly give you a tour of our domain. Soak it all in.
Charmian says yes. Ahem. Yes, what can I do for you? Charmian says Haven, is it? And Overseer Sickles wishes me to act as your guide? Oh. Charmian says, oh. No. I didn't mean it like that. I would be more than happy to show you around. I'm simply wondering why the Overseer chose to send you to me of all people. I haven't been here long myself, truth be told. Until quite recently, I was wholly engaged in a prolonged research project at the Academia Enider. Surely there are other, more experienced individuals who could provide a more comprehensive, ahem. This grumbling is hardly constructive now, is it? Charmian says the task was given to me, and I will attempt to cover the most salient features of our facilities to the best of my abilities. After all, it is not every day that one is asked to indulge the curiosity of such a rare and fascinating visitor. We can commence the tour this very moment if you like. Then let us begin. You know, rather than have me lecture you as we walk along, I think observing firsthand what we do here in Anagnoresis would prove more beneficial. I will point you in the right direction, and you can question my colleagues to your heart's content. Once we've completed a circuit, we can return and speak to Overseer Sickles.
Charmian is now accompanying you. Keep her at your side in order to proceed with quest objectives. You can leave, if you wish.
Nikias says Charmian. Oh, and who is your friend? Ozim's familiar? Why, you appear so astute and deliberate in your thinking. I should very much like to make an extended study of your composition and consciousness. Oh, do forgive my forwardness. It is my duty to chart the behavior of familiars, and I find it ever so diverting. Arcane servants are rarely permitted to roam the world at will, you see, but our research here is given special dispensation, once the subjects are properly registered as concepts, of course. There are times when familiars are tasked with tending cattle, or must otherwise coexist with other living beings. Such projects are brought to me, and I am responsible for observing and evaluating their potential compatibilities. Nikias says so, but of course. If Ozim might grant us permission, then you could abide here for a few years while I analyze.
Charmian says, and on that note, we really must be moving along. Step lively, Haven.
Paramonos says, who do we have here? A familiar of some kind, judging by your ethereal structure.
Charmian says yes, I am accompanying Haven here on a tour around Anagnoresis, at the behest of the Overseer.
Paramonos says, Ator. Feel free to wander as you please, of course, but I advise keeping your distance from the larger creatures. The fauna I have under observation occupy the top tier of the food chain, and do not take kindly to intruders in their territory, especially the specimens found on the other islands. They can be exceedingly hostile. While I am sure you are quite capable of defending yourself, no one appreciates a surprise tusk through the abdomen, eh?
Charmian says thank you for the warning. We will proceed with due caution. Blast says hello. Charmian, was there something? Charmian says the Overseer asked that I give this familiar a tour of the grounds, and I thought the best way to do that was to show her what we do here firsthand. Blast says I see. Well, as my work is rather difficult to demonstrate, I hope a brief explanation will suffice. Our creations are many and varied, but I mainly preside over the plant life. When it comes to watching certain grasses grow, one must be prepared to observe over the course of several years, and in the case of trees, sometimes decades. Tedious, perhaps, yet necessary. Plants are capable of altering an entire habitat, and their presence as a food source has an enormous influence on the local wildlife. Was that the sort of thing you wish to know? Charmian says yes, that was perfect, thank you. Charmian says I think we've covered the main areas of interest. All that's left now is to speak with Overseer Sickles.
Socles says, I see you've completed your...
Charmian says almost. We spoke with those in charge of the various facets of Anagnoresis, but I thought it would be fitting to end this visit where it began, with you, Overseer.
Socles says, I see, and what is your impression? I am glad we could help further your worldly education.
Charmian says, and I am glad to see you enjoyed the experience. At least.
Socles says you are truly a masterpiece of creation. Only a soul-bearing familiar could demonstrate such robust
Charmian says, were you perhaps designed to inspire others? I feel something special has been woven into you. You have an intriguing presence, to say the least. Please, stay a while, and share more of your thoughts with us.
Socles says yes. I second this invitation. In all the long years I have resided here, never have I encountered such a unique entity.
No more blue quests, so time to just do MS2.
Hermes says the lacerations and burns are unmistakable. A Lycaon was indeed responsible. But the creature is nowhere to be seen. Doris must have taken it away. Hermes says the man makes his base at the 12 Wonders. I shall go and seek him out there. Ithlodeus says Emmett Sulk and I will search the area for good measure, just to make sure the Lycaon did not escape. Hermes says my thanks. Let us meet at the 12 Wonders when you have finished. I will go on ahead. Please follow with Haven. Meeting says come, come. It's down this path and over the bridge.
There's the bridge.
Meeting says there it is, the 12 Wonders. Hermes is looking for Doris. Let's look for Doris too. He's a man with long, blonde hair, I think. I'll know him when I see him.
Metean is now accompanied. If
Woman says, if you're with Metean, then I assume you're on an errand for Hermes. What can I do for you?
Meeting says sorry, wrong person. We're looking for Doris.
Woman says I see. We do have similar hair, so people often mistake us from afar. I hope you find him soon.
Man says once I get back and record today's results, I should finally be able to put that report to bed. Meeting says not Doris. His hair is long, but the color is wrong. Doris. That's Doris. Man says well now, if it isn't Meeting, what brings you here? Hermes says I thought I heard familiar voice. I didn't realize you two had decided to help me search for Doris. You're in charge of the Lycaons, I believe. Where are they now?
Doris says out in the fields in restraints. Frenzied as they were, I couldn't well return them. Once I've submitted my report, I'll see them reverted without delay.
Ithlodeus says it's as he says. The beasts.
Doris says you're one of the 14. What brings?
Emmett Sulk says nothing you need concern yourself. Hermes says we've heard the news, that a Lycaon slaughtered Ocupites. As the observer in charge, you are of the opinion that they're not fit to be.
Doris says I am. Their abnormal aggression and exceptional strength makes for a highly problematic. It matters not where they are released. Lycans would threaten other species and upset the natural order.
Hermes says could it be that the specimens observed are
Doris says highly unlikely. We've created a good many of them, all exhibited the same. Even when we used Kairos to begin with a fresh slate, their behavior was unchanged.
Emmett Sulk says Kairos.
Doris says a memory reconfiguration system. The chief. It allows us to erase or alter memories, that we may observe creations in different environmental conditions without needing to remake them from scratch.
Emmett Selk says quite impressive, and potentially dangerous, depending on the intensity of the etheric emissions. Hermes says rest assured I've kept all values within prescribed limits, and to prevent misuse, its applications are limited to those authorized by. Do not misunderstand. To manipulate a subject's memories is an intrusive act I deeply abhor, but it is still preferable.
Doros says come now, Chief, let's not be so melodramatic. What was born of ether is simply being reduced to. I know the distinctions concern you, but we mustn't lose sight of the bigger picture, making rational choices for the sake of a more prosperous star. If a creation cannot be properly studied even with the aid of Kairos, we remake it. If a creation is deemed a detrimental existence, we unmake it. 'Tis all for the greater good, and none question the necessity of such routine processes.
Hermes says I understand these things, I do. I would never think to unleash a clear and undeniable threat, yet insignificant though their individual lives may be next to all creation, it is all the Lycones have. Hermes says before we seal their fates, we owe it to these beings to exhaust all options, to ensure that nothing.
Doros says if you insist. Let me provide you with a full report, and we may take it.
If Lodeus says would it be possible for us to attend the discussion? That Emmett Selk may bet. Hermes says by all means. Pray show them to the meeting room. Meeting says to man, other beings are just things, to be used and controlled, like magic. That's what Hermes told me once. Hermes says I fear this discussion may take a while, during which time. Meeting, are you feeling unwell? Meeting says it's not me, Hermes. It's you. I won't go to the meeting. I'll stay with Haven. Hermes says loath though I am to impose, may I leave Meeting in your care again? I'm in your debt, if you'll excuse me. Meeting says can you help me with something, Haven? The meeting will make Hermes sad. I want to cheer him up, with a flower. Hermes likes flowers the most, of all the creations in Elpis. Most creations are expected to be interesting, or beautiful, or strong, better in some way. But flowers are different. They're designed to suit our emotions, what we feel and want to convey. Hermes likes that. I can't make flowers, so I'll search for one, and I want you to search with me. Meeting says let's start here, at the 12 Wonders.
Metaean is now accompanying you. Keep her at your side in order to proceed with quest objectives. You can leave Metaean behind by entering a different area, or by speaking with her and selecting the option to part ways. If you wish to have Metaean accompany you again, return and speak with her at the original location. Vibrant purple flowers bigger than your hands adorn the tree.
Ooh, so big and bright. I love them. But they might be too bright. You have to think of the recipient. That's what Hermes said.
A tall, slender tree rises before you. You crane your neck to look for flowers.
No flowers. If they were apples, we could have covered them in syrup. Let's head outside next. Don't worry, we won't wander far.
An array of beautiful flowers grow in the bed, their mix of colors forming a pattern.
These would be better for Hermes, but they're hedged in. That means we shouldn't touch them. They're either under observation or poisonous. Any other place should be fine, though. Let's keep looking.
Set on a tall, thin stalk, the oddly shaped flower is mesmerizing in its undulations.
Oh, a conian. A flower that can move. When Hermes wasn't looking, it shot seeds at him. Not a good gift, maybe. But you're good, Haven, at spotting flowers. We'll find something soon.
You spy nothing promising nearby. At best, common-looking grasses with some few tiny flowers.
Meeting says nothing around here. Ah. Over there, Haven. Something big. Huge.
A terrible stench reminiscent of sodden old boots pervades the air. Without a doubt, the culprit is the more ball-like creature before you.
It's an Adonis. The things around its mouth look like petals, but the flowers are the orbs on its head. When Hermes inspected it, it swallowed him up. He didn't leave his room for days. What do you think, Haven? Would he... So not this one either. Finding a good flower. It's harder than I thought. I'm sorry, Haven, but could we search a little more? Maybe as far as the fields over there. I'll pick something after that, I promise.
Oh no.
Lush, Green fields stretch out before you, ending where the sky begins.
Meeting says, oh, there's nothing. The shiny thing over there. What could it be?
'84.
Meeting Sazu, Alpis flowers. They're Hermes likes and dislikes them. At the same, like me, they're entelechies. Like me, they feel his pain and Meeting says that's only for Hermes, though. For others, they're always Meeting says truly. The flower was dark in your... Then, do you have it too? A dark emotion. You don't have to say it. I can feel it's something you want to hide. But won't you lend it to me? The darkness... I want you to make the flower dark. In front of her. He has been in a dark place. Since before he created me. He needs to know that he isn't there alone. That others... Meeting says truly. You'll do it? Meeting says thank you, Haven. Thank you. I can't wait to see how Hermes reacts. Let's go back.
Nice. And what was the other thing? Cool.
Meeting says it seems they're still talking. Let's wait until they've finished.
Hermes!
Oh. You were waiting for me.
You've finished talking?
Yes. We've come to a decision. My thanks for keeping Meteon company. Emmett Selk and Hythlodaeus have already retired to their rooms. There is room for you too, if you would follow me.
Wait! I want to show you something first.
Elpis flowers?
Go on. You're not the only one, Hermes. Others feel sad too. You're not alone.
I see Meteon has shared much with you. May we talk a moment? I do not think it wrong that we live for the star, that we strive to make it a better place. And yet, in carrying out my duties here, there are times when I am plagued by doubt. Do you recall what Hythlodaeus said, when we first spoke of my nomination? Death is the privilege of those who have fulfilled their purpose, a choice they embrace of their own free will, and when they depart, it is always beautiful. Perhaps it is, but only for man. Creations that he deems useless are discarded with nary a second thought. Some scarcely born into the world, afforded a handful of breaths before life and potential are abruptly extinguished. We make an effort to spare them the pain, but they sense what awaits. Rage and anguish and cower and fear. And it is not beautiful. Yet no one cares. No one. So fixated are we upon the duty that we do not pause to question the method. Pain and suffering, confusion and despair, writ plain in the eyes of those poor creatures. Yet no one sees. We turn a blind eye and carry on in blissful ignorance. Nor to miss. And always, always the blossoms shine pure and white. A contradiction so blatant I could scream, want to scream. How can you all accept this aberration? Then I wonder, am I the aberration for thinking thus? And I am filled with dread. But now I know I'm not alone. Not the only one for whom the flowers weep. I won't ask what you thought as you kneeled beside the Alpes, or if you only did it at Meteon's insistence. Nevertheless, I thank you. To know that you too have experienced suffering is a comfort. Indeed, difficult though it may be, I must endeavor to be strong like you. The stars in the heavens. Know you what they are? Though it is too far to tell, each glittering light could be a world not unlike Aetheris. A world filled with life. So many stars, so many lives. For us, there may be no higher purpose than to live for our world. But what of the other living beings out there? What is it that gives their lives meaning? That drives them day after day after day? To pose that question to our undiscovered cousins, I created beings of Dynamis, who can traverse the vast emptiness between the stars. Meteon and her sisters. Aye, sisters. She has a great many of them. And they have already departed on their journey, traveling to one star and then the next in search of life. As one might expect, exploration on such a grand scale is rife with difficulties, and thus far I've naught to show for it. But I have faith that we will make some manner of discovery ere long. And when we do, I should be glad to share our findings with you, in gratitude for your kindness. It's getting rather late. We had best find our beds. It would not do for both of us to be sleep-deprived on the morrow. Come, Mityon. Let us head back.
All right!
Hermes says an all too brief interlude, perhaps, but it is time I attend to my next task. As Emmett Salk and Aphlodeus are away, we reached a verdict regarding the fate of the Lycones. Seven were created for observation. And all 7 must be unmade. Doris has followed the correct protocols, and, as Chief Overseer, I can find no fault in his judgment. Hermes says the Lycones would disrupt the natural order, ravaging and consuming other species until they themselves starve and perish. They cannot be released into the wild, and they cannot be allowed to remain here in Elpis. I intend to petition the Bureau of the Architect to have the concept preserved as a restricted purpose hazardous life form. Aphlodeus has pledged to support me in this endeavor. Yet whatever the Bureau decides, the existing Lycones have served their purpose. Doris has already isolated the creatures, and is preparing to carry out the necessary measures. I will join him forthwith. It is my duty to witness the conclusion to this study. Emmett Salk says if you are resolved, then we have but to accompany you. Hermes says of course. Let us be off, then. We return to the main isle.
Hippothoe says what a familiar essence you have. Like that of a familiar, if you're familiar with the concept? Oh, just my little joke. Haven, was it? I am Hippothoe.
Ilurus says mew. Mew.
Hippothoe says yes, we're getting to that. Haven, say hello to our familiar friend here. She's an Iluros. The Iluroi are one of our newest creations, highly attuned to abnormalities in their environment. At the first sign of danger, they'll sound the alarm, by which I mean mew loudly. Though we do our best to observe all of our creations, Elpis is simply too large to maintain a constant vigil over each and every temperamental species. A more efficient means of detecting conflict between creatures was in order. Thus have I taken this Iluros under my wing, to further develop her capabilities in this area. And she does enjoy our little walks. This morning, we are testing her ability to pinpoint sites of conflict. Would you like to observe? Simply tell her that her task is begun, and she'll do her utmost to locate disruptive creatures. Please do subdue any unruly subjects once you've found them. We can't have beasts running amok.
Ilurus says mew, mew.
Follow the Iluros and try not to fall behind.
MRRR. Mew.
The Iluros alerts you to two nearby creatures that are facing one another down, and looks at you expectantly.
MRRP.
Hippothoe says she seems quite content, but in the name of science, what were the results? As I expected. Well done, little one. Hippothoe says magnificent creatures, the both of you. It's a shame we cannot give you a pair of tiny wings and a bell too, but it's against protocol, I'm afraid. The Iluroi are enchanted with theirs at birth, so they are able to acclimate properly. I'm certain you have your own unique potential to rise to, however. In fact, why not join us for another phase of testing?
Hermes says Doris. Are you hurt? Doris says they caught me off guard. I had them bound with ethereal shackles, but they became frenzied, even more so than usual, and broke. I was able to stop 4. The other 3 is... Ithlodeus says, I see them. 2 have taken to. Emmett Sulk says the last is up ahead, look. You and Haven handle that one. The pair in the sky, you can leave to. Hermes says, if this is how it must end. Ithlodeus says I will render assistance to Emmett Sulk. Hermes says Meaty, you are to stay here with Dom. Meaty says but, Hermes. Hermes says the Lycones must be reverted. I would spare you that. Hermes says this is my burden, not yours. But if you are intent on helping. Hermes says I appreciate your help, and lament that it is necessary. There it is, our quarry. Within striking distance at present, but if it feels threatened, it may well flee beyond our reach. Here is my plan. You will approach slowly, in full view, and draw the Lycaon's attention. Hermes says now, I warn you, its abilities are as fiery as its temperament. Once it spots you, it will unleash orbs of flame. Hermes says but fear not. By my measure, you are more than equal to the task. Withstand the onslaught for a few brief moments, and that will give me time to catch it unawares. Hermes says, ready? Then let us begin.
Uh-oh.
Now. Oh. Forgive me. Please, forgive me. May you and your kin find peace. Wherever your souls may drift in the underworld, may you find tranquil seas. Be not forgotten. In concept endure. To reclaim form and one day live again. Serve not the star, or any purpose save your own. Live again, if that be your desire. Hate, if that be your want. We are worthy. But leave your suffering behind. Lay down your burdens, be born anew. Fly high. Fly free.
Join the convocation, Hermes. You do not belong here.
Leave to replace another. To be replaced. It changes nothing. Tell me, do you think it right that we sacrifice all these lives for the sake of the star? And when the star has reached perfection, what then? If all who are satisfied choose to die, shall we all die in satisfaction? I do not know. Were I to take up the seat of Fandaniel, it would be tantamount to approving my predecessor's death. I do not know if it is right. And to be torn by such thoughts, I do not know if I am fit to represent mankind.
Hermes! Please don't be angry. It hurts so.
Forgive me. If you would still consider me in spite of everything, I beg some time to gather my thoughts. Meanwhile, Hythlodaeus, I fear I must trouble you to attend to the others.
'Tis no trouble at all. Take as long as you require.
And you, my friend, I pray you find that which you seek.
I expect we have some few matters to discuss. Shall we return to the 12 Wonders for a time?
Aye.
Emmett Selk says the other Lycones have been taken care of. The incident is resolved, and life in Elpis continues as normal, or ends, as the case may be. Rationally speaking, I understand Hermes' argument. No matter how well deserved the rest, there is a pang of sadness when a colleague leaves us. Yet never has a departure caused me such grief as Hermes appears to feel. What must it be like to experience such torment?
Welcome back.
Whoops. Thank you.
I have to be level 87 now? Oh crap.
What?
I have to be level 87 to continue now.
Okay, what level are you now?
86.
What do you want to do then?
I need to gain exactly 10%. So would that be a fate, you think?
Woo! Would be a couple of fates. Do you want me to come help?
Sure.
You're in Elpis?
Yeah, I'm in Elpis. I'm right near 12 Wonders. And actually, if we fly around the map, that would give me 6% total. So if we visit all my unmapped areas. Ooh, Randy, you got a new bird.
Yes.
Right, Bill.
Alright, make your map large on your stream.
Okay. Let me just make it so it's actually...
Like 30 seconds.
Here, I'll flag an area. Howdy. There you go. Okay, that one's done. Let's go here. I know we don't have to go all the way into the flag, but it just...
That's fine.
Because every one area I unlock gives me 0.5%. Right?
Yep.
And I'm pretty sure I see at least 6 areas. Maybe even 8. As soon as we unlock this, you can go straight north. Here we go. Up here now. There you go. Okay, here we go.
Is it getting the middle for you too?
What?
Is it getting the middle for you too?
Yep. Now go slightly north towards the flag. Go right towards the flag. There we go. Now we can go. Now we can turn around.
We could do this fate real quick.
We could, yeah. How much time is left in it? we?
I don't know. Look at that.
Okay. Now towards the flag. And that gave me 14 bicolored gemstones too. Okay, keep going straight, keep going straight. Okay, keep going straight.
Oh, hee.
Okay, we can do a straight shot down towards the crystal. Now turn left. Back towards the flag. Because we happen to go in just... Okay, now we can go south towards the crystal. Oh, we must have gone just slightly on the very edge of the map. Like where it divides.
Do you want to attune to this crystal?
Might as well, since I'm here. Now we can go here. And then go south, right here. And this will level me up. Nice.
Alright, now where must I take you?
Just back to 12 Wonders. Stop. Go back. There's an ether current. I totally forgot about ether currents. I totally forgot about ether currents. There we go. There you go. Now where am I going? Where am I going? Just right here. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Ithlodeus says we're to now? If there is anywhere you would like to visit before we leave, I should be glad to show you the way. Emmett Selk says Hermes has not yet outright refused his position with the convocation, merely postponed the decision. As such, I may as well resume my assessment. If we cannot accompany him, then I will content myself with questioning his colleagues. Ithlodeus says ever the pragmatist. Then allow me to remain your humble guide. And what of you, Haven? Will you continue along with us?
My foot just fell asleep.
Wonderful. Our fellowship travels on unbroken. I say we explore another part of Elpis, and see what new encounters there are to be had. Ithlodeus says if you would follow me, we will first head back towards Anagnarisis.
I have no more A ranks to do. I mean, no more fates. Blue quests to do here. This makes me sad. Says there's 200. Is there a turret on this island that I've missed?
Probably.
From where I am, there's yep, there is. It's 100 directly west. It's... Thousand meters directly north, or 1,000 yards, sorry, directly north. That would be on the other island, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Alright.
Hi, Cody. Buy XP bonus.
Fine. I'll do the next dungeon when it arrives.
How far away is it, do you know?
Your traveler's on a crossroad?
Yes, I am.
It's 8.
Oh, okay. How much do I have left, approximately?
You have 9 quests left in the 86 to 87, 20 in the 88 to 89, and 6 in the level 90.
We follow the path northwards to Netonius.
So you're about
there we will find one of the Naeus which
35
facilitate travel between the
quests.
islands of Elpis.
So
the main MSQ.
If I do 35, you said?
First-time travelers
Yeah.
must be
So
accompanied
as long
by
as I
someone
don't
with
get
the requisite
distracted,
permission, which I have previously been
I
granted.
should be in post
we only
by
need use the device
Monday.
together once, and henceforth you will have leave to use it freely. Shall we?
Excuse me, because that means we're going to lose our novice network too.
Well, haven't you crafted 300?
Crafted the 300, but I don't have a level 100 crafter.
Oh.
My crafter is 96, my leather worker.
Well, you're pretty close.
I am. Ithlodeus says here we are, Netonius. This Naeus will take us to Calamelios Zephyrus, the western island. Ithlodeus says that's it right there, looming large over us. Step this way, and we can soon admire the view from above.
So I would definitely I definitely have time. How many quests are in Endwalker? Oh, it's Endwalker, I mean. If you go on the post Endwalker page, it should say at the very top.
44.
It?
I
That's
present
it?
to you
Over 2
Calamelios
years?
Zephyros.
Yeah.
Here you will find a number of testing facilities, as well as the observation hub of Poiton Oikos.
That feels really low compared to other...
Right then.
Like, other
Let's
patches.
begin by...
Like, that even feels low compared to what we've gotten in, Dawn Trail.
That's the highest.
Well, an Arrayus.
Really?
How delightful.
Yeah.
Well, Dawn Trail's had more than that already, and we're only on 7.2.
Dawn Trail only has 15.
Really? The way everybody
What,
talks,
pray tell, is that?
it felt like it was way more.
Ah,
Nope.
that's a new species of shark. We approved the concept but a few days ago. Sharks are among the most popular sea creatures. Rare is the day when someone does not submit a new concept. At first, they were largely orthodox, consideration given to such things as size and environmental impact, and then a whimsical someone thought to bestow it with flight, another superior intelligence. And then the floodgates burst, concepts with multiple heads, or arms and legs, and so on and so forth. It was getting absurd. A part of me wanted to tell them to go away and find something else to create, but in the end, I couldn't deny their passion. And here we are.
That was too close. Are you unharmed? Well now, if it isn't a pair of familiar faces.
Banar, that we should meet you here.
As I mentioned earlier, the better part of the convocation holds that when we retire is when we return to the star. Well, she is not among said majority. Even after stepping down, she carries on with her work. Vanar is her name, and she is the previous Azem.
It has been a while, Hythlodaeus. You look well. Less so, Emmet Selk. I dare say the lines upon your brow have both deepened and doubled in number. A shame for one so young. You must make an effort to frown less often.
Easier said than done.
I forgot I was
thanks to
cute.
your
Free
unruly
dungeon? Where's
successor.
the mouse?
How is she, if I may ask?
Incorrigible as ever. Rushed headlong into a volcano on the brink of eruption just the other day. I should be glad to share the tale in its entirety later, if you're so inclined.
Oh, you know I am.
Oh.
Now then, you are? I say, have you perchance come from the future? I do not believe we have ever met, yet I sense my magic upon you. Therefore, if I wove the enchantment, I could only have done so at a later point in time.
What manner of magic is this, if I may ask?
A traveler's ward, of course. It prevents the corruption of one's ether. I see you are not ignorant to its presence. And while there are many protective spells, the one you bear is unmistakably mine.
Hold on. From the future? That's absurd.
What is it? Are you unable to speak of the matter?
The reality to which you must return exists as a result of the final days. You cannot reshape the past to undo the tragedies of the present.
So, your actions here will not change your history, but they may yet affect the course of ours. How very exciting! I'm quite fond of delving into the unknown, and there's naught more unknown than the future. Until a moment finally arrives, we cannot know for certain what will come to pass, regardless of our supposed foreknowledge, so you needn't worry for us. More importantly, that you should go to such great lengths as to travel unto the past bespeaks the gravity of your quest. Will you not reveal it to us? Mayhap we can be of aid to your cause.
If this is true, then you've been keeping quite the secret to yourself. As a representative of the Convocation, I will hear it all. Your identity, purpose, everything.
Why don't we move to a place more conducive to calm conversation? I've been working here for some days now at an old friend's behest. If it is agreeable, we may make use of my accommodation at Poiton Oikos. We were meant to meet. I am certain of it. Else I wouldn't have marked you so clearly and sent you unto myself in the past. It's precisely the sort of mischief I would get up to, and quite inspired, if I do say so myself.
You're not in the dungeon, there's that boss at Sea of Clouds.
Currently in the dungeon.
Then it says my apologies, but before we move along, a colleague has tasked me with a matter which I'd rather not leave unresolved. Then it says it involves finding a certain concept engraved crystal, and the quick-fingered Orias which made off with it.
If Flodeus says Anoias, you say? I think we might have seen the culprit before being distracted by the business with the shuck. Would you like us to follow its aerial trail? That would, of course, lead us only to the Oyas. There is no guarantee that it hasn't dropped or stashed away the crystal you seek.
Then it says please. Even that much would be enormously helpful. While you are hunting down the thief, I can follow behind and scour the forest floor just in case. Then it says could I ask you to join the search? I would appreciate another pair of eyes to cover the land to the west of here.
Oh, it was only a
There's a small bridge leading into
rank?
Point Oikos. Let us meet up there once we've exhausted our efforts.
Jesus Christ.
Look.
I'm having a very hard time trusting these healers. I can't. These healers are insufferable.
You on a 90 or?
Yeah, I'm in a 90 dungeon. They're just...
Then it says our last searcher returns. I am afraid the Orias no longer had the crystal, nor was I able to find it as I followed in its way. I don't suppose you fared any better? Then it says the crystal. Well done.
Jesus.
Then it says wonderful. Now I can focus on your tale without that missing concept nagging at my mind. Have you always had a knack for finding things? Then it says you travel often. Then? It seems we have something in common. Then it says long ago, when I held the seat of Azam, I was forever trekking back and forth across the star in search of answers to people's problems. Then it says naturally, the need for such journeys has lessened considerably since I entrusted the position to my whimsical successor. Then it says yet I am still eager to come running should an old acquaintance or new interest require my personal attention. Then it says that is what brings me to Elpis. In fact, many times has my presence been requested, my opinions sought concerning the habitat of this or that creation. Then it says agreeing to help locate that missing crystal was a minor distraction, which now promises to become a major revelation. How strange and wonderful it is the way one thing leads to another. Wouldn't you agree? Then it says thank you again for your timely help. Now then, 'tis time I returned this stolen property. Then it says if you would go on ahead to my accommodation, I will join you as soon as I have attended to that task. Then it says follow the path straight ahead to the building at the top of the slope. I have the entire place to myself, so we can speak without fear of being disturbed or overheard.
Oh, it sounds like some mentors are angry because someone said that people were for sure the AR they skipped a dawn trail.
Yep. It's because we were talking about trains, and I said I haven't seen an ARL train or a Heavensward train in forever. And then people were like, well, they just died too fast, and that's why people skip. That's not why people skip.
Then it says welcome to my temporary abode. Please, make yourself at home while I put on some tea.
Causing drama, it sounds like to me. That's causing drama. Right?
It's always Zaire causing drama.
Ah, a wonderful aroma. I feel more relaxed already.
Would that I had sweetmeats to offer, but I travel light out of habit. There's plenty of hot water though, so please have as much tea as you like. Now then, will you tell us your tale?
Zaire just has to be the center of attention all the time.
Yep. Yep.
That's what I've come up with. One of these days they'll quit the game.
He likes to hear himself talk, even though he doesn't actually physically talk.
Oh, you are correct on that. One of these days, all these mentors will be gone. And there'll be a new set of mentors taking over.
I will be one of them, and you will be too.
I just can't stand to talk sometimes because some of these other mentors are atrocious.
This is why you hide your little crown, isn't it?
Yep.
And you only have the battle crown, right?
Yeah, I don't do crafting. Maybe one of these days.
It didn't take long for me to get...
I don't have the inventory space.
You actually don't need that much inventory space, eh? Because what you can do is just run levy quests. And that's actually how I got... My leatherworker went from like something like 60 or 65 to 95 doing only only
While not
Shadowbringers, was it Shadowbringers or Stormblood?
doubts.
Which
Much
is
of
the
it
one right
borders on the
before
incredulous.
Endwalker? Shadowbringers, right?
What of you,
Yeah.
Vanar?
All I did was Shadowbringers, levy quests. And that,
Not
like the
knowing
one
the
thing,
precise
actually, no,
details of
it
the
was.
first
It was the
final
ones in
days.
Kugani. It was Kugani,
Difficult to
levy
determine the
quests.
veracity of the tale.
Oh.
And it jumped me into the 90s.
Supposing it is all true, I must ask myself why I would do what I did. Why would I feel I had no recourse but to
Level
oppose
cap
the
dungeons.
14
Is that what they did they rename expert?
Circumstances change.
Nope, expert's still there.
But it would not have been an easy
What is
decision
level cap
regardless.
dungeons then?
No.
I don't
There
know.
must have
I
been
think
a
it's supposed to be
reason.
level 100
One
dungeons.
compelling enough to force me to take
That
such
would make
drastic
sense.
measures.
That would make sense.
Then there is the Elpis flower, which I said would serve as a guide. That it's of import to your mission
Yeah, it's the
is
level
plain,
100 dungeons, that's why.
but your presence here leads me to believe that this place also holds significance. But what could it be? What are we meant to accomplish?
Might it not be simply thus? In the future, whence she came, the final days could not be averted. Mankind has no choice but to flee the star. By alerting us to that eventuality, perhaps you wish to
I
pave
love
the
this
way
music
for
that's
other
playing right now.
futures.
I don't know if you
In
can feel
Elpis?
it on stream.
Theoretically
Yeah.
speaking,
No, like,
it is a possibility.
I'll mute so you can just listen to the stream.
Yet if that were my primary objective, I see no reason to guide our friend to Elpis specifically. The capital in Amarot, or even my own home would be more logical destinations.
It's the same music I hear.
Oh, is it? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm still in Elpis.
Oh, okay.
True, true. I note also that Heidelin did
With
not
the
specify
piano?
a point in time
That's
to which
so-
she must
it's-
return.
Peaceful and calm.
By this, it may be inferred that it was not critical that we should meet.
Alternately, she had reason to believe that our paths would converge.
Not Kafka.
Coincidental though it may seem.
This is quite a puzzle. And we do not have all the pieces.
Hardly any. But we do have one immutable fact. If the... yet to...
Oh, why can't I...
Nay.
Oh.
Given that even the 14 failed, mayhap you deemed it impossible.
Nothing is impossible. This I have always believed. And if Heidelin is indeed me, she would believe the same.
Listen to yourself. Are you seriously entertaining the notion that you are a messianic figure in some far-fetched
Why don't you just ask me?
Because the you don't like orchestra wars and stuff. I know you wouldn't have the answer for. Because I've asked you before.
I refuse
and you said you don't know.
that our world could be undone by some unforeseen calamity.
This is true.
That's why I didn't ask
I
you.
also take offense to my portrayal as a megalomaniacal madman. To sacrifice oneself for the stars is a noble
music?
act, and I would hold
As an
those who
orchestra.
gave themselves to this zodiac in the highest esteem. Yet, you claim I recreated Amarot and populated it with phantoms of our people? A bizarre indulgence that would be insulting to their memory. Worse still, I even invited you there. Literally invited my own downfall. Why would I do something so idiotic and inexplicable? Now, I will allow that the hypothetical task of restoring our world would be daunting in the extreme. The thought of having to bear such a burden for 1,000 lives horrifies me. But I would never forsake my duty. I would never forsake my brethren. You do not know me. I've had my fill of your fiction. I will return to my duty, and you will not bother me again. Emmett Selk, wait!
You've seen much of Elpis already. If you have any observations to share, I should like to hear them. I see. Then for now, it might be best that we follow your lead and investigate he who will become Fandaniel. And if Dynamis is the selfsame energy as Akasha, as it likely seems, we would do well to learn more about it. With that settled, it is time for action. The missing pieces of the puzzle are here, I'm certain of it. And when you find them, the picture my future self has painted will be complete, and you will have your answer. And suffice it to say, I will aid you in your quest. Have faith. If Emmet Selk is the man Azum described to me, we've not seen the last of him.
Then it says, shall we begin our investigations, then? I am acquainted with Hermes, of course, but only as a visitor received by the chief overseer of Elpis. Of the man himself, I know only that which is common knowledge. Thus I suggest we fall back on the tried and true method of conversing with the locals. The observers who live here can surely tell us more of Hermes and Metaean, and I have a good idea of where we might begin.
Hillary says depends if day theme or night theme. Guessing night BC day switches at 6 AM ET, right?
Then it says, see you the woman standing in front of yonder building? Her name is Ismini. She is the one who made arrangements for my stay in Elpis, and from what I recall, she has held her position here for quite some time. Chances are she can provide us with some insights.
Hillary says 350 bicolor gemstones. NB.
Then it says go and ask your questions. I will help
I
with
can buy
drawing
it
out
with
answers
gems.
if
I can
need
buy
be,
that
but I leave the choice of topic
music
up
as
to you.
a raw. I can't craft it, but I can buy it using gemstones.
Ismini says questions? For me? Well, I suppose I have no other pressing duties at the moment.
Hillary says both day/9 for 350 bicolor gems each. The following event cannot be skipped. You may wish to cancel any pending duty finder registrations. Nice.
Then it says greetings, Ismini. My friend here is desperately curious about Chief Hermes, and I was wondering if you... Ismini says certainly, Mistress Venet. And what do you wish to know? Well, I can only answer from my own experience. I would describe him as a quiet man, reserved, you might say, and occasionally somewhat poor with his choice of words. Ismini says his reticent nature, however, does not prevent him from carrying out his duties as... The man is a walking archive when it comes to life forms. He can discuss any species in incredible detail, and is the leading authority on concepts with the power of flight. I hope that answers your question. Was there anything else? I cannot rightly say. As the chief's personal creation, Metean has not been subjected to observation and study like other Bennett says so one day, she was simply there. And what do you make of her? Ismini says I understand that she is a highly unusual familiar, able to read emotions and communicate directly with one's mind. Exactly how she was created with that talent, however. My apologies. I wish I could explain her nature in more depth, but I've not had occasion to discuss it with Chief Hermes. The chief may not be the most gregarious individual, but he engages with us as is necessary for everyone to perform their duties. I wouldn't want to intrude upon his privacy for the sake of curiosity. Though if you wish to learn more about Metean, you could try speaking with Timos, another expert in the creation of flying concepts. He should be conducting his observations on the banks of the stream, somewhere to the east. Oh, and, unless you take a particular joy in rambling discourse, I suggest you keep your question. Bennett says we shall keep that in mind. Thank you for your patience and your insight. Ismini says think nothing of it. If there is aught else you need during your stay, please, do not hesitate. Bennett says come, Haven, I think we've taken enough. Our investigation is off to a fine start, wouldn't you agree? From here, I propose that we split up. I shall continue making inquiries with the resident observers, if you could track down the colleague Ismini mentioned. While I did feel compelled to interject once or twice during that previous conversation, you seem more than capable of drawing forth the answers you seek. All I ask is that you watch your footing around the stream. We can meet back here once you finish speaking with this Timos.
Hi, big boy. I knew that was an attack.
Timios says yes, I am Timios, but please keep your voice down. You'll startle the birds.
The following event cannot be skipped. You may wish to cancel any pending duty finder registration.
So, what is it you wish to speak about? Fellow enthusiast, are you? Well, settle in, and we can discuss the finer points of this My deep and abiding love of avian artistry can be traced back to when I was but a young boy, stricken by the transcendent beauty of a glorious, golden-feathered creature my father had designed. It was then and there that I vowed to one day surpass that masterpiece.
Timers launches into a rambling and unstoppable discourse.
And thus did I secure an observer's role here in Elpis, and at last realize my childhood ambition. Here, the dreams I once dreamed are an everyday reality, in which I find fulfillment through the research and creation of new flying life. An abridged recounting of events, as was doubtless to your disappointment. Is there any specific part you would like me to expound upon? You were hoping for my opinion on Chief Hermes' creations? Then why didn't you say so? Those beings which soar through the clouds, majestic and graceful, are ever a favorite of creators. Even now, with so many varieties in existence, the flood of newly imagined concept, what sets the chief's creations apart, however, is how they benefit from his boundless knowledge of the celestial realm. Birds that climb so high that they disappear from view. Others which traverse the boundless sky in moments, and all without riding the currents. Timaeus says, I know of none save he who can conceive of such marvels. Even we who prize elegance of form above all else are dumb. My opinion on that matter would be superficial at best. Despite my admiration for meeting as a concept, I have never delved too deeply into the inner workings of her nature. I know that she has a gift for communicating via emotions, but otherwise, her abilities are a mystery to... If Chief Hermes should choose to submit Meeting's concept to the Bureau of the Architect, then will the design be registered for public scrutiny? Analyzing a colleague's creation before that step is frowned upon, to say the least. Of course, if he came to me, a fellow artisan, looking for advice, that would be an entirely Dynamis and Entelechy. Those terms do sound vaguely familiar. Was there not a flower made here in Alpes which exhibited properties of one or the other? It must have been centuries since I last heard anyone speak of such things. Has there been a resurgence in interest? Then why bring up the subject? I'm flattered that you sought my insight, but I cannot afford to neglect my duties for the sake of idle. Now, I really must return to my observations. Surely you have your own tasks.
Right.
Bennett says, good timing. I finished my own investigations not long ago. So, have you any new findings to share? I see. Even an expert in the field had little understanding of Metian's capabilities, let alone an awareness of Dynamis. My questions resulted in much the same answers. Hermes' colleagues view Metian as his personal project, and could provide no details beyond those which you just told me. Which leads me to believe that the only person with any significant knowledge of Dynamis is Hermes himself. Yes, we've made some progress here, but more information is needed if we are to reach any definitive conclusions.
Can you look something up for me?
2 minutes.
What's right?
I can look up in a couple minutes when the boss fight.
Okay.
At present, the strongest link we have to the final days is the power of Dynamis, and the Entelekes which can control it. Yet most scholars are only vaguely aware of these terms, let alone study them in any depth. Except for Hermes, it seems. Thus I am inclined to stay our current course, and learn all we can about the Chief Overseer and his familiar. And on that subject, was there aught else of note you can tell me about Metean? Aside from her unorthodox method of communication? I rather wish you had mentioned that earlier. In any event, would you care to elaborate? So these siblings of hers now travel the great expanse in search of deeper meaning. Thank you. Though the mystery at hand remains unresolved, I feel you've touched upon a vital clue, one we should keep in mind as we continue. Next, I propose we take ourselves to Peripatia Crystalline, not far from here. Just follow the path to the west.
Up there.
Then it says this tower and the one further along are both part of Peripatia Crystalline, the facility where they archive all of Elpis' observational and testing records. Despite how they appear from the outside, the interior is actually a vast area of magically interconnected spaces, which, while fascinating, is not the reason we are here, is it? I shall cut my architectural lesson short, and see what those two archivists have to share. If you could find someone to speak with over at the other tower, I shall join you there anon.
Archivist says you have questions for me? Certainly. Just a moment while I conclude my current appointment. Indeed. So if you could provide a comprehensive log of those behaviors, we should then have sufficient data for our official record. Now, what was it you wished to speak with me about? The Chief Overseer's personal research project? And by that, I assume you mean... Such undocumented studies are difficult to track. After all, hardly a day goes past without seeing a researcher trailed by one creature. I'm afraid I cannot tell you exactly when Metean appeared. Only that she now spends much of her time at Chief Hermes' side. Although, I do recall an interesting tale my dearest Galeen shared with me. Archivist says, Galeen is my partner. She was returning late one night when she caught sight of Chief Hermes sending Metean heavensward. A host of... For several days, she would speak of that scene with wonder, describing it as one of the most beautiful spectacles she had ever witnessed.
Then it says that sounds like a story I should like to hear.
Archivist says, Mistress Venet, I thought you had already Permit me to thank you again for your invaluable contribution to our concept placement proposal.
Then it says, pray do not mention it. As you say, my original plan was to leave after that task, but I have since become engrossed with Chief Hermes. Would you favor me with a retelling of this sight which so delighted your gleam?
Archivist says, of course. Or you could hear it from her lips direct. At present, she should be observing a subject in Metabasios. She does enjoy her time there, watching the sea creatures hunt and play, gazing upon the salty waters of the world's oceans, recreated in such sublime I imagine you must find similar joy in indulging your boundless curiosity, mistress, even though such pursuits must continually and regretfully delay your return to the star.
Then it says, indeed they do.
Archivist says 'tis a rest well deserved and long overdue, I should think. How greatly have we prospered for the wisdom you accumulated during your... And what would Alpis be without your earlier academic work?
Hello,
The theories you developed served as the basis of many techniques still in use today. Man is a creature of contemplation, but none embody that nature with as much enduring passion as you. I dare say there is not a soul alive more worthy of a return. I shall rejoice the day you depart on your final...
Then it says, I will be honored. Well, shall we take this opportunity to meet with Colleen in person?
Archivist says, then allow me to reconfigure the door to the ark. It will take you up to the Skyway, and spare you the need to avoid hostile concepts on the ground.
Then it says that would be most helpful, thank you.
Archivist says, I have opened the path to the Skyway. Once you pass through the door, simply walk straight across to the next tower and ask for admittance to the upper tier. Archivist says, upon arriving at the upper tier, walk straight across the Skyway, and you will find yourself at the entrance to Metabasios Thorlasai. Galeen will be eager to share her tale with you, I am sure. Archivist says, Mistress Venet. Just passing through? Then allow me to prepare the path. If you need further assistance, there is always an observer or two out on the upper Skyway.
Are you still in that dungeon?
Nope, I just ended it.
For some reason, the wiki isn't loading for me. I am on Witness to the Spectre. Or Spectacle, sorry. How far am I away from the quest Buried Memory? I know it's 7.1. Oh, sorry, 6.1.
Observer says, Mistress Venet, I was not told to expect. We would have prepared an official welcome. Venet says, please, there is no need for fanfare. I only wish to speak with Colleen, if that might be arranged. Observer says yes. Colleen. Of course.
Yeah, Cloudflare is not letting me load the wiki right now.
But she may be engaged in a testing phase.
I don't have a quest on here that you're looking for.
Your business is urgent?
Buried Memory?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it's 7.1.
Then it says that
oh, sorry,
won't be
6.1.
necessary. This lovely view will keep
the last
us
one of
occupied until she is ready
6.2.
to receive us.
6.2?
So you're 42 quests away.
So I am 42 quests away from passing Da.
Yes.
Because that's where I am with Da.
Well, you're almost there.
A delightful breeze and a breathtaking view.
Yeah, I asked Gemini, and you know what it said?
What is it like in the future? Is the world still a beautiful place?
Gemini said I was a minimum of 100 MSQ steps away. It literally said I was 40 to 50 hours of non-stop gameplay without any distractions.
And the adoration in your voice.
That's why I asked you, because I was like, I'm a little like, I don't believe that answer from Gemini.
And not the portentous events.
Yeah, you're 42, 43 quests away.
Delights all your own. By learning about the future world, I may gain insight
before it gets any later in the
plans.
day, I'm gonna go to the store.
Okay. Would you mind keeping the stream open?
I have an interest simply as a fellow traveller. Short of going somewhere oneself, there's naught more stirring than hearing another's account.
Oh, yeah, be careful because of the winter storm that's coming, eh?
Yeah, that's why I'm...
I just got the notification on my phone.
Mike and Revna has logged out.
So be safe.
It's not doing anything here. It's not supposed to do anything until 8 p.m. tonight.
Oh, I thought it was ongoing now. Until 8. I thought that's what you said last night.
Well, it is, but it's not. There's nothing on the radar until almost 10 p.m. here.
Oh, okay. Do you want to bring me some,
do you want
to bring me some, like, College Junior or something?
Would that I could have been there to see it.
No. We don't even have that here.
What? I've always wanted to try it, or... What's the other one? White Castle. I've always wanted to try White Castle.
We don't have White Castle either.
Your brethren hold fast to their virtue.
We're lucky to have McDonald's.
To know that the light of mankind's potential still shines, even in that
Wendy's
faraway
is further
place,
out of my way.
It gives me heart.
Can you bring me some Tim's?
No, we don't have that here.
Alright,
I'll be back later.
Can you bring me some Dunkin' then?
I will treasure.
I've never had Dunkin'.
Nope. I'm leaving. Bye.
Bye.
As you know, I was once a scholar. And among other things, I sought to understand the workings of the world. What exactly is ether? How formed the laws of nature? Whence sprung mankind? Riddles and mysteries beyond counting. Over the years, I have managed to find answers to some few of them. Yet rather than attain a sense of mastery, the more I understood, the more I came to hold the world and its miracles in awe. We too are miracles, each and every one of us, born of the warm breath of life that traverses the heavens, swirling through eternity. When I fully grasped the improbability of our existence, nothing felt impossible anymore. If it could be imagined, it could be done. A passion swelled within me, an epiphany dispelling all preconceptions of what was natural and true, and a presence without, immense yet intimate, fate perhaps, holding us in its tender embrace. As reassuring as it was intimidating, how keenly aware I became of creation's fragility, built as it is upon precarious happenstance. I was overcome with an irrepressible urge to know the world more intimately, to hear its voice, feel its breath. I ventured forth on a journey that very day, So very long ago now. Freed from presumption and prejudice, I saw the world through a newborn's eyes. Everything fresh and new, and so beautiful. Lands that stretched on forever. Skies one could drown in. The heartbeat of nature, silent yet strong. And amidst it all a people, beacons of light and life. Laughter that warmed my heart like naught else before. They are my meaning, and my purpose, my love. And so long as they need help, I cannot return to the star. Perhaps my future self is still waiting for it. The moment she can let go and walk unto the end. Safe in the knowledge that man will find his own way. You, who are our future, tell me this, and tell me true. Has your journey been good? Has it been worthwhile?
Pray forgive my lateness. My observation subject was rather irritable, and it took a while to settle it down.
No need to apologize. Your work takes precedence. Besides, we had a pleasant conversation in the meantime.
You're too kind. Now then, I'm told you wished to ask me some questions.
Indeed. I've an interest in one of Hermes' creations. Meteon. You witnessed a host of them take flight, yes?
Oh, that! Yes, I did. 'Twas in the dark of the morn. I'd left the Thalassai after nocturnal observation. As I walked along, I spied a bright light climbing high into the southeastern skies. Then, in an instant, it was gone. Like a shooting star, only rising rather than falling. But then another shot up, then another, and another. Intrigued, I made my way to the edge to investigate. And who should I spy on an isle to the south but Hermes and Meteon, the Metea, rather. There were lots of them, and I realized they must be the shooting stars that I'd seen.
A dazzling spectacle indeed. Have you spoken with Hermes about this?
Oh, yes. The sight left such an impression on me that I approached him about his mystery project the very next day. Alas, he said that he couldn't reveal anything just yet, that he needed to conduct further tests. It shouldn't be long now, though. He often returns to that isle, and I have a feeling he's nearing a breakthrough.
Splendid. We are likewise eager for the details. Well, that is all we wish to ask. Thank you for taking the time to indulge our curiosity.
You're very welcome. It's always a pleasure to speak with other inquisitive souls. Oh, and will you be descending now? If so, I shall link the doors for you.
Please.
Then it says so, another piece of the puzzle falls into place. Then it says from what we've learned thus far, I think we can safely conclude that Hermes hasn't been revealing the details of his research to others. Which suggests that either someone will appropriate his discoveries and make use of them, or that Hermes himself will have a hand in causing the final days. Then it says since we have no reason yet to suspect the former, we should consider the latter the more likely possibility. Proceeding under that assumption, our next step should be to divine why, or even if, he might desire such a terrible fate for our star.
Oh, this side to open up first.
Then it says I should like to visit the site from which Hermes sent forth the meteor. If we are fortunate, we might find some hint of what drives this research of his. Then it says Colleen said she spotted them in the southeast, rising from an isle she could see from the edge. If we stand at that same vantage point, it should not prove too difficult to locate the isle in question. Let's take a look, shall we?
Really not having anybody here.
Bennett says now, if I were conducting some mystery research. Ah. What about that one? Have you the means to fly? 'Tis quite a distance away. Inconvenient, but hardly an insurmountable problem. To me, Argos. My friend, would you mind creating a double to carry Haven here over to that island?
Argos says.
Bennett says, stubborn creature. There is no place on this great star we have not together traveled, and still he remains obstinate in the presence of stranger. Argos has rather exacting standards, I'm afraid. What? You've ridden him before? Ah, your before meaning my after. Not at all confused. Interesting. 'Tis certainly not unthinkable. But speaking of the here and now, the quick solution is for us to face off in a sparring match. Bennett says demonstrate to him that you are capable of holding your own against me in battle, and you should convince Argos that you are worthy of his back. And besides, I might even teach you a thing or two into the bargain. You seem doubtful. But useful lesson or not, it will certainly be a moment to remember, a memory of the distant past to cherish. What say you, traveler out of time?
Do what I must.
I had a feeling you might say something like that. Know that you must give a good showing, however. Clear your mind and prepare your weapons. I will await you at the clearing over yonder.
You know what? I'm actually gonna go do that bonus fate. I can't get to it. Yeah, I can't get to it.
Then it says, shall we begin?
My game just crashed. I will be right back. I'm feeling.
Then it says, shall we begin? Be warned, I'll not go easy on you.
Let
Then
neither
it says
side
let
hold
neither side
back.
hold back.
My
My
blade
blade
sings!
sings.
My blade
Then it
sings!
says my blade sings. Then it says impressive.
I shall have to try something different.
different.
No
quarter.
quarter. Have a
Then it
taste.
says have a taste.
I see
Then
you
it
won't be
says I see
easily
you won't be
overcome,
easily
but
overcome,
neither will
but
I.
neither will I.
Prepare yourself.
Prepare yourself.
Let
Then
neither
it says
side
let
hold
neither side
back.
hold back.
My blade
Then it
sings!
says my blade sings. says impressive.
I shall have to
I
try
shall have to try
something
something different.
No
No
quarter.
quarter.
Have a taste. I see you won't be easily overcome, but neither will I. Prepare yourself. Very well.
Let
us move to the final trial.
Then it says break your chains, shed your burdens, and show me your strength of will.
You still stand. The people of your
time
time are more
more
resilient than I had dared hope. I have seen enough. 'Twas my intent to finish it, but clearly I underestimated you. One would think I never learn. I made the same mistake with Azem when we first sparred. Despite being less than half my age, her strength was astounding. As is yours. 'Tis plain you have weathered considerable hardship. Far more even than your tales would suggest. It seems we have both learned much on our journeys. Well now, I dare say he has warmed to you. A boon to be sure. He never forgets his favorites, and is ever eager to come to their aid.
Then it says Argus will soon have us standing on the very spot where the Meteor made their departure into the night sky. With luck, we will learn something of Hermes' intentions. Then it says my hope is that we find no connection, no festering wish for oblivion. Then we might have Hermes and his considerable expertise working for us rather than against us. Then it says let us move over to the edge before mounting, shall we? That will allow Argus to catch the currents rising up from below, and give us a smooth ride over to the isle.
Argus motions to his back with his muzzle.
Then it says isn't this pleasant? Argus certainly seems to think so. Then it says now, what was the name of that tree? Then it says Noe, something. Ah. Noetophorion. Quite a striking specimen, is it not? Then it says brace yourself for the landing. I wouldn't want you tumbling off at the last moment.
Quite a small place. lacking even the most basic equipment. The present may yield no clues, but we may yet try perusing the past. Have you done this before? So you cannot control the power freely. Worry not. I shall assist you. Come and stand before me. There are two ways to see the past. The first entails peering through the walls of the soul in the moment a subject is recalling a memory. The second requires no subject, and is instead a process of piecing together an event from ripples left in the ambient ether. As memories are etched upon the ether of the soul, so too are they etched upon the ether of the world. In this way can history be preserved. Such memories are given to fading, however, and can prove challenging to visit. But come, let us try. Close your eyes.
All units fully functional and proceeding on course towards their respective stars. Estimated time to completion of survey is 108 cycles. End of status report. Severing connection with shared consciousness. Did you hear that, Hermes? All is well.
Yes. Good tidings at long last. Every step of the way, I've been reminded how little we understand creation. How the universe defies imagination.
But soon we won't need to speculate. We'll know the answers. What others live for.
Indeed. And we'll owe it all to you and your sisters.
I wonder what answers we will get.
Whatever intelligent beings that exist out there are bound to be vastly different from us. Diverse in form and culture. Possessed of unique ways of thinking. Their conception of life and its purpose will be no exception. Completely and utterly unlike ours.
Utterly unlike... how?
I have no idea. Yet whatever answers we receive, I will not dismiss them out of hand. No, I will think earnestly on them all. And I will share them with our people, that together we may contemplate our own existence. Perhaps then our star will become a better place. Not only for man, but for all life. Meteion, though I gave you wings to soar the heavens, I did not teach you how to walk the earth. So loath was I to bind another living being. In the course of your long journey, you will learn from those you meet, learn to walk and run and so much more. And when you return, older and wiser, we will have a celebration to mark your homecoming and coming of age both.
Will there be apples? Covered in syrup?
And how are you supposed to eat them? Rather than food, perhaps... a flower. Yes. Upon your return, I will gift you a beautiful flower.
So, what is your opinion? I understand. He is a gentle soul, and well-intentioned. Yet it does not take ill intent to beget ill. We must consider the possibility that something may have gone awry. Perhaps it was oversight, or simply an accident. In light of this, I propose that we reveal your tale to Hermes himself. If he does not wish for the final days, as we believe, he may well join us in pursuing a solution. Then it is settled. Let us seek out our friend with all swiftness. 'Twould not do to let such a pure soul be blackened by tragedy.
Then it says there are any number of places where Hermes might be in Elpis. Then it says but we could do worse than to look in Ctissus Hyperborea, the largest facility. It stands in Ethos Eliticos Boreas, the Northern Isle. I wonder, Haven, for an institution which claims to studiously research every species destined for release into the world, did you not question how they find room for them all on so few islands? The answer lies within Ctissus itself. I touched upon the practice before back at the archives, where a vast area is stitched together out of multiple conceptual spaces. The same holds true for the interior of this facility and its magically constructed environs. Then it says 'tis there, within those sprawling habitats, that the chief overseer and most of Elpis' observers conduct the bulk of their work. Then it says come, the simplest route is via the Neus north of Poyet and Oikos. Student says you're a visitor, too, aren't you? Perhaps you might be willing to help me, then. Did you happen to see a blue-haired woman in the area? She wouldn't have been wearing a mask. Student says I see. She and I are students of Academia Enider, and we had intended to spend our downtime visiting Elpis together. Student says we were just on our way when she realized she forgot something back in Anagnoresis, so she ran back, and that was the last I saw of her. She can be a bit, how shall I put it, scatterbrained, so she may well have simply got lost on her way back. Student says I would rather not search for her myself, for what if she comes back while I'm away? So, if it isn't too much trouble, perhaps you would be so kind as to look for her? Student says like us she won't be wearing a mask, and so should stand out a touch. You'll find her in the area of Philomy's Nodos in all likelihood. If you do come across her, could you help her out a bit? See she makes it back? Myra says, well, this is a pickle. Whatever am I to him? Please tell me you're here to deliver a message from Cleon. You are familiar, yes? Myra says Ozum's familiar? Oh, and I do like the name. Haven. Myra says, but if you belong to Ozum, then what has become of our visitor from Amorat? He was meant to arrive some time ago. Our wildlife subjects are accustomed to the presence of long-term observers, but when someone from outside of Elpis comes to visit, the reactions can be somewhat unpredictable, and occasionally violent. Myra says, would you be so kind as to track down Cleon and see that no harm has befallen him? Visitors don't wear masks, so he should be easy to spot. And if you do happen to find him in the process of being mauled, you have my permission to terminate the offending subject. Safety first.
Cleon says thank you for taking the initiative. I wasn't sure about the etiquette of destroying a creature under observation. I am Cleon, recently arrived from Amarot. I assume Myra sent you to fetch me? Cleon says I see. Well, we had best not keep her waiting any longer. Fear not, I will avoid upsetting any more of the local inhabitants.
Myra says Haven, thank you for seeing to the safety of our...
Cleon says indeed, my hesitancy to act would have ended poorly had your messenger not been there to
Myra says, and I'm certainly glad that she was. Now, shall we proceed to the business of the day? I believe you had some concerns regarding your personal creation.
Cleon says yes. As embarrassing as it is to admit, I was worried that the concepts I registered with the Bureau of the Architect may not be fit for release.
Myra says, oh, you needn't feel embarrassed. You wouldn't be the first visitor we've had who's expressed difficulty in helping their children leave the nest. We can look in on them right now, if you like.
Cleon says I should like that very much, but I do. When you swooped in to rescue me from that beast, I was treated to an impressive display of battle prowess. An entity with your strength and instinct would be the perfect candidate for evaluating the worth of my modest creations. I must insist that you join us.
Myra says, what a fascinating notion. Yes, I quite agree.
Cleon says, then we all go together. Whenever.
This appears to be the teleporter Venet told you about. Motes of light yet hang in the air, suggesting the device was but recently activated.
Venet says, ah, good, the Neus acknowledged you as my guest. You should now have the authority to use it as you wish. As for the way to Dictus Hyperborea, we follow this path, then turn left at the crossroads. Venet says, here we are, the grandest research facility in El. We should head inside and ask after Hermes' whereabouts.
Question mark says Hermes is at another facility, as we have.
Ithlodeus says furthermore, we've confirmed that his studies into Dynamis, as well as his creation of meeting, were entire. No one else we spoke with appeared to possess the chief's depth of knowledge on the subject, and neither did we hear any tales of stolen research. Which means that if Hermes himself harbors no desire to bring down an apocalypse, then he might be recruited to help prevent one. Or so saith the illustrious Emet-Sulk. Emet-Sulk says according to your story, the 14 divined a connection between the celestial currents and the final days, but were never able to pinpoint the root cause of. Emet-Sulk says with our people's greatest minds, not to mention Ithlodeus' sharp eyes, committed to the pursuit of a solution, such an out. The only possible explanation is if the nature of the catalyst was so inexplicable that even we failed to perceive it. And what better fits that description than the invisible, intangible Dynamis? Ithlodeus says, which in turn leads us to our next question: how did Hermes, in his role as Fandaniel, not recognize? We must assume that he either knew and was unable to help, or that he was otherwise prevented from identifying the cause in the first place. At this juncture, all we can do is speculate. Emet-Sulk says, to be clear, the Convocation does not tolerate acts of deception or malice. We are practiced at perceiving truth, and would have known Hermes has no conscious wish for the world to end. Of that,
Then it says it seems there is more to the tale after all. We conducted an investigation of our own, you see.
Emet-Sulk says, how comforting. We seem to have reached the. Emet-Sulk says, I see no reason to delay further. 'Tis time we brought Hermes in. Emet-Sulk says, save your thanks. I did not say but as Emet-Sulk, I have a duty to examine any potential threat to our existence. No matter how ludicrous or personally offensive I'm. Ithlodeus says, I think the time for leisurely exploration is past. If I might have a moment to adjust my vision. Ithlodeus says, there he is. On the next tile over. Meeting is with him. Ithlodeus says Hermes appears to be in the midst of an observational study, but I suggest we hurry over before they venture elsewhere. Head straight down the path, we can teleport to Misopsis Euros from the device at the bottom of the slope.
This appears to be the teleporter to Miss Ops'.
Ithlodeus says they are close by, within the Hungering Gardens. That would be the circular enclosure you see just up ahead. Emmett Sulk says, well, then, Haven, make yourself useful and bring Hermes out here to us. Emmett Sulk says if I were to go, he would assume I was only there to press him on the Fandaniel matter. Of all of us present, you stand the best chance at convincing him to put aside his work for the moment. Ithlodeus says but the creations in there are not exactly. Ithlodeus says, then again, perhaps Haven can handle them. She did survive a bout with Venet, after all. Ithlodeus says off you go to find Hermes, but to be prepared to come to blows with the garden's denizens. Hermes says, Haven, what are you doing here? I thought you were keeping at Flodeus and Emmett Selk company. Hermes says, an important matter. And unrelated to my decision on Vandaniel, you say? Then, yes, I will come. As soon as my work here is finished. Hermes says it will not be long, I promise, but you should really wait outside the garden with the others. This is no place for idle exploration. If Flodeus says you spoke with Hermes, then? If Flodeus says, and were briefly entangled with the denizens of the Hungering Gardens as well, I see, or should I say, smell. I cannot speak for certain Convocation members, but I for one am impressed with your fortitude. Well done indeed. Now that you've convinced Hermes to confer with us, let us pray that things will soon take a turn for the better. For as fascinating as it would be to meet the Emmett Selk who would recreate a Morot in the depths of the ocean, I think it best for all concerned if such tragic events never came to pass. Be it in our future or your past, assuming yours is not truly written in stone. Naive hope that that is. Emmett Selk says Hermes said he would not be long, yes? Then we shall wait here until he emerges.
My apologies for keeping you waiting. I understand there is a matter you wish to discuss.
Aye, a matter of the utmost gravity, if one can suspend disbelief. Go on then. Tell him what you told us, who you are, and why you came.
The final days.
The phenomena observed during these star-encompassing calamities is likely the product of a dynamis reaction. and none is more versed in the applications of this energy than you, Hermes. I must stress that we do not believe you would desire such destruction. We come not to lodge accusations, but to beg your wisdom. And so, distressing though the exercise may be, I ask that you share with us your opinion on the matter, on the assumption that our visitor's tale is true.
Even you, Vana. As you say, the phenomena observed in the two calamities may both be attributed to Dynamis. Of note is the difference in its effect. In the first final days, it warped creation magics. In the second, it warped the people themselves. The key variable, I suspect, is the etheric density of the men of each age. As you know, ether, in essence, negates Dynamis. Harboring high concentrations of ether, we ancients cannot readily manipulate Dynamis, nor be manipulated by it. Therefore, rather than ourselves, the calamity affected our magics. In contrast, having been sundered, the people of the future are composed of but a fraction of our ether. Thus are they susceptible to the influence of Dynamis and its transformative potential. But that would explain only the mechanism, not the cause. Though perhaps...
What is it? Even should it be a hypothesis, we would hear it.
Dynamis is an energy put in motion by feelings. Feelings for which there must first exist a source. A source to which the victims must be attuned. One that harbors the selfsame negative emotions. Elsewise it could not be the agent of such extreme change.
So it wasn't the stagnation of the celestial currents. Someone, or something, is instigating the star's demise.
So, we've a villain on our hands after all. Any idea who or what it could be?
The celestial currents comprise the outermost layer of the star's ether, encasing it like a protective sphere. According to your tale, it was where the currents were weakest that the phenomena first manifested. If the inciting factor came from without Aetheris, then its effects would first be seen in those locations.
Greetings. Can you hear me? Do not be alarmed. I mean you no harm. I wish only to hear your words, share your feelings, know your thoughts. May we please be friends?
Meteon. What is it?
Executing scheduled task, suspending individual self and connecting to shared consciousness. Connection established. Commencing status report.
Steady, Meteon. Steady.
So scared. So lonely. The pain. It's too much. Why? Why do we...
She's gone? But how?
She has altered her etheric density in order to blend in with her surroundings, an ability for avoiding confrontation.
Most effective. Frustratingly so. I can't see her either. Not even a trace.
Stay away. Please. This is wrong. My mistake. So please.
Are you all right? In your mind? No. We only heard her speak the instant before she vanished.
Of course. When communicating without words, Meteion also employs Dynamis. That will explain why you were able to hear her, when we could not.
Then you are our best chance of finding her. Follow her voice and try to track her down. Hindered though we may be, let us split up and search as well.
You calm your mind, your senses questing for any hint of Meteion's presence. But you fail to hear her voice. She must be elsewhere. You calm your mind, your senses questing for any hint of Meteion's presence. Meteion says it seeps into my mind. Our voices reporting. No, no. Hermes mustn't hear them. I have to run, to hide. Meteion's anguished voice grows distant as the source seems to flee down the slope. You strain to catch even the faintest whisper, but fail to hear Meteion's voice. Question mark says greetings and salutations.
Meaty says commencing report. Oh no, we can't tell them that. We must run. Meaty says please, don't follow me.
Matean's anguished voice fades as you sense her climbing to the top of the ridge.
I just realized my mic was muted for the last little while. I am so sorry, everybody. I wasn't talking much, but I looked over and it was muted. The hell was that? I have a ghost in the house, that's all. Maybe I should be playing some Phasmophobia. I have a ghost here.
You strain to catch even the faintest whisper, but fail to hear Matean's voice. She must be elsewhere.
Now where is it? Right here.
Matan says how? How did it come to this? Is this the reason we traveled to the stars? Why we sought out other life forms? Is this it? Is this the answer? No, it cannot be, it cannot be. Matan's anguished voice drifts away to the south. You strain to catch even the faintest whisper, but fail to hear Matan's voice. She must be elsewhere. Question mark says compiling report for dissemination to Hermes and all peoples of
Meeting says processing expedition data. Preparing profiles, formulating answers to the question. Finalizing report. No, Haven. You mustn't listen. It's wrong, it's all wrong.
Matan's anguished voice flees towards the lake.
Emmett Selk says any sign of meeting? Panicked and confused, which will make it all the more difficult to predict her movements.
Then it says Hermes. What do you make of this situation?
Hermes says the meteor are linked to a single mind, a shared consciousness which connects them across any distance.
Are you bullying Medion?
I suspect something has happened which disrupted.
Bullying her?
Then it says how might we access this shared consciousness of the...
I didn't even know you came back.
Hermes
I just came
says
back.
much as you would approach any sentient being. In the meteor's case,
Yeah, I had
Where are you in the
looking to
story?
any incarnation within physical
The
reach.
quest is...
Then it says so unless we can track down the Mate we
what's
just
the quest
lost,
called again?
we have
It's
no means
called
to communicate
Words
with
Without
no
Sound,
way
I
of
think?
knowing what befell her sisters,
Oh, you're close
no
to
way
the
to
next
provide
dungeon.
directions or guidance.
Yeah.
I'll log in and
Emmett
help you
Selk
with that
says
dungeon
then
if
we
you'd
had
like.
best set our musings aside.
Sure.
and
Yeah, I
concentrate
had to
on
call upon the Novice Network because in order to find Medion, I had a massive fate that was right in the like the boss was standing on top of Medion. So I was like, help! Yeah, so I just ended
Hermes says,
Words
"Oh,
Without Sound.
My dear Meaty, what did you witness out there that frightened you so? Why do you seek to keep it from us? How terrible could it possibly be?"
So, you know what's hilarious? Gemini is trying to tell me that I am 1 hour, maybe an hour and a half from
Lodeus says correct me if I'm
catching up to
wrong,
Dar.
but Meaty renders herself invisible by matching her etheric density to that of her surroundings, does she not?
So when I asked, I said, "Are you sure?" And you know what it literally said? Yes, if you basically fast click every single text box and you skip every cutscene, you would be there in 1 hour.
If so, could we not then disrupt
That's
her
funny.
concealment with a circuit of ether?
Why would I
Much how
fast skip
Emmett
and
Selk
skip every
solidified your
cutscene, right?
presence when first we met you.
And then I also asked, what do you assume would be the estimated length to do each dungeon?
Emmett
And it
Selk
said you
"Don't
can
be
do it
absurd.
unlocked
I can
in
hardly channel
with
ether to
a
recipient
strong
whose
team. You can do it in
whereabouts
1
are
to
hidden
2
from me."
minutes per dungeon. Per
My
dungeon.
dad.
If Lodeus says which is
They
why we
said
must all work
They
together.
verify your data.
Mike and Revna has logged in.
Haven will continue the search
Then I
in the
said,
same
okay,
manner as
so
before, but this
assuming I
time with
don't
you in
skip
tow.
cutscenes, I
Once she
don't
ascertains meeting's likely location,
fast click
you
through all
proceed to
text,
reveal
and
our
I
word
do it
familiar
at
with a
normal
swift
pace of, let's say,
imperial
30
downpour.
minutes a dungeon. They said you are anywhere between 18 to 99 hours.
Then it says very clever. And thankfully, she has made herself easier to capture by fleeing towards Lethe.
Does it not know how to do a better estimate than that?
Assuming she is made visible,
No.
it should prove no great feat
18
to
to
herd her into a corner.
99 hours.
If
It's a little
Lodeus
ridiculous.
says then we have our plan. Haven and Emmett Selk will be our tracker and chopper respectively, while we others predict and obstruct meetings' avenues of escape. Emmett Selk and I will keep an eye on each other's ether to help coordinate our efforts. Let us be about it. Emmett Selk says, well, it seems we are partners for the time being. Let us return to where we last saw meeting and pick up the trail from there. I will keep myself in a state of preparedness, ready to rain down ether at a moment's notice, meaning it falls to you to keep the way clear.
Emmett Selk is now accompanying. Keep him at your side in order to proceed with quest objectives. You can leave Emmett Selk behind by entering a different area, or by speaking with him and selecting the option to part ways. If you wish to have Emmett Selk you calm your mind, your senses questing for any hint of Matean's presence. Matean says, why can't I fly? Are my functions being restricted? Hide, yes, I'll just have to hide, then. Where no one can find me. Matean's anguished voice heads towards the water's edge.
Emmett Selk says she went into the lake, as if this wasn't tiresome enough. Well, at least that open expanse should make her easier to find. We won't lose her this time.
Wait, you think they can just attack me?
Meaty says not here. I'm not here. Emmett Selk says by the dock, is she? Meeting says what? Why can't I hide? Meeting says Haven. What are you saying? I'm sorry. I'm not strong enough. Stay away. Don't make me say it. It will break him. His paw. Emmett Selk says now we have a chance. Once the others are in position, the two of us can herd her into their midst.
Where am I going? This way.
Emmett Selk says there. I see her.
Run, Forrest, run!
Run.
Aha! Give chase. We shall herd her into the shelter.
Please, Mission. We must speak.
I'm sorry, Hermes. I'm so sorry. If someone can hear these words, then please. Please protect them. Protect them all. Individual self-suspended. Connection with shared consciousness stable. Our survey is complete. We shall now report our findings. All units safely arrived at their respective destinations. Seeking answers to Hermes' question, we attempted to make contact with the intelligent denizens of each star. Results are as follows, in order of numerical code. Enna. Traces of civilization found. Structures believed to have served as domiciles. No extant life forms detected. Dio. Ruined remnants of buildings scattered across star, surface of which is encased in ice. Presence of life could not be verified. Tria. Evidence of large population centers, akin to cities recovered. No extant life forms found, only their lingering essence. Tessera. Edifices surmised to be abandoned residences found. No extant life forms detected. Deadly plague or extreme environmental degradation likely to have led to mass extinction.
They are all dead.
Octo. Star found in state of violent conflict. Contact successfully made with inhabitants, but deployment of weapons of mass destruction resulted in total annihilation of local population shortly thereafter. Inea. Star is a barren desert. No identifiable flora found. Bones of living beings resembling men discovered beneath sands, but determination regarding their intelligence inconclusive.
Remind me, Hermes, what exactly was the question you entrusted to Meteion?
I tasked her with asking what others live for. What gives their lives meaning.
Did you consider what may happen if the premise of the question is flawed? To be able to answer it, one must be living and desire to continue doing so. But if Meteion finds no living beings in the course of her journey, or none who desire to live, what then? What answers would she derive from their silence?
Meteion, enough! Suspend your mission and return hither at once.
Decapente. Local civilization once flourished under auspices of higher power. Said power later laid waste to civilization in fit of rage. Upon revealing this to me, entity elected to self-terminate in lieu of providing answer to question. No other intelligent life forms found.
Turning a deaf ear, are we? We are taking Meteion back to Amarot. As I understand, we will need her if we are to bring back all of her sisters.
Yes. Meteion, It isn't right, is it? It isn't right to turn away from the answer. Even if the answer is pain. Even if we aberrations must scream ourselves hoarse to be heard. Aye. Whatever answers we find, I will not dismiss them out of hand. These words I said to you, and I will hold myself to them.
What is the meaning of this?
You cannot take Meteon, not until she has finished her report. All else must wait.
You fool!
Emmett Selk says, why, Hermes? Why could you not leave well enough alone? Will these answers assuage the pain you feel when a creation is returned to ether? Had you never cast your accursed question to the distant stars, you may have one day learned to be at peace upon this one. Iflodeus says Hermes has headed to Ctisis. Considering the expansive dimensions of the place, even we may have a difficult time locating his ether. All I can say is that he entered from the rooftop, and likely arrived at the uppermost point in the facility. So, do we pursue him? Emmett Selk says of course we pursue him. No matter what Hermes might be thinking, Meteon is a potential threat that needs to be brought under our control. The Convocation's duty to safeguard this star takes precedence over any personal stake in the matter.
I didn't see that.
Iflodeus says Venet, Haven.
Venet says 'tis clear we stand on a precipice, but we have yet to determine beyond a shadow of a doubt that Meteon's is the hand which tips us over the edge. Nevertheless, if we are to learn the truth of the final days, we must give chase. And even if neither Hermes nor Meteon is ultimately responsible, we cannot leave them to suffer this torment alone.
Iflodeus says agreed on all counts. To Ctisis Hyperborea we go.
Then it says, what have we here? Excuse me, has something happened inside Dissus?
Scholar says, Mistress Venet. I'm so glad. No one knows what prompted it, but the alarm was sounded and Ctisis put into a state of procedure dictated that we evacuate immediately, and we have yet to investigate.
Recently on
Emmett
Discord.
Salk says, this is Hermes' doing.
You sent me something on Discord?
If
Sending it to you
Lodeus
right
said,
now.
what does this state of alert in? Scholar says a field of dampening magic is draped over the entire facility, usually in response to escaped Ctisis scholars and observers are unaffected, but everything, and everyone, else is weakened to a fraction of their usual capability. If Lodeus says, then consider us forewarned. We do, however, have urgent business with Chief Hermes.
Why are you using Gemini to look up this shit?
Because I can't access,
That
it's
said,
giving me
if Hermes is
Cloudflare
willing
errors.
to enact such measures, I wonder what other obstacles he has seen fit to drop in our path. With that enfeebling spell in place, we're not like to be at our fighting best. And I was hardly an effective combatant to begin with. I've little to offer beyond my ethereal vision. Emmett Salk says, then you will put the talent of yours to good use. You were fairly skilled at spotting weaknesses. If Lodeus says fairly skilled, now you've gone and raised every...
Then it says you all need only make the most of your strengths, and I will fill in the gaps as required. I was once awesome, after all. 'Twas my job to rise to the occasion, be that as defender.
If Lodeus says, I feel better about my lack of... And you, Emmett Salk, can impress us with your arcane majesty. You lob potent spells as easily as breathing, but can also channel that power in a protective manner if you so choose. Emmett Salk says, well, yes. If Lodeus says, excellent. That should cover...
You are Canadian.
I know, I'm Canadian. But it's Emmett, he just said
Then
A
it
like
says your
3
tale
different
led us
times.
here, Haven, so 'tis only right that you lead us now. No matter what lies ahead, we will win through to her. And then we will face the future together.
Pistis Hyperbolea is now available.
I'll do that with you.
Only as a dragoon.
Okay.
Thank you, WiseBot, for removing the spam. Are you still in here in Elpis? No, you're not.
No. No, I'm in Tuliyola.
Oh, okay. Because I just need to do one more quest to get flight.
Oh, that's boring.
Oh, of course, just as I was about to start this quest, it pops. I literally just got here and it popped.
We have a dark night.
Really Malchos says /. Don't worry about that lol, watch the cutscenes entirely if you wish.
Hermes says please, join back. Else I might be forced to.
I'm not sure how I just got here. This way. This way.
Fucked up my rotation.
Good job. You have to be behind the snowbank. To the left, to the left.
I'll take that.
I'm warning you. Stay away.
Stay away!
Where'd y'all go?
Upstairs. Run, Forrest, run. Yay. I'm surprised you haven't died yet. Although.
Hermes says I cannot let you take Matea. Nugget.
Rough one.
Just for that, I'm gonna jump off the edge of this balcony.
Good luck.
I'm gonna jump right now. I missed.
Right.
I'll jump right now then. Jeez, how high in the sky are we, you think?
I must hear their answers.
Oh no, don't look down.
Oh my god, I don't want to look down. We're gonna go even higher? Oh my god.
Uh-huh.
So, it comes to this. I've no wish to fight, but this time, I cannot yield. Though the world may think me a mad, desperate fool, I will hold fast to my conviction. I will have the time and tranquility I require. Dust and pain, gather to me! Ancient breath, unleash your power!
Oh boy.
There, you wanted me to die? There you go.
Stars on high!
Fall as rain.
Fall as rain!
Oh, I thought I was about to die there.
Oh.
Surge
is one!
God.
Inbound stack number 2.
my
glow! On high!
Fall as rain.
Fall as rain!
I'm not finished yet.
I'm not finished yet.
Revna says GG.
Foxfield Behemoth says GG.
No. My power.
Oh, I can't even give anybody comms. Everybody left me. They were probably all mentors too, so they didn't need it.
It's over, Hermes. In the name of the Convocation, I hereby take Meteion into custody. And setting aside the matter of your nomination, you will come with us too. We require your knowledge to assess and resolve the situation.
Meteion, I am so sorry. Would that I could have listened to your report in full. Reflected upon its meaning and conveyed it to others, that they might reconsider their chosen course. But I have failed, and that wish will never be realized. However, ere our fates become the province of others, I bid you tell me just one thing. Was there happiness in those distant stars? Was there a reason for living?
We conducted our search as per your instructions. We scoured historical records, communed with the spirits of the deceased, heard the final testaments of the dying, welcomed their shadowed hearts into our own. One race had striven to create a world bereft of animosity. They renounced relationships to avoid interpersonal strife.
I'm back.
And in so doing, brought about societal collapse.
Even though you left.
One race had renounced war and devoted itself to the enrichment of its people. They were conquered.
Yes,
But
I
they
don't rewrite
destroyed
back
the
to the
enemy in
cutscene.
reprisal.
I was grabbing myself a drink
They
on the
could
foot.
not regain their former glory.
Mm.
One race had concluded that finite time was the root of all woes. Aspiring to shatter its shackles, they went in search of infinity. They discovered nothing is infinite, and that neither time or death can be cheated. Disillusioned, they gave up on the future and themselves. One race had discarded all things that gave rise to sorrow, hoping to have only joy. They found joy lost its savor in the absence of sorrow, and lost their will to live. Though worlds apart, these peoples shared a belief. The belief that they had tried their best. That they had tried to fulfill their potential with every step and success. In the course of which, they learned the truth. That they would never be free of fear and sorrow, anger and despair, of loneliness, so long as they yet lived. Even now their souls cry out for oblivion. And to this song of anguish, I lend my voice. We lend our voice. Oh, beloved mankind, shimmering jewels of beautiful Etheris, rejoice, for we will free you from the cruel yoke of existence. There is no need to struggle in vain, for in nihility awaits salvation. You will know peace and serenity, and it will be beautiful. We will make our nest at the edge of the universe, and there in the dark of dead worlds hoard sorrow and suffering. There we will sing, our chorus ever louder and ever clearer, that our song may reach even this ether-shrouded star. Such is the answer we have found in the stars. Such is the gift we now offer to Etheris.
Who are you to decide our fate? To decree we live or die? Have you lost your mind? You heard what she said. She means to destroy us all, yet you'd still take her side?
In the name of the star, we have discarded those creations that we deemed flawed. If we ourselves are flawed, does it not stand to reason that we too should be discarded?
That is sophistry, and you know it!
Perhaps it is. Perhaps I am wrong. Who is to say that you are right? Let us settle this with a determination. In my authority as Chief Overseer of Elpis, I will make a judgment on man's fitness to exist. If he can learn to value all life and retain his will to live, even should his end be justified, he will surely find a way to avert his demise. If not, he will perish in starve. As with all determinations, provisions must be made to ensure fairness. Kairos! Awaken!
Memory reconfiguration system Kairos activated. Awaiting instruction.
Command. Universal memory alteration. Target area. Catesis Hyperborea. Starting point. Arrival of Emmet Selk of the Convocation at Propylion. Endpoint. The present. Erase the memories of all events and replace with a vague recollection of the following. I was here, preparing to demonstrate the functionality of Kairos to Emmet Selk and Hythlodaeus. Meteon's shared consciousness became unstable. She and her sisters could not sustain their existence, and all dissipated with a burst. The resultant shockwave accidentally triggered Kairos, which erased several days of memories from all present. Execute.
Command acknowledged. Initializing. 3 processes remaining to execution.
Bravo. I dare say one would be hard-pressed to make it fairer. Everything that you told us, everything that has happened, the fact we've even met, it will all be gone.
Go, Meteon. To the edge of the universe, where none can reach you.
Hermes? Won't you come with me? If you were to shed your flesh, I should be able to carry you.
I will remain. As a man, I will oppose the oblivion you bring.
Silly fool. Had you said yes, I would have granted you the gentlest end.
This ends here!
Fly, Meteon!
That is far enough, Hermes!
Argos, to me!
First process complete. 2 remaining to execution of memory reconfiguration.
As if we needed more pressure. No matter what, you cannot forget what happened today. For it is the key to saving your future. Your world.
You dissolve the party?
This fight is our fight. What comes after, our
Why?
problem
Because of
to
the
contend
45-minute cutscene?
Not yours. No. Your own struggle awaits. And no one else can.
You could go do. You could do Pretoria before this cutscene is over.
And I will see.
Yeah, I know.
Now then, where is it? There you are, my little confluence.
You know what makes me sad about my bot that I created?
That it looks like you?
No, not that. So I have put in over 100 different quotes, 30 of them being from Ouchie. Not a single one of them have come from Ouchie.
Very well then.
I put in over 100 quotes,
But not
and
forever.
one of the 3 was from Ouchie Phone. And not a single one has come up yet.
Meteon's gotten
And
away.
let's swap to
Second process
Mike and Red now
complete.
has logged out.
One remaining to
Assassin's
execution.
Creed. Or level up.
Ugh. No time for brooding. Listen well. Beyond lies a spatial confluence that connects the interior sections of this building. I will destroy the confluence and force open a way outside. When I do, you must jump through.
I cannot tell you how sorry I am. But neither can I let you escape!
Oh my god.
Too brave by half. Exemplary work, as always, Emmett Selk.
What? But how? I thought the confluence was... over...
Over there? Yes. We were rather hoping you would.
It was never anywhere but where it is now. The instant those two began making their way towards nothing, 'twas clear the plan was a diversion.
I'm quite incapable of destroying a confluence, I must confess.
A gambit brazen beyond words. Though we've grown accustomed to reckless improvision due to the antics of an incorrigible associate. Though, in the case of certain present company, incorrigible is an understatement. Honestly, I'm beginning to suspect it's a requirement for every Azen. There's no time! Quickly! Even now, I do not believe your tale. I would not suffer us to walk such a wretched path. Still, if it must be said, do not squander it. The legacy I leave you.
Final process complete. Executing universal memory alteration.
Go, Argos! I'm fine. Just a little tired. Can it be true? Are we the only ones left who see beauty in the world? In life? Are the stars above no more than husks of fallen civilizations? And yet, I feel her. Though she is unimaginably distant, I feel Meteion's presence, and the place where to we must go. Ere she made good her escape, I placed an enchantment upon her, one which allows us to follow her trail. She has already left the outermost bounds of Aetheris, and continues on her way. Given the vastness of the universe, it will still be no easy feat to track her down. But thanks to Emet-Selch and his Ladeus, all is not lost. We remember. So long as we remember, our fates remain ours to shape. I'd like to know too. Let us ascertain the situation at Kutisis Hyperborea, where they should still be. Given the likely state of their memories, however, it would be imprudent for us to approach them directly. In which case... I am sorry, my friend. I've asked much of you this day. But may I trouble you one last time? Argos will investigate in our stead. We will share in his consciousness and see and hear as if we were with him. Now, close your eyes and open your mind.
Thank goodness you are unharmed.
Unharmed? There is a gaping hole in my memories. I can scarcely remember arriving here in Elpis.
Forgive me. I was preparing to demonstrate the functionality of Kairos to our guests. But Meteion, her shared consciousness became unstable. And she...
So, that's what prompted the state of alert. And when you went to investigate, you were caught in Kairos's accidental operation.
So it would seem. It's all a blur to me.
Such an unfortunate accident. Oh, and what of Venar and your other companion? You went inside together, as I recall.
We did?
If Venar was with us, I have no recollection of it. But that there is her familiar, is it not? The fellow seems happy enough, so I think it's safe to assume his mistress is well. I haven't the slightest notion who this other companion might be, however.
Ah, well, that individual struck me as a bit different, for want of a better word. Perhaps it wasn't actually a person, but some manner of creation.
Curious.
An uncle?
I must ask Venara about it when next we meet.
Uncle.
Yes, yes, you do that. Now, if we may tend to Hermes, whatever this Meteon did, it seems he bore the brunt of it. Once you are fit to travel, you will return with us to Amarot. We need to make certain there are no other ill effects. Also, I am here on business of the 14. We've already had the conversation, like as not, but since your toy wiped my memory, we'll have to have it again.
Yes, of course. As you see fit.
Kind of reminds me
This
of
Kairos, it manipulates memories through the emission of
the
etheric
Prince
waves,
in 15.
correct? There is a theory which holds that
Noctis?
memories scoured by blasts of ether
Hermes right now reminds me of
in
Noctis.
the underworld. If true, then perhaps when our time comes to return to the star, we shall remember these few days we have lost.
Because of his hairstyle, but he's giving me massive
doubt
Noctis
interest
vibes.
Occurred. Look forward to the revelation.
Maybe it's the fact that he's just
but
hanging
I
out to
should prefer
Emmett.
to reminisce on more meaningful
Maybe.
moments.
Yeah, he's giving me total Noctis vibes.
Let us rest. If only for a while. After all, you and I... Oh, we still have a long, long way to go.
Then it says, are you feeling at all recovered? I understand that your exertions were more than purely physical,
That's stout.
but resting one's body, if only for a moment, is never without merit.
That was 26 minutes, that cutscene.
As for Hermes, I think it unlikely he will create more Antelekes. He poured much of himself into Metean, and now that she and her sisters are gone, dissipated, in his mind, the grief must be unbearable. He will blame himself. He will believe that, had he never acknowledged his dissatisfaction with the world, then the Metea would have never been born to suffer and die. The offer to join the 14 will be a welcome distraction, and one day hence, he will face the advent of the final days in the role of Van Daniel.
You may now enter Ctus Hyperborea with a party of NPC avatars. To make use of this feature, open the Trust interface located under Duty in the main menu.
Haven, listen to me. Our duty now is not to denounce Hermes for his misguided determination, or to convince Emet-Selch and Hyvladeus that they have been deceived. No, we must instead ensure that the experiences Hermes sought to expunge are preserved. What remains in our memories alone will be our weapon against the final days. You must fight this battle in your age, and I in mine. Come, let us walk together once more. I will see you to the doors of Propylaeon. Student says yes. Can I help you? Oh, wait. Do you need directions somewhere? Not to be rude, but I beg of you, ask someone else. I happen to be... What was that? A woman asked you to come and find me? That would be my friend, no doubt. How embarrassing. I had hoped to keep this hopelessly directionless side of myself under wraps. I feel terrible leaving her like that, but I'd clean forgotten a task from one of my professors. I rushed back to collect the item I was asked for, which I found, thankfully, but got rather turned around when attempting to return. Student says, but don't you worry about me. I'll be just fine on my own. Now, if I'm right, then following this road east will lead me to a teleporter, I think. I know. You mean it? Truly? Well, that is, if you're heading in that direction anyway, I don't see why I shouldn't tag along. Oh no, please, after you. If I'm able to get as far as the teleporter that connects to Point and Oikos, I should be able to make the remainder of the trip on my own. Now then, would you mind?
The blue-haired student is now accompanied. You may leave this line if you wish.
What a relief it is to see a familiar sight. I should be all right without you now. After all, it's just a straight shot from here to Point and Oikos. Goodness, the earful I'm going to get from my friend. I've kept her waiting for far too long. Well, I really should. Student says thank you for your help. Truth be told, when my friend first dashed off, I had assumed it was because she forgot an assignment from Metron. Lo and behold, I was right.
My gaming may be short-lived.
We are studying at the words of Metron in Academia Eniter, learning all weekend about the engendering of aquatic life from that self-same master. Student says honestly though, I've no idea why Metron would ask me to procure a flower of all things, and one that's still undergoing testing in Elpis. It's very beautiful, yes, but what has it to do with ichthyology? Student says well, nothing, but that's the point, surely. It must be intended as a present, one meant for Logriff. Metron is hopelessly enamored, as we all well know. Student says we do. This is certainly news to me. Though now that you mention it, I suppose I have seen sparks between them. I wonder why I never noticed before?
Thank you.
That settles it. We need to hurry back and begin an in-depth observation of their romantic entanglements. I can't believe I've wasted all this valuable research time lost amongst the trees. And I would have wasted even more if not for you, good lady. Student says now that my friend and I are together again, we can get back to the academia and deliver the flower to Metron before it wilts. But before we rush off, a reward. You certainly deserve it.
Definitely makes no sense to do this quest after we just lost Metron. Because we just lost Metron with that dungeon, right? With that 30 or 45 minute cutscene.
Yep.
And the quest that gives you flying literally says, now that my friends are together again, we can get back to the academia and deliver the flower to Metron. Like,
well,
I should be able to fly. Why can't I fly? Why can't I fly?
because you're missing a current, probably.
Am I? Oh my god, I am. And you're not in game, are you?
Nope.
Where do you think it is? I'm thinking it's up here. I'll wait for you to see on stream.
Rip.
Should I ask the novice? Do you think anybody would do it for me? Or
No, I think you need to do it yourself and suffer.
God damn it! Should it take me to get there? When it catches up, you should read what I wrote in Novice Network. Oh. You should be able to see it fairly soon. Oh. fall damage is real, fall damage is real. Oh my god. The worst part is I angered somebody when I landed. So now I have to get the hell out of there. Still haven't recovered all my HP from that fall damage yet. Kidding me? Are you kidding me?
Did you die?
No. I thought it was up here on this island.
It's not.
You knew that, didn't you? You
Pepperoni. But you're fine. You can use raw intuition. Equilibrium.
Did it. Now I'm about to have flight. I'm still so mad at you. The only good thing is I was able to do 2 fates, okay? In this zone. And they were both bonus XP fights.
Your time in this age is drawing to an end. Upon speaking to Venet, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient.
We've got another long-ass cutscene.
Get a snack.
I wonder how long this cutscene is.
So, it is within. The portal that brought you hither, and will take you home.
I can't just go up and get a snack. I have to make choices. I literally stood up from my chair and then it literally was like, bing!
I appreciate your sentiment. I truly do. But 'tis a very long game that we must now play. And while you have maintained a stable presence here thus far, there are dangers in lingering over long. No. You must return to your own battlefield. Make use of the knowledge you have attained, that your days here and our friends' sacrifice be not in vain. With Meteon free to pursue her designs, 'tis only a matter of time until the final days are upon us. We must be ready. From fortifying our defenses to securing our escape, there is much to be done. In spite of this, we cannot allow the report that set this calamity in motion to become common knowledge. Were the masses to learn the fates of the other stars, I fear the situation would spiral out of our control. I must carefully consider who can be trusted and bring them into the fold. Ordinarily, I wouldn't hesitate to call upon the 14. However, it was the desire for a fair determination that drove Hermes to attempt to erase our memories. And were he made aware of his actions, there is no telling whether he would remain a friend or become a foe. Alternately, we might try to alienate him from the convocation. Yet in doing so, we would deprive ourselves of a brilliant mind who would be invaluable in the crises to come. Quite the dilemma. Which is why I must work independently of the convocation. Regardless of how we proceed, if we are to permanently avert the final days, we must be equal to Hermes' challenge. We must prove that mankind is worthy to exist. And this hinges, I think, on how we confront the all-consuming despair that accompanies a senseless and seemingly inevitable end. Bewildered and divided, we would perish like the peoples of those celestial ruins. We could not hope to survive the final days, much less take the battle to Meteon at her nest. We must find a way to defeat despair, to unite and prepare as many as possible for the struggle ahead. Heavy will weigh the burden of guiding this legion of souls. Yet I have faith in mankind's potential. As long as he believes in himself, there is naught he cannot achieve. So I will not give up on him. On us. You may find your world to be very different. Or perhaps the erasure of our friends' memories has sown the seeds of a conjunction between us. We cannot know until the moment is at hand. So shall I strive to do my best, taking naught for granted as I walk my path. And I pray you walk with me to the end. As you move forward, so too will I, as will all, resolved to fight for the morrow. And when mankind has found the strength to stand against despair, we shall silence the song of oblivion. She who sings it will learn our journey is far from over. This I promise. Fare you well, my light of the future, till we meet again.
From this day forth, I shall strive to bring honor to the seat of Vandani.
Even now, I remember standing there, locked in a moment where the sky is aflame. Where stars fall as tears, and screams darken the seas. Where resignation rots the trees. Where terror twists magics into abominations. Such is the lament of they who have gone before. The song of they who tried and failed to create a better world. The song of the end. That which hides at the edge of the universe is no longer hope's creation. It is hopelessness incarnate. That day, mankind saw half of its number sacrificed to bring forth Zodiac. And covering the star in a shroud of ether, we forestalled the final days. Yet the cries echoed still. We wept for innocence lost, wailed for death inevitable. A reality too terrible to bear. And for too many who sought comfort in gilded memories of joyful days and tranquil nights.
This is all wrong! Why must we suffer so?
It needn't be like this. No. There must be a way to restore things to the way they were. To reclaim the perfect paradise we once had.
No, my friends. Suffering exists, and we cannot pretend otherwise. No civilization, however great, could eliminate it. If we would live, we must accept it as our constant companion. Let us not seek to forget this tragedy. Let us carry it in our hearts, that we may grow stronger and know true happiness.
We can't accept it! We won't accept it! It will be ours again! A world free of sorrow!
No, it will not. For there has ever been sorrow. Mankind was but spared its biting sting for a time. So please, open your eyes. To try and reclaim those lives we lost by sacrificing yet more isn't wisdom. It is weakness. No paradise is without its shadows. If we cannot accept this truth and learn from our pain, then our plight shall be repeated.
O mighty Zodiac! God, born of our boundless faith, we bid you, hear our prayer! Accept this offering of lives, and deliver unto us the lives we once had. Deliver unto us the days of old, the days when the star was a font of love, and we knew naught but bliss.
You would destroy it? Our beautiful world?
Lands that stretched on forever. Skies one could drown in. The heartbeat of nature, silent yet strong. And amidst it all, a people. Beacons of light and life. Laughter that warmed my heart like naught else before. They are my meaning and my purpose. My love. In spite of, or perhaps because of this, I choose to believe in mankind's potential, in his ability to find a way forward. So let there be no way back. From that temptation, I sunder us. No more shall man have wings to bear him to paradise. Henceforth, he shall walk. All is excruciating pain. I breathe fire and torment. I birth a world of suffering to mire and plague.
Okay.
In one fleeting moment, lives come and go, ever moving towards the unknown. And in that fleeting moment, they cry for the answer to the question. Why, given life, are they meant to suffer, to die? As fragmented, imperfect beings, yours is a never-ending quest. A quest to find your purpose, knowing your end is assured. To find the strength to continue when all strength has left you. To find joy, even as darkness descends. And amidst deepest despair, light everlasting.
That cutscene totally acts like it would be the end of the massive storyline. It almost feels like it's the we're not at the like I know we're not at the end of 6.0, but that's what it totally feels like with that cutscene.
When you truly understand what is at stake, and your journey has prepared you to surmount the insurmountable, then shall I honor the promise made in another time, another age.
Where'd we go? Oh, it's Sauron, eh? Okay then.
Pearl says Haven? Impeccable timing, as always. Curl says I'd heard you were off in the first as part of our efforts to investigate the final days. Curl says well, as so often seems to be the case, while you were away, we've had some few developments, which we can discuss in just a moment. For now, however, I cannot tell you how wonderful it is to have you back.
No more waves. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Curls, So, have you learned aught more of the final days? Curl says then the journey was well worth the risk. No doubt your newfound knowledge will be a great boon to us all. Unfortunately, during your time on the first, events here have taken a turn for the worse. The Scions are running themselves ragged trying to contain the spread of blasphemies, but it's a losing battle. Tataru says to try and ascertain the where and why of it, Alizé and Alphino have been traveling all over. Tataru says of all the regions they've visited, Locus Aminus is one of the worst. Tataru says Thancred, Estinian, and Graha took a detachment of allied soldiers there to offer aid and support. But the province is vast. They only managed to visit a handful of coastal villages. It was an accomplishment worth celebrating, still, but a drop in the bucket. Curl says in the meantime, Ishtola and Master Matoya have been making a concerted effort to establish contact with Hydolan in the Ethereal Sea, but to no. As for Tataru and I, we've been keeping a close eye on the forum.
The two
From
little
what we
ankle
gather,
biters.
they've been constructing a vessel to ferry people to the moon. An ambitious
Haru
project that has
and
likely been years,
Kyrell.
if not decades in the making. However, since we've seen no sign of it thus far, I suspect it's still incomplete. Curl says you will also recall the proposal issued by Master Forshino to the people of Radzathan. Following their discussion, Vitur declared his support for the plan and urged those who
Should've
wish
bought
to
M&Ms,
evacuate to
God
accept
damn it.
the forum's invitation. Curl says so far, so good. But that's where things get Apparently, the forum caught wind of the lunar teleporter in the Tower of Babil, and decided to use it to deliver people to the moon instead of their mysterious ship. Tataru says therefore, to secure safe passage for the Hanish refugees to the tower, Alphino, Alizé, Estinian, and Gra. Tataru says trouble is, the capital was hardly the safest place to begin. Curl says, the final days have come to Garlemald. Curl says shortly after our friends arrived, they were sent to rendezvous with Master Forshino. Then, panic broke out, and our communications. Curl says from what fragments we were able to make out before the link shell went completely silent, we can only assume the phenomenon has spread to the capital. Curl says the others need you, Haven. Please. Curl says having you there will make all the difference. I'm sure of it. Tataru says Camp Broken Glass was their first port of call, so you'd bet. Hopefully, Lucia will know where they are. Curl says there's no telling what you'll be walking into, so you had best take every possible precaution.
Oh, it's right here.
Lucia says Haven. And not a moment too soon. The skies over Garlemald are ablaze, but it's events on the ground that concern me. As you will have heard, your fellow Scions arrived ahead of you. We cut the customary greetings short after we received word from our troops on the Magna Glacies that the Forum's airship had landed. It was then that the heavens began to burn. Lucia says I dispatched your friends at once to ensure the refugees come to no harm. Lucia says I would have you join them immediately. Additional support is en route, but we will discuss them later. I trust you are ready to depart?
Upon departing for the Magna Glacies, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. In addition, you will be required to participate in battle. Your progress will be saved at certain points. In the event that you are defeated, you will be able to try again from the most recent of these. Please note that if you enter battles associated with other quests or log out from the game, this progress will be lost.
No. 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 We were promised an escape. Not the same room we fled.
I shall not meet my final days here in this blasted waste. Calm yourselves. Your panic is our greatest enemy. Come, we must build a line of defense.
How? Leave the fighting to us, Father. You must lead the people to safety.
Is Alfie's here, Sage?
Yeah, Alfie is a sage.
I can handle this pair. You shall tend to the refugees. Let us be about it.
As you wish, my little lord.
God! Oh God!
Estilian says I'll command the beasts of
I remember this one now! Oh God! We're screwed! I'm screwed!
Well, especially with you.
What?
Oh boy. You poor person.
Leave it to me.
They're being overwhelmed by fear. Alphino, do what you can. The shadow says those who can stand, come with me. Refugee says everyone is turning. All is lost.
Easy now. Deep breaths. You're safe now.
Worry not for the refugees, but
worry
for
not
yourself.
for the refugees, but for yourself, boy.
How much does it protect them when I'm trapped in the circle, Estilian?
Estilian says I don't like the look of that. Stay sharp.
Alphino says you take the lead. I'll provide support.
What is the, Never mind, I got it.
More people. I only hope my newfound abilities are enough.
Oh God. Oh my God.
You're okay.
That's why it says failed, right?
I can't see that. You gotta kill the things attached to Estilian. Or stand on top of him and
we cut
cast
Standing on
shield
top of
barrier.
him.
I dispatch.
I don't have a shield barrier, do I?
I can't explain Sage to you.
Oh God, oh God. Like I said, we're screwed. We're screwed.
I'll command the
Estilian
beast's
says
attention.
I'll
See to
command
the
the
wounded.
beast's attention. See to the wounded.
Help is at hand.
Estinian says they're being overwhelmed by fear. Alphino, do what you can. Shadow says those who can stand, come with me. Refugee says everyone's turning.
Easy now.
All is lost.
Deep breaths. You're safe now.
Worry not for the refugees,
says,
but
worry
for
not
yourself.
for the refugees,
Failure
but for
on here.
yourself, boy.
I don't have barrier.
Stilian says I don't like the look of that. Stay sharp.
Alphino says you take the lead. I'll provide support.
God, I'm gonna run out of MP.
Alphino says more beasts. I only hope my newfound abilities are enough.
Is there a mode better or easier than very easy? Estinian dies too fast.
I think you should be healing him.
I ran out of
Not
MP healing him.
You have another thing that you can heal him with.
Estilian says I'll command the beasts.
You're not using it.
See to the wounded.
The prognosis, that's what I was doing.
Help is at hand.
Nope, it's not prognosis. There's another blue thing on your bar that will heal him.
One that takes like forever to use?
Doesn't need, doesn't use MP. Almost there.
Yeah, and it takes 30 seconds to reload.
Well, stop. Yeah.
Leave it to me.
Estilian says they're being overwhelmed by fear. Alphino, do what you can. Orseno says those who can stand, come with me. Refugee says everyone's
Easy now.
turning. All
Deep
is lost.
breaths. You're safe now.
Worry not for the refugees, but for
worry not
yourself.
for the refugees, but for yourself, boy. Estinian says I don't like the look of that. Stay sharp.
Alphino says you take the lead. I'll provide support. Says northeast. I only hope my newfound abilities are enough.
Fast enough. I can't cast it fast enough.
Then cast the shield on him. The shield will cover up most of the damage.
It doesn't though. Even on very easy, it doesn't.
Well, you're not clicked on him, first of all.
It was.
You're just healing yourself according to the stream.
What? I did click on it. Did it unclick?
Well, yeah, if you're clicked on the monster, if you clicked on the monster, it's not going to heal him.
Well, I don't even click unless
It's going to heal
literally-
you.
Estinian says I'll command the beast's attention. See to the wounded.
How does it hand?
Leave it to me.
Estinian says they're being overwhelmed by fear. No, do what you can.
Those who can
Osheno
stand,
says those
come
who
with
can
me.
stand, come with me. Refugee says everyone's turning. All is lost.
Easy now. Deep breaths. You're safe now.
Worry not for the
Osheno
refugees,
says,
but for
worry not
yourself.
for the refugees, but for yourself, boy. Estinian says I don't like the look of that. Stay sharp.
Alphino says you take the lead. I'll provide support. Alphino says more beasts. I only hope my newfound abilities are enough.
Estimian says you're starting to get the hang of racing. Estimian says they fight hard, but not hard enough.
I did it, but I ran out of MP.
Help! Someone, please!
What?
It's just so funny to see you struggle as a healer.
No. Don't. I don't want to die.
Not funny. Forward! Let not a single fiend escape! Wait, that's... Euless and the army. So, you've recovered then?
In time enough to be of aid, for once. We can speak
Not
a bit more
funny,
later.
by the way.
For now, we must fight! To repay your salvation in kind, or with better! For Garlemald has her pride! Of that I've no doubt.
Good gods. Of all possible saviors, the Imperial Army. Oh!
I had hoped to take all of them down at once.
Think a withdrawal might be in order?
Oh, sod that. You know who would never abandon these people to their fate. To be devoured by their former friends. That'd be beyond cruel. These beasts must fall here and now.
Well then, I'd say it's high time we threw caution to the winds.
So long as you spare me the heroic sacrifices. Now, let's go!
Alize says we've lost too many already. Raha, with me.
Tia says, is there no way to break the chain of transformations? Tia says, watch out, Alize. This one is not like the rest.
Alize says, see if I care. I won't back down.
Oh, I should probably go this way.
Alize says now's our chance.
I'm not done yet.
Nothing to worry about.
Tia says the air crackles with energy. Find cover.
Alize says, as they say, turnabout's fair play.
Yeah, I can do red mage. Fuck the sage. Hey, I just did red mage.
Maybe there really is no way to bring them back.
How many times did it take me to do sage? The fuck sage.
Thank you for saving our lives once again. I remember you from Purusha. You helped us there too, didn't you?
Ah, you're from Palaka's stand. I'm glad you're still in one piece. Or you will be, once I see to that injury of yours.
Look out!
People do you think died during this?
I don't know.
Like, population-wise of Erosia.
Get out of here! Quickly!
Yeah?
I won't lose them! Not a one! This
will
be a brighter future! I won't let a madman's apocalypse ruin everything we've fought to achieve!
Get it together, Alize. You're embarrassing yourself. And in front of Father, no less. You might never measure up to our champion. But we ask too much of her as it is. You mustn't let our sword in the darkness fight alone.
Ugly shoes I'm wearing.
I can look after myself, you know.
Everything's in order? I trust?
I've had enough of this rabble! Come on!
CSS for the ages.
You don't get to play as Raha. You have to play as yourself.
You know, actually, you know what? You know what would be? It would be bad for me to see my to play as Graha if I'm in the same fight, because then I would be able to see what I should actually be doing. Right?
Just the beginning.
Oh, that thing.
I had a feeling I'd find you here. This should be the last of the worst trouble with me.
I just messed up my rotation.
Alpha says Jewel is receiving refugees specifically. We must keep the beasts at bay.
Then get your ass over here.
I'm in your debt.
GG.
You must board without delay. The ship will depart ere long.
Your offer to host us in Sharlayan is most appreciated. But will the final days not soon fall upon it as well?
Your hesitation is not unwarranted. The satrap entrusted me with your lives, yet I have failed your comrades. Nor are you wrong to fear that this corruption will continue to spread. I cannot promise you complete safety, even in my homeland. What I can promise is that I will do all in my power to protect you. That power is not inconsiderable. Even now, my countrymen are preparing the vessel that will deliver us to a sanctuary on the moon. Join us on our journey there, and beyond, to new horizons. Come to old Sharlayan. Please.
We would be fools to refuse such a generous offer made in earnest.
It seems they've a new destination.
The people of Radzat-Han have known too much suffering. The march to Garlemald will only bring them more, short though it may be.
I quite agree. Fortunately, they have you to look after them.
Yes. Well.
Behind you! Just there!
More of them.
Xenos! Here! You'll be all right. Hurry to the airship. Why have you come?
A heretofore unseen beast. 'Twas ripe for the slaying.
Poor sport, alas. Unfit to temper my blade.
Oh, for the love of... You cannot still be on about a rematch.
That is, and has ever been, my sole concern. You, on the other hand, are fixated on a different quarry. Your passion pales before mine, yet neither hate nor despair seem sufficient to recapture your misdirected bloodlust. So, I hone my blade, and I wait.
That's it. That's all you care about. Garlemald is in ruins. Our homeland, the nation you rule, is as good as gone. Along with so many of its people. Not just soldiers like us. Not only those who fought and killed for power and duty. Innocent civilians. Murdered by their own flesh and blood. Lost and confused as they breathed their last. While we who survived with our lives and minds intact were left to freeze to death. The Eorzeans tell me all this was your doing! You slaughtered your countrymen! You did! For what?
For nothing, in the end. So much wasted effort.
You bastard!
For your own sake, Eulus, you must control your anger. It will serve no one should it consume you and see you transformed.
Would you be happier had I a good reason?
What?
If my motives met with your approval, would you no longer resent the outcome? If so, then perhaps a beast's skin would suit you better. Duty, honor, morality. All constructs of convenience when put to proof. Surely the war taught you how easily power becomes the tool of the self-righteous. How the people's justice was merely a means to their ends? Yet you would ask me why. Ask any creature of this star and those above for answers, and they will tell you what suits their fancy. And they would be right to do so. What meaning there is to be found in the petty vicissitudes of your existence must be gleaned by you, and you alone. Should you seek it in battle in the fruitless pursuit of my demise, then come. Assume your rightful place as a notch on my blade.
You are a blight on the Garlean race, and there would be no more satisfying way to expunge it than by beating you to death! But I will not be party to another tragedy. I refuse to lose anyone else because of you. So go. Go! And may we never suffer your madness again!
Xenos! Perhaps you found meaning in living this way. I cannot deny you found strength. Yet if you only pursue your hedonistic pleasures and pay no heed to the plight of others, then no one will give you the time of day. You will never get what you want, not even the battle you pine for so dearly. You'll be alone for an eternity, and you'll deserve every agonizing second of it.
We're ready to depart. The refugee ships will be leaving shortly, but I've asked mine to remain for the time being. There's room enough for you to join me on it, if you wish. Do contain your surprise. I needn't agree with the Scion's methods or intentions to acknowledge that their deeds are deserving of gratitude.
We appreciate the offer. But might I ask why you are delaying your departure? I presume it is not solely for our benefit.
I must visit Garlemald ere we return to Sharlayan. Having caused such an uproar, 'tis only meet that I explain myself to the Ilzabard contingent.
Allow us to accompany you then. We should be glad to facilitate, given our familiarity with all concerned. If you would like to join as well, Eulus, we can speak of recent events on the way.
He'll be after your seat on the forum next.
Alizé says to see Zenas standing there, so uncaring and unrepentant. Gods, I don't know what came over me. I just blurted out the first thing that came to mind. But looking back on it, I stand by those words. I would say I hope they won't incite him to further villainy, but to be honest, I doubt he even remembers what I said. Anyway, enough about all that. It's good to see you again.
No major injuries then. Good. I briefed the recovered soldiers and sent them on their way as quickly as I could, but nevertheless feared they would not make it in time.
The additional support was invaluable. Your men saved more than a few lives. Though not all, I regret to say.
Actually, I'll be right back.
Okay.
I take it that I'm addressing Lucia Junius. I'm the Forum's envoy, Fortuneau Leveilleur. And you are owed an explanation for these most dire developments.
Another trial wrought by the final days. I was beginning to suspect as much. You doubtless feel some consternation having been forced to abandon your original plan. But trust me when I say you were right to send the refugees elsewhere. Beasts have been sighted within the capital. Perhaps it was a stroke of grim fortune that the population was decimated beforehand, as they've yet to appear in any great number, but in time. In any case, Maxima leads the remainder of the contingent in an effort to cull the creatures and evacuate the populace as we speak. Once the airships have taken to the skies, I pray your men can be persuaded to join him.
You'll permit us to retain our weapons?
I wouldn't have sent you after the Scions were I expecting you to stab them in the back.
And I, for one, would not consider past transgressions more relevant than future contributions. Regardless of the circumstances that saw us at odds before, we need men of courage now, more than ever.
We swore to defend Garlemald, and so we shall.
It seems you have everything under control. You will excuse me then, for mine own duties await.
A moment, Master Fortuneau. You did desire to express your appreciation for services rendered, did you not?
I did. Though if you intend to again ask that Sharlayan alter its course, you will find my gratitude insufficient.
'Tis nothing so onerous. I wish to hear the details of this grand endeavor of yours.
Do you swear to listen and to learn, and not to embark upon some scheme to impede us?
I swear.
Any other, I would doubt. But you, I trust to keep your word. For not once have you broken it. Very well. I will request that the Forum make you privy to our plans. You may await our summons at the Baldessian Annex, assuming the decision is in your favor. Does that suffice?
It does. You have my thanks.
Excellent. You can regale us with tales of your most recent sojourn to the First while we wait. Did you hear something just now?
Oh my god, it's an evil bunny. Evil bunny. Oh my god, they're invading. They're invading.
Dawn may banish even the darkest night. And to this bitter climb bring warmth and comfort.
So I'm 10 quests away from the next dungeon.
Can't I go in that dungeon?
'Tis heartening to see such an assembly upon my return. I thought often of you whilst I looked down upon our star's brilliance from the moon above.
Yes, but what are you doing here? And dressed like that? Aren't you cold?
Verily, I fear for my health should I proceed to expound upon our purpose ere I procure more suitable garments.
Then allow me to summarize. We're here because none of you lot are up there. Nor has anyone deigned to send word about any changes in the plans.
Oh my god, that's the worst joke I've ever heard.
It's rude, is what it is.
Just look at what's in my,
I thought at first,
my
but
chat.
then folks got to wondering if you weren't in a spot of bother, so we decided to take matters into our own hands. Come down here
Oh my
and
god.
if our help be needed. So she says, but it's also something of a convenient excuse to visit Atheris. Urianger made it sound absolutely marvelous. More so before the impending doom, but still. And it's not like there will ever be a better time. What with the aforementioned doom?
Marvellous, they say, yet not an ounce of pudding to be found. I must suffer Urianger's inferior works no more.
Hey! Maybe consider the plight of present company before you go blathering on about pudding and doom? Ahem. As I was saying, should you require any assistance with whatever, we are at your disposal.
Castle is level 40?
We were born from Heidelin's love for the lives of this star. So naturally, we would much prefer to see them continue. Twiddling our thumbs up on the moon is hardly conducive to that, though, is it? Aye, not when you've all got such precious thoughts and feelings and hopes for the future deserving of more active preservation. Speaking to Urianger made us realize that while we've carried out our duties to the letter, we've failed to fulfill them in spirit.
Gonna be now because oh my god, you bunnies.
Quirin hums playfully.
Towards resolving to do better. So please.
The root of all evil is on your screen. They look like little bunnies.
No, trust me. Why do you think I'm staring at the Novice Network right now?
Forgive me, but are they...
Thy distant collaborators, indeed.
Hail, fellow! Well met! You'd be a member of the Forum, would you? It's an honor and a pleasure to meet you at last. I'm Livingway, Heidelin's right paw. That last bit is very important. As am I, if I may humbly say so myself.
I, bid you welcome to our star, Livingway. On behalf of the Forum, I thank you for traveling such a distance to meet us. As you have surmised, preparations for the Exodus have not proceeded as smoothly as we had hoped. I should be happy to personally escort you to our headquarters in Charlian, where you may advise us as you deem fit.
'Twas with reluctance that I set aside the great work of readying the moon for habitation. Be assured that I did so only after the Loperids made plain their earnest desire to come hither, and I myself felt a growing certainty that their contributions here would prove invaluable.
How can I get so? Oh my god, it's yelling at me.
'Tis trite,
What's
perhaps,
yelling at you?
but
Assassin's
I
Creed?
followed my heart.
The tiny calico kitten I'm petting was yelling at me.
I am no esteemed philosopher of
Of course I want to keep. Oh my god, it's
Nevertheless,
following
'tis
me.
my hope that what little knowledge I shared shall serve them well, and perchance help save us all. Will thou attend us at the Forum and lend thine own wisdom?
If that's all quite settled, can we start moving before Urianger catches his death? Even I'm freezing out here.
Oh, I dare say you'll warm up quickly once you're aboard the airship. Sat shoulder to shoulder with our fur-covered friends.
Urianger says, I dare say Master Forsheno is as nonplussed as we to learn the identity of Heidelland's lunar custodians. As he will soon discover, they have much and more to offer the Forum. Might I suggest we return to the Annex forthwith? We may yet have time to discuss thy recent adventures ere we are summoned to the rostra.
Okay, that's where I go my own way.
Level 89 gear before I hit, once I hit level 89.
Can you get it? It's Sataru.
Or do I have to wait till I'm at 89 in the MSQ?
No, you can go get it when you hit 89.
North Oda says, good to see you, Haven. I've heard a great deal about your recent exploits, as has everyone else. North Oda says that's why I feel confident recommending you for associate
If I
level
was to
hunts.
go do like
The
say
challenges you
leveling,
face from here on out will be
I have a
significantly
possibility
tougher
I
to
could
contend
get
with,
I
but
could get it
wager
right
you
now.
can handle them. You've yet to give me reason to believe
If you're level
otherwise.
89 right now, you should be able to get the level 89 gear.
Not
North Oda says
89
associate
yet.
Specimens are not only now. If you'll
I am 40% through the 89, so I probably will get it if I do the 89. If I do leveling.
But, well, perhaps
Or
it's best if
MSQ.
you ask Slackshy what she's working on. There's nothing quite
Probably.
like hearing it straight from the Chocobo's mouth.
But yes, if you just have to be level 89.
Okay.
Slackshy says yes, I heard from here. If North Oda insists, I will tell you precisely what I'm dealing with at the moment. Let's look at this request from Chrissy shall we? She's Charlian's sole xenobiologist, a self-proclaimed one. mind you, and it's her raison d'etre to prove that life exists upon stars other than our own. Tlakshai says the astronomers have long since banned her from their meetings and refuse any request she makes on principle, but alas, we have no such luxury. She's been demanding samples from the moon for some time now, despite the obvious impossibility of acquiring them. Tlakshai says associate hunts often present such challenges, once with no ready solution. Though we gleaners pride ourselves on our resourcefulness, all we can do in such cases is post them on the board and hope for a miracle. Try telling that to the clients, though. In any case, I would be thankful if you'd take a look at the board and try your hand at any deals that suit you. The guildship has high hopes for your success, no pressure, of course.
Associate Guildship Mark bills are now available. You are now permitted to take bills for associate hunts from Guildship hunt boards found in new quests and senior marks will become available from North Oda and Old Charlian upon reaching level 89 and fulfilling certain conditions within the main scenario.
Hunt boards.
These guys are wearing melons for helmets.
Are they?
Yep.
Do I have any other blue quests here to do? I have one. Oh, it's way back where I was. Love this. If you look at this, look at my stream, I have a button that hides bows 7, 8, and 9. It hides all my job classes. I totally forgot that that was a thing.
Title Melon Lord, my god.
Ironheart says beg pardon, good madam. I could scarce help but notice that sightseeing log on your person. You wouldn't happen to be the adventurer my niece wrote about, would you? Aha. So it is you. Pleased to make your acquaintance. I am Babeth Ironheart, Millet Sant and Seasoned Explorer. Be a dear and hand me that log of yours. Milith told me all about how she helped you embark on explorations of your own, so it's only right that I share with you some wisdom of my own. Let me see here. Oh, I can't forget to mention that. And done. You should be all set, dear. I've jotted down everything I've heard about the most remarkable vistas the realm has to offer. Of course, a few notes I've shared are not more than rumors, some describing locales so fantastical that I can barely believe they exist. But as I always say, the true joy of exploration lies not in the destination, but in the journey. So go forth, dear, and see what sort of journey these hints take you on.
What do you mean I can't
That
assassinate
sightseeing
the
log
giant
of yours
fucking
will
elf?
fill itself, you know?
Endwalker entries have been added to your sightseeing log. You must be level 80 or above to record Endwalker vistas. Use your wits and the notes.
Before I do this next quest, should I do MSQ or leveling, you think?
I think so.
Oh, okay.
Unless you want to.
Not really. Because knowing leveling, I'll probably get some shit like, I don't know, some low level like, I don't know, Sastasha.
Oh, probably.
Thancred says not that I'm complaining, Orionge, but I wasn't expecting. Orionge says nor Ivy. In extolling the virtues of Etheres, I did inadvertently awaken in the Leporites a desire to avert our.
Ishtola says Curl tells us you have
Way
obtained
over
new
here.
knowledge that may aid us in our ongoing effort. I've news to share regarding our study of the Ethereal Sea, but your findings are certain to be of greater interest, and so I would rather hear them first. To what revelations did Hydaelyn's Elpis flower lead?
Alphino says then this dynamis is what drives the If it and Akasa are one and the same, this all but proves Nidanas were an entity, through sheer force of emotion, to channel this vast, dormant reservoir into a raging river. Its power might surpass even that of
Alice
never
says
had
that
dinner
if our
yet.
star is so replete with ether, said entity
I'm not
would
even
need
sure
to be
if it's in the
outside
oven
its
either.
influence to effectively manipulate the dynamics of the great expanse.
Tia says meeting. Or rather, the sorrow and suffering of fallen civilizations that she has been hoarding
Oh,
Just let me through the money I gave.
untold anguish
you,
and fear
are
and
you
hatred
responsible for
drawn
your
from
dinner
every
tonight?
corner of the universe. All
No,
for
we're
a
having
single
fish sticks and
purpose,
french
the
fries.
destruction of them.
Fish sticks and french
Estinian
fries?
says
Really?
that Arthur is no longer
Yeah.
Semeno.
I have
What's
matcha
wrong with
sticks.
that?
But one name
Nothing.
to
It's just
defeat
that's what I
Michi.
literally had for dinner like 4 days ago.
Ishtola
And,
says you
and that
make it
just reminds me,
sound
I
so
have
simple,
matcha
but you're
sticks
not.
in my freezer.
Vanquish Mete
I
and then
too
we
have
deliver
matcha
the world
sticks.
from the final days. But to even attempt it, there are 2 conditions. First, we must determine her location. Before Metean escaped, an enchantment was placed upon her by Venet, the woman who would become Hydaelyn. The implications of temporal magics are not entirely understood, and so we cannot assume that our Hydaelyn and the Venet you met in Elpis are one and the same. Nevertheless, due to
Do
her
I have to-
intrinsic qualities
Can
as
I
an
pick this
all-powerful
up?
being, I'd wager that Hydaelyn possesses the knowledge we seek. Whether she would share that knowledge with us, however, remains to be seen. After all, she intends for us to flee Etheres, not to. Curl says, do you suppose she has abandoned her pursuit of Mete? That's my impression, too. Otherwise, she wouldn't have used me as a conduit for her will, or provided clues such as the Elpis. I believe she has been waiting for mankind's answer to Hermes' question.
Alphino says so. What's the second condition?
Ishtola says we must find a means to reach Mete. Naturally, our chosen method will depend entirely upon wheresoever she has made her name.
Thancred says then communing with Hydaelyn Westbine. Did you and Master Matoya have any luck with your investigation into the Ethereal Sea?
Ishtola says sadly not. Though we enlisted the help of Arenvald and other Echo-blessed allies, we couldn't detect so much as a whisper from Hydaelyn, even from within the... Master Matoya is of the opinion that in the years since abandoning it, the Forum has found some other method of receiving instructions from Hydaelyn. If so, it would most likely be some form of apparatus for observing the Ethereal Sea, built closer.
Sunchika says sorry to interrupt, we've just received. Your presence is required in the Rostra, where they intend to discuss the Great Exodus.
Alize says then father was able to persuade them.
Alphino says they're finally taking us seriously. Let's hear. Stewart says the forum is in session, and as such, the rostra is closed to visitors. A sign of the seventh dawn? Very well, you may wait in the corridor. Of course, entry will only be permitted on the condition you leave your armaments at the door. Lest you forget, this sacred institution holds rational discourse in the highest, the implements of war are expressly forbidden.
That is the door.
There is a matter I wish to raise with you before we enter. We are here to listen and to learn. But if the Forum's plans are more or less what I expect, then I should like to make a proposal that will serve our ends. By your leave, of course.
I don't see why not. Your words and wits have gotten us this far.
Agreed. I will present our queries so that you may consider the most advantageous way to advance your proposal without distraction.
Thank you, everyone.
If I may have your attention, the ad hoc session will now commence. The purpose of today's assembly is to brief the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, at their request, on the Great Exodus. You may enter.
Okay then.
On behalf of the Forum, I commend your heroic actions on the Magna Glaciers. We shall not soon forget your service to us and the people of Radzat-Han. The Satrap, whom we have informed of the refugees' new arrangements, sings your praises as well. As an expression of our gratitude, we will endeavor to answer your questions as fully and openly as we are able.
Then let us begin. First, it is the Forum's objective to ferry the life and knowledge of this star to the moon. Am I correct?
You are. It is for this purpose that Sharlayan has labored these many long years. We have collected biological samples and scientific records from across the star. When the time comes, they will be moved from their places in Labyrinthos and Numenon and conveyed to safety. Once that critical task has been accomplished, we will begin transporting the Sharlayan citizenry, which has been categorized into groups. The earliest arrivals are to ensure hospitable environs for those who come after. Following our people, we will send those of other nations in turn, beginning with our...
What did you just send me?
Radzat-Han.
Oh my god, it's Badge 502. Oh god, what did Badge
since
say?
the final days have already come to Thafnir,
Oh, I've seen this one, I've seen this
we
one.
saw fit to include the refugees with earlier groupings.
An ambitious plan. You have accounted for the safety of all nations and...
You know, I actually was in one of his recent videos from all the tags I've done.
As many as we can.
Nice.
And how, pray tell, do you decide who to leave behind?
To journey beyond the sky is an unprecedented and immeasurably difficult endeavor. Introducing sources of inevitable conflict would condemn all to certain death.
Questions as to the validity of that approach aside, are your plans proceeding apace? We're under the impression that your primary means of celestial transportation is incomplete.
If only
Pretty funny when I know exactly what to expect when I see his real name as a post, right?
As some have taken to
Like, oh god, I know exactly who this is, right?
And could be launched even today. However, the final days have progressed more quickly than we anticipated.
If you're wondering, it's Badge 502.
At present, the ship is incapable of attaining speeds sufficient to meet our evacuation targets. Should we put the vessel into service, as it is now, we will be unable to travel to the moon and back quickly enough to complete the necessary number of trips. Precious lives and knowledge will be lost.
Seven hells. Is there anything to be done?
The ether burner, the primary means of propulsion once the craft is in the space between stars, is undergoing testing to determine whether it can be made more efficient. Though cargo is being loaded for the initial phase of the Exodus, we are prepared to continue our experimentation up to the day before launch, should it prove necessary.
What if the Scions were to solve your problem? We shall help devise a means to improve the ether burner's efficiency, on 2 conditions. If we succeed, you must allow us to meet with Hydaelyn.
'Twas simple enough to deduce. You have a Concord, and so you would never have abandoned the anti-tower had you no other means of communication. One far more convenient, I suspect.
Okay, now it's time to go assassinate these people. Let's let them my horse go. Whoa!
The second condition, also to be met upon our success, is that we be permitted to propose another use for your Ark.
Oh. Another bandit camp.
What are you doing?
We
Playing
would be
Skyrim now?
at liberty to refuse this proposal.
No, I'm just...
Of course. If we cannot prove its merit to the 99 here, who are we to stake on it the lives of all peoples of this star?
Ow! Oh, fuck. Okay, first of all, not very nice.
As always, Master Alfino. Oh, we couldn't have asked for a finer plan. Allow us to solve this complex engineering problem of which we were entirely unaware until moments ago. What could possibly go wrong? The satire writes itself. Yet, what field has not benefited from a change in perspective? When we are at wit's end, what we need is not the same dry theories recited ad nauseam, but fresh inspiration. I, for one, have faith in my erstwhile students.
He keeps fucking shooting me.
And I find their terms to be
Bob
perfectly
does.
acceptable.
Oh, well, I just died, so...
You can blame Bob for that one.
Order.
Or is it Fred this time?
We have no time to waste on debate. Call
go.
a vote. All in favor of agreeing to the Scion's terms? "71 in favor, 28 against. The ayes have it. Fortuneau, as the architect of this project, you are the best candidate to show them its current state. And bear in mind that regardless of your personal misgivings, this is the will of the Forum.
Very well.
Oh.
I call this session to a close. Return to your tasks with urgency. The final days wait for none.
Alfino says sorry about not letting the rest of you in on my plan. I was, admit, but since we require both the means of communing with Hydalan and reaching meeting. In the spur of the moment, I saw involving ourselves with the completion of the Ark as a way to work towards both objectives simultaneously. However, we must first keep our end of the bargain by solving the problem of the ether burner.
Okay, I just want this fucking Ronin to die. Holy shit. Just
Alfino
fuck
says
off.
I'd like to think it is not a challenge beyond our combined expertise, or at least the expertise of our extended circle of associates. It might behoove us to learn how an ether burner actually works before we attempt to improve it, though.
Okay, I don't know.
For Sheno says as instructed, I shall take you to see the ether burner. Meet me outside the Archean. I trust you can make your own way there. Alphino says so the Ark is being built in Labyrinthos. Hardly surprising. Where else could they conceal such a massive undertaking?
Where did these two come from?
I don't know. But there's a thingamabob right here. A Vista. Going anyways. Oh.
Okay, bullshit. Where the hell?
For Sheno says our destination lies in the lower levels. The Forum, in its wisdom, has granted you access to the Archean's lift. Step inside and Devoth will take you to the medial circuit.
Awfulin says you wish to use the lift, yes?
Oh.
For Sheno says I have sent your associates ahead to Logisticon Alpha, on the other side of Merrill Agronomics.
There's the Ronin.
For Sheno says actually, there is something I have been meaning to. No, never mind. It can wait. Let us attend to the matter at hand.
Fuck you, you stupid room.
Where do we go for that? Oh, I have...
Alphino says we're to wait here while our father arranges for us to use. Here being logistic on Alpha, where the atmospheric
Another
conditions of
Bandicam?
Labyrinthos are Water is drawn from underground and dispersed as vapor, stimulating the formation of artificial clouds and by manipulating the temperature and air circulation, they are able to create the ideal environment for the growth and preservation of the biological samples kept here.
Alize says hold on. How do you know so much?
Alphino says why, father brought me here as a child.
Alize says what? And left me behind?
Alphino says actually, you're the one who left me behind, when you went off somewhere with Gran. The night before, I'd been asking father how clouds are made, so he decided to show me. It was fascinating, I peppered him with questions Orionje says 'tis all too easy to take for granted the many interweaving aspects of the natural world. But having gained an understanding of the complex mechanisms employed by the Leporites in recreating a similar environment, I have come to view such processes in a new light. The subterranean gardens of Labyrinthos, the lunar prison forged to contain the ancient zodiac, the habitations built for all mankind neath the moon's surface. Each unique, yet undeniable. For Sheno says 'tis no mere coincidence. Ever since Hydaelyn unfolded to us the grim fate that awaits Severes, every essential resource we could spare has been delivered to Labyrinthos, in preparation for the Great Exodus. But that is not, it is also a testing ground for the technologies that will allow us to settle on distant stars. Though the Leporites have endeavored to make the moon inhabitable, that is not our final destination. Mankind must learn to propagate life where there is none, to thrive where all is barren. Alas, time is not on our side. I have arranged for you all to enter the central circuit. It is there that most of our preparations for the Great Exodus are carried out, the construction of the Ark among them.
Appears to be.
Though our plans have been made public, access remains highly restricted. You, however, will not be subject to said restrictions, and will have free rein to come and go as you please. Such was the will of the Forum. Alphino says we will prove ourselves worthy of their trust. For Sheno says then let us proceed.
Hester says by decree of the Forum, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn are permitted to enter the central circuit.
Oh.
Foreshano says the ether burner is being constructed not far from here. Overseeing the work is Kokkoldankol, after whom the forge is named. Once the necessary introductions have been made, I shall leave you with him to discuss the particulars. This way.
Or whatever. Oh. All right then.
I could swap them out.
It's 9 o'clock. Where did this day go?
Done that. Damn near lost my eyebrows.
I have no idea.
Think, Coco, think! We'd be well on our way to paradise. Visionaries patting themselves on the backs for their grand accomplishments if you'd only think!
Yes, that does sound rather lovely.
Yeah! I mean, Master Force, you know, what a pleasant surprise. We're not blasting off already, are we?
The schedule remains unchanged, for better or worse. Which is why the Forum has elected to accept assistance in resolving the ether burner conundrum.
Excuse me.
Not seen you lot down here before.
There are Archons among their number, but engineering is not their expertise. Nevertheless, the Forum concedes the slim possibility that they may have insights to offer. If not, you are at liberty to return them to the surface.
Why do people like
by whatever
nacho
means
cheese
you
so
see
much?
fit.
Nacho cheese?
I assure you that won't be necessary.
Because it is amazing.
Now, about your troubles with the ether burner.
It's so gross.
Aye, aye, I'll walk you through
The
it.
show is
Suppose
so
I could do with
good.
a change of pace. As the name ought to tell you, the ether burner burns ether, ambient or otherwise, and transforms it into motive force. Think of it like a giant bomb that never stops exploding. Even out in that black void where the ether's right sparse, it's strong enough to move our arc. And it probably won't kill you like an actual bomb. But it ain't perfect. According to my calculations, to travel to the moon and back fast enough for the Forum's liking, the conversion rate needs to be 6% more efficient. A measly 6%, you say? But if I could have squeezed even another 0.6 out of it, don't you think I'd have built it that way in the first place?
Hast thou consulted with the Loperites?
Yes, they too are conducting their own research, for lack of a ready answer. The moon's propulsion systems are considerable, naturally, yet they are commensurately massive. It is no easy feat to convert their technology into an efficient means of propulsion for a teeny tiny toy boat, as they say, and as I most certainly do not.
Yes, exactly! Damn it all! I asked for refined adamantite and they send me uppity rabbits with inscrutable, ancient, incompatible technology! You're trying to drive me mad!
Do you speak of Allegan refined adamantite, perchance?
You know of it?
Only in the most general terms, I'm afraid. 'Twas an alloy of Allegan make, but the secrets of its production were closely guarded. As I recall, the record stated it was vital to Dalamud's construction and launch.
Aye, that's the stuff. No material more conductive far as I know. Slotting some ends like blowing up a dam and watching the river of ether come rushing through. Ain't a living soul that knows how to make it, though. We were fortunate enough to salvage some for the ether burner, just a wee bit, mind, from a chunk of Dalamud that came hurtling into the Northern Empty during the calamity. With more, well, that extra 6% efficiency would be child's play. It's a crying shame that we've no other sources.
Surely the many shards of Dalamud scattered throughout Eorzea would suffice. Why not get the refined adamantite from them?
Oh, we tried, believe you me. But only a few specialised pieces would have had any in them to begin with. Drive calls from Ragnarok-class internment hulks. Those are the prize bits we really need. According to the Gleaners, getting to them means delving deep into the shards. And the defences are still very operational and very eager to blow them up. It's rough going in there, even for the cream. Not sure they'd make it out alive.
Weren't we near that part of the Ragnarok when we went to destroy Bahamut? Heavens, are you all right? You look pale as a... well... Best put that battle from your mind for now. Deep breaths. That's it.
There are multiple internment hulks in Eorzea alone, so handling this ourselves may not be the most efficient option. Rather, if we could salvage adamantite from the shards simultaneously... Thancred, is the link shell we established before you went to Garlemald still active?
Of course. The floor is yours. What's all this?
Gathering firewood, so to speak. We alone can accomplish little, but joined by others, we may yet build a bonfire to carry us heavensward. This is Alphino. The Scions have need of you.
Understood. I will contact the Lord Commander and dispatch our finest at once.
My sisters are somewhat preoccupied with the final days, so I will lead the 12-Sword expedition myself.
Are you aware of any other sources of refined adamantite?
Logically, such an invaluable alloy would have been utilized solely where absolutely necessary, in components intended to conduct or collect surpassing amounts of ether. Any extant instrumentation or devices would have likely found their way into the hands of etherologists, or enthusiasts.
Magical artifacts of Allegan design? The Eastern Alliance will send word to one and all. Are there other ways we may offer aid? No shards of the Lesser Moon scar our soil, but our stake in this cause is no less for it.
Is there anything in Othard that might be of use to you?
What did you say? Oh, you got friends in far places, lad. Anyway, if you're offering, I wouldn't say no to one of those Far Eastern sacred relics. Some of them can hold enough ether to summon a whole damn primal. Combine a source like that with the ether burner, and 3, 2, 1, kaboom!
I gather you heard his explosive enthusiasm. Might you secure us a suitable relic?
It shall be done. I know little of machines, but I promise we will do our utmost to gather the materials you need to finish your starship. I am glad for the work, in truth. Better to busy oneself than wait and fret over disasters foretold.
Then why are we all still standing about yapping? There's plunder for the taking, and I'm a born plunderer. I'll be an old Charlian before you know it. Start mixing the grog.
I'm certain that can be arranged. Thank you all, and do be careful.
Just like that.
Aye, just like that. Our refined adamantite is on its way. Now let us consider our next steps, shall we? There's yet much to be done.
Kroll says it's times like these we're reminded of how famous, or infamous, Alphino has become. Who'd have thought he could achieve so much with a single link Pearl conversation? As we're expecting rather a lot of visitors in the near future, I'd best return to the surface and inform the relevant parties. I also have a contact of my own that might be worth a try.
What's that?
Alphino says so? And who might that be?
Kroll says that's for me to know and you to find out. And on that note, I leave matters here in your capable hands. Best of luck.
Oh. Oh, that's right. Yes.
Our course of action is clear. We must harvest refined adamantite
Dead.
from the shards of Dalamud and procure
Why was I
arcane
thinking she
relics
was
of
dead?
Allagan make.
What?
Summon the best
Why
and
was I thinking
brightest of
Nanimo
our
was
immortal
dead?
flames, and form an expeditionary party at once.
I don't know.
Call upon the Sultan Sworn and brass blades for support as you must. Papashan, send word to the guilds. We will require the expertise of master artisans if we are to have any hope of identifying and recovering these elusive materials. Viergeist, we have need of your stone torches. They are to assist the immortal flames
The
in
dress
scouring
cracks
the
me up
ruins
every time I
and
see
to
it.
help secure the surrounding areas.
Yeah.
I trust I can count on your support.
Way too big for how short she is.
As commander of the Stone Torches,
I just don't
my
understand
son
the
Zimberg will personally see
poofiness.
it done.
She is thick, as the Gen Z says.
Pippin, I would have you lead the raiding party. Assemble your finest, and with Tizona's blade, clear the way.
Oops.
Lord Lolorito, I pray you take charge of the search for Allagan relics. Surely you know of some being traded on open or clandestine markets.
or sleeping in collector's vaults. Of course, I
fight
ask
any
not
more
that you do
bandits.
this out of the kindness of your heart. By all means, profit on the transactions. I wish you the joy of it. The final days descend upon our world. If circumstances are truly as dire as they say, Uldar's best efforts may be for naught. And yet, when we Eorzeans rose from the ashes
Why have a dungeon or trial coming up anytime soon?
did we not learn one simple
Did you do the trial with the Mother Crystal yet?
No.
That's your next one.
That which seems
I'm on the quest going, on the quest, no job too small.
Together. It was the Scions who united us then, and it is the Scions
You have 1,
who
2,
call
3,
upon us now.
4, 5, 6 more.
Last time we looked, I was only 10 more, and that was 2 hours ago, maybe 3 hours ago.
You have 6 more till you get the next dungeon, which is the Anti-Scope plus a trial of the Mother Crystal.
17th in the line of all. Bid you good
God.
luck and Godspeed.
I'm more than happy to jump back on when you get to them. Those two. I like those two. So.
It's, but it's 9 o'clock. It'll be like 11 o'clock by the time, so you okay with that?
It's Saturday.
Right, it is. Which is why I've been streaming for 10 hours.
I get 9. Well, 10, if you include all the time I tried to stop.
Up once.
Your stream, because it crashed.
Yeah. That was the only time I've had to stop.
We fielded a goodly number, but our ranks are heavy.
See,
with
it would
healers,
tell you how long I've been streaming based just on Discord. Based on how long I've been playing. How long I've been playing. No, it wouldn't, because Final Fantasy crashed on me too.
We must steel ourselves for a protracted engagement.
While you were gone at the store, the game crashed on me. Well, it didn't actually crash. It kicked me out of the menu, like kicked me back to the menu. But it wouldn't even let me log in, so I had to shut it down, like exit it and come back in.
What are you doing here?
None of the shards in Girabania are
but
being able to hold an internment.
when I came in, Novice Network was very loud. Like, it was like 20 mentors. When this morning it was 75.
With a talent for breaking.
So I think it wasn't just me.
While it pains me to admit it, you are right. Are our deficiencies so plain to see?
It might have been a lifetime ago, but I was once one of the Scions assigned to the Shroud. I know this forest well. I know your people. And I know we will be stronger if we fight this fight together.
Then I will impose upon you with a clear conscience. Come, let us speak of how to integrate our forces.
I won't let it all be for nothing. I promise you, Papalimo.
Why can't I live in a place that has that many stars? I don't think I've ever seen in my lifetime. I don't think I've ever seen in my lifetime that many stars.
Well, it sounds like a... Oh, we'll just come here. That's what our sky looks like.
Seriously?
Most of the time, yeah, because we don't have the light from the cities.
We've no time to waste, brother. Everyone has already... Ah.
Well, I'm thinking one time, Did you know you have to be 75 miles from every million people, basically? Like, if the city is 1 million people, you have to be 75 miles away, in order to ignore a light pollution. Like something like Tokyo is what, 40 million?
Dragon's roar.
So 40 times 75. So that's like 300 miles. No, yeah, that's like 300 miles you need to be in order to get away from the light of Tokyo. Or at least that's what it was back in the early 2000s.
And so, in summation, the Eastern Alliance, as well as the Honourable Lord Lolorito himself, reached out to me for assistance in procuring these treasures of the divine, and I, in turn, do beseech the Confederacy for aid. Is that...
Hancock? What a surprise this is. And a fortuitous one at that. I have a favor to ask, you see.
Before I continue, I am going to go buy that ticket from, what's it called? Golden Saucer. Only because I want to get billions. The weekly one?
Summer says Frosty Summer encourages Winter Style to ready for battle. Style says Winter Style encourages Frosty Summer to ready for battle. Broker says it pains me to say that you can't claim pride.
Number... Actually, I'll just randomize it. Never mind. I'll just randomize.
Well,
the winning number for the Jumbo Cactbot
Giant
will
Cactbot.
be after the drawing.
Brooke. Thank you for your pack.
Hell yeah.
Congratulations. Here is your prize of 10,000 MGP. Would you? Your path.
Do I need anything else here or no? No, I don't. Oh yeah, I was gonna give away my extra cards. Right here. This would be a scary thing to see if this was real life. Just to see a girl on Mac just running through this underground. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Definitely the army would be here going, what the hell is going on? That motorbike just ran right into me. You'll see it in a moment.
Alphino says though our friends are searching for refined adamantite and sacred relics, we will only know if they meet your requirements once they have arrived. In the meantime, is there aught else we might do to be of service? Dank Kong says ha. You've already done more than enough.
Oh.
If I had to say, though, I could use someone who knows a thing or two about elegant technology. You there? The lad with the red eyes and matching hair. You seem to know more than the average scholar. Alphino says ha. If only Master Cockle knew how right he was. While he and Graha establish a rapport, why don't we help with preparations for the Great Exodus? Indeed, this would mean going above and beyond the terms of our arrangement, but I propose this not to curry favor. As confident as I am that we will succeed, we must be ready for every eventuality. This would also be an opportunity to familiarize ourselves with the logistics of traversing the Great Expanse. And if nothing else, it beats twiddling our thumbs while we wait for the adamantite. Dank Col says well, ain't you a bunch of helpful buggers? If you've a mind to lend a hand, I know where you ought to go. Dank Col says Charlian Hamlet is lousy with researchers and scholarly types, busying themselves preparing for the Exodus. Pa. That lot need all the help they can get.
Oh.
Alphino says well, then, off we go.
I just played this game for 3 hours.
Oh? Are you gonna go make your fist sticks?
No, my mom's making them. If I could buy them.
You could what?
Nothing.
You could remind them? Is that what you said?
Yeah. Remind them to start.
Yeah, just throw them in the air fryer.
Alize says, from what I can tell, a lot of the people actually live down
Oh, it's time
here.
for dinner. I'll be back.
Okay.
I don't know how much help we can offer, but I dare say they'll benefit from some of that fresh inspiration Scholar Montage mentioned. Let's start by asking around, ideally without getting in anyone's way.
Alphino says let's meet by the Etherite once our work is done. Current says helping with the Ark? Even with all the power Master Cockles managed to squeeze out of the ether burner, it's still not enough, apparently. And now I hear the final days have arrived. Horrible creatures running rampant all over. If only we'd begun the exodus sooner. Current says people are dying, and there'll be no end to it if we don't fulfill our duties. But we will. We've spent years preparing for this moment. Believe in the plan, and all will be well.
Grin says,
Probably eat too.
Hello. Are you one of the new helpers? Working on the ether burner? Oh dear. I hear things have come to a standstill on that front. Even so, I choose that over my current duties. Checking and loading samples, day in, day out. It's tiring, thankless work. Still, no one will be cross if I misplace a few legumes or what have you. The forum's got enough on their plate as it is, what with deciding who gets to board the Ark and when. Lot of powerful people have opinions about that. Grin says my heart goes out to Master Forshino and the others. Hardly get a moment's rest, I expect. Do they even have time to sleep?
The last thing. Oh, right there.
Paltazan says offering to help? That's very kind, but I should be able to organize the rest of the documents by myself. It's mostly lists of the things we'll need once we arrive on the moon, and then whichever star we choose as our new home. My duties largely concern the maintenance of living conditions, so I'll be a lot busier after we depart. I hear that our lunar collaborators have come down to assist in our efforts. I'm looking forward to finally meeting them in person, after having communicated with them in such a limited capacity thus far. To be perfectly honest, I've not even the slightest idea what they look like. I do hope they're not enormous, looming giants. Why, I would much prefer something small and fluffy, like that beheaded rabbit that ran by.
Game just crashed.
To be perfectly honest, I've not even the slightest idea what they look like. I do hope they're not enormous, looming giants. Why, I would much prefer
What's it called? What was that area called? Where is my Chilean Hamlet? Chilean Hamlet. I'll be back in a couple of minutes, guys, because I'm going to go eat myself.
Livingway says fancy meeting you here, Haven. Our friends in the forum brought us to see their teeny tiny toy boat, which was quite impressive considering they didn't use any creation magics. What we're really interested in is Etheries itself, though we now find ourselves in a sort of funny, underground, miniaturized version of it. We were hoping the forum would give us a guided tour, but it appears they're rather preoccupied. Honestly. All that time to prepare, and they're still not ready. I suppose we'll just have to show ourselves around. Or at least, that's what we were planning to do until we chanced upon Oriange and your good self. Since you're both dawdling about, engaging in idle chit-chat, perhaps you could show us a few points of interest. Won't that be fun? Oriange says a tour of Labyrinthos. An unexpected, yet prudent suggestion. Given the similarities betwixt this artificial environment and Bestway's burrow, it would be in our best interests to have the Laportes acquaint themselves with those conditions deemed optimal by their Charlian collaborators. I fear, however, that continued reliance upon my limited knowledge would risk narrowing, rather than broadening, their perspectives. Mayhap thou art better suited to lead this venture? Singingway says what a marvelous idea. Might we begin with that great, big what's it over yonder? Oriange says yes. The what's it? I shall leave its explanation to Haven. Singingway says goodness me. To build something so large without creation magics, is positively stupendous. Perhaps you could direct our attention to its most important features?
Search the apparatus for points of potential interest. You may move the camera as well as zoom in and out. Target.
It is a little hard to see from here, but is that a golden pipe connected to the top of those tanks? And I can see through that window another pipe at the bottom. Ah, this must be for purifying water drawn up from below.
You spot an embystoma, an especially lively one, at that. It would appear that the concept you observed in another time, another place, was approved for life in the wider world, somehow.
Is that water I hear from inside that great big tube? Singingway says it must be because of those cogs in the gigantic wheel at the top. Oh, I see. That's how they draw up the water. There's probably some sort of spiral-shaped mechanism inside it, too.
Now where's the mushroom? Oh, right there.
That looks like the trees in Greatest Ends Vale. Hold on, that's a bit of a strange shape. It's thin at the bottom but big and round at the top. Quite tall for something so unbalanced, too. Now it makes sense. That's where they store the water. Well, if I were to hazard a guess, water drawn from underground, presumably with some other mechanism, is purified here and stored in the tower before being distributed. I'm right, aren't I? I knew it. A design brilliant in its simplicity. I dare say it would take only a moment to install in even the harshest of environments. Livingway says indeed, securing a reliable source of water is of the utmost importance for any. Singingway says we have read, however, that peoples of Every sometimes make their homes in arid deserts and such. How are... So wherever you choose to live, you're never far from water. Growingway says, oh dear. I worry we won't be able to procure nest. We can provide enough water to keep them from drying out completely, but it would appear they rely on it far more than we'd anticipated. Singingway says, a few adjustments may be in order, once we've calculated the average rate of consumption. It may also be worth learning more about how exactly they obtain their water in the first place. Orionge says Master Alphano spoke of the machinery responsible for that feat during our journey through Logisticon Alpha. Mayhap the Laportes will share his appreciation for the engineering marvel. Singingway says, oh, yes. That's how. Orionge says we must journey beyond the sanctuary of Charlian Hamlet. Growingway says you mean we'll have to brave the untamed wild. Livingway says a valid concern indeed. We could not help but notice the many dangerous-looking creatures with big, nasty teeth lurking beyond the safe. Were we not escorted here by burly custodians, I dread to think what would have become of us. Orionge says regrettably, to many a hungry predator with the aforementioned big, nasty teeth, Laportes may appear to be a potential and rather appetizing. Might I impose upon thee to assist in securing safe passage to Logisticon? For my part, I shall act as escort to Livingway and Cookingway. I entrust Singingway and Growingway to thy... A more valiant protector they could not wish for. Gods. Singingway says if it's all the same to you, I'd rather not be eaten by some... Singingway says come along, Growingway.
Oh, excuse me. Out.
Growing Way says thank you so much. Growing Way says I really hope this water extraction what's it is worth these harrowing experiences. All part of the fun, some might say, but I'd rather not be burnt to a crisp, if it's all the same to you. Orionje says my friends, I bid you welcome to Logisticon Alpha. Our destination doth lie at the lift's top. Pray, follow me. Vada. Singing Way says marvelous. Simply marvelous. So, this is where the magic, or science, rather, takes place. The perfect environment to sustain life, artificially created. The knowledge we'll gain here will be essential when we start looking for new stars for your kind to inhabit. Apparently, most of them don't even have air for you to breathe. You're all very lucky that Heather is just so happens to provide everything you need to thrive. Or did mankind turn out the way they are because of the available resources, I wonder? Either way, it's nothing short of miraculous. And I cannot wait to see more of it. Cooking Way says this is all very wonderful, I'm sure, but I was rather hoping to learn more about your nourishment provision facilities. In other words, where is the food? Orionje says I believe both the knowledge and consumables you seek may be found at Merrill Agronomics. As I imagine Singing Way and the others intend to study every conceivable facet of this apparatus, wouldst thou be so kind as to escort our visiting culinarian? Cooking Way says yes, that sounds much more interesting. Hopefully, I'll be able to see firsthand some of the delicacies Orionje was telling me about. Even as incredibly vivid, if a bit too verbose, descriptions cannot compare to sampling them myself. Not to mention Atheres will soon be no more, so I must learn all I can while there is still time. Let us brook no further delay. Cookingway says this is the place, yes? The heady aroma was enough to guide me here, and I've spotted several of the fruits and vegetables featured in our compendium. Cookingway says ideally love to try some, but I read that those who help themselves to a farmer's crops without permission are often caught and put into pies. Perhaps you could ask whoever's in charge if they would be willing to part with a few samples?
Cookingway is now accompanying.
Jebk says what a fine mess this is.
Okay, I'm back.
Back.
Thank you.
Jeb says it's you, the one who climbed down the mine shaft. I'd show you around if I could, but I'm rushed off my feet preparing for the exodus. Jeb says and I'm not the only one. We've all got to find ways to do what we do down here up there, first on the moon, then on whichever star the Forum decides will become our new home. Jeb says it's also sudden, so unreal. Cookingway says don't you want to go to the moon? Jeb says well, it's better than waiting for the final days to claim us. Jeb says but no matter how
Football is on the server, by the way.
We'll never be able to take every variety of flora and fauna
Football
with us.
is here in Exodus right now.
Jeb says even the ones we can take
God.
may not survive
How'd
in
you
their
find
new
that out?
environment. So many species doomed to extinction.
There wasn't that strength. Nobody called it, and now it's suddenly dead.
Sorry, that's not what you came to talk about,
Yep,
is it?
that's football for you.
Yep.
Cookingway says nothing quite so dire, I assure you. We merely wish to sample a little of your produce, if we may. Jebk says by all means, help yourselves. Cooking Way says much appreciated, my good fellow. So, where to begin? Cooking Way says, oh, I know what these are. Grapes, yes? Cooking Way says let's see if they are as delicious as they look. So sweet, so sour. The taste is much like a ripe philosopher's carrot, and yet the texture is entirely different. Cooking Way says the contrast between the outer skin and the fruit within is most peculiar, though far from unpleasant. Yes, I think I'll try another. Cooking Way says well, it's certainly given me food for thought, though in a far less visceral manner than any philosopher's carrot. But tell me, what is your opinion of grapes? Yes, they are rather Moorish, aren't they? And from what I've read, quite versatile, too. Something about people stepping on them to make intoxicating beverages, as I recall. Anyway, that's enough about grapes for the time being. On to the next treat. Orange by name, orange by nature. What came first, the fruit or the color? Who cares? Let's eat. Yes, that's some. Equal parts sweet and sour, as with the grapes, yet nothing alike. I may have to consult Orange about expanding my vocabulary. I simply cannot find the words to describe it. Perhaps what I'm looking for is bitter. This is all very complicated, you know? So many flavors, so many choices, and each individual with their own personal preferences. Now I see why you all turned your noses up at the idea of eating nothing but carrots. Marvelous though they still are in my estimation, let no one say I said otherwise. Ah, but speaking of carrots, I've yet to sample any of the vegetables. Let's see what's in that field over there. Cooking Way says that color, that texture. Are they some sort of enormous, round carrots? No? In any case, proper nomenclature is less of a concern than the taste. Flesh. It's so hard and flavorless, I may as well be chewing a piece of wood. That all but confirms it, these are nothing more than misbegotten failures masquerading as goodly carrots.
The always says stop, stop, stop. Can't you see these are pumpkins? And no one with any sense would try eating them raw. You're supposed to cook them first.
Cooking Way says do you not find it an awful bother?
The voice says far from it. Cooking is a joy unto itself. Deloy says, and what's more, it broadens the range of ingredients that we may safely eat. But above all else, cooking allows us to draw out the full potential of our produce. Pumpkin stew has been one of my favorite dishes for as long as I can remember.
Cooking Way says then perhaps even these hard blocks of plant matter can become as delicious as the orange I sampled. Cooking Way says, I wonder, though, if there is anything even more delicious. How about that yellow fruit over yonder? Cooking Way says, what a wondrous fragrance. With luck, it'll have a flavor to match. As I have no idea how these are eaten, I'll just bite into it. Cooking Way says HNNMGGGHHH. My tongue. Is this poison? A lemon? You mean it's supposed to taste like this? How can something so similar to an orange be so revolting? Acknowledgement. It may be some time before my palate recovers from this ordeal. As such, I had best call an end to this round of sampling. Let's say our farewells and return to the others. Jeb says, finished, have you? I trust you found something to your liking. Cooking Way says, I'm rather enamored with the grapes and oranges. Less so the pumpkin, though I learned the hard way they're not to be eaten raw.
I didn't even know where he went.
Then there was the lemon.
You didn't go
the
anywhere.
deceiver. I still feel so violated.
Talking to myself.
Oh.
Jeb says, haha. First time, was it? I'd hate for you to leave with a bad taste in your mouth, in more ways than one, so I'll give you this lemon muffin I baked. If this doesn't change your opinion, nothing will. Cooking Way says, more lemon. Have I not suffered enough?
Oh, okay, cool.
Nevertheless, it would be remiss of me to spurn this opportunity to, oof, bit of sick came up there, learn more of your inscrutable ways. Cooking Way says, very well, lemon muffin. Do your worst. Cooking Way says, this is
Kratos. That sounds like it's from God of War.
Cooking Way says, delicious.
Kratos is God of War.
Cooking Way says, although I still detect a hint of lemon, it complements the sweetness of the dough to create a perfect. I never would have guessed its vile bitterness could be utilized so elegantly. My good chap, this is simply. Jeb says, see? We rarely use lemon in its natural state, but it has a starring role in all sorts of recipes, and the same is true. It comes down to making the most of the resources at our disposal. And sometimes, it can even be the difference between life and death. I know we won't be able to take every species with us. No doubt the Forum agonized over what was worth preserving, and what will be consigned to history. Hard choices, but make them we must if we're to survive. Cookingway says such strength of will. Now I know what I'd deliver. Mankind, the Leporites, we were both born from the accumulated knowledge of the ancient. Cookingway says they learned all there is to learn about the nature of sentient life and the fates of the stars themselves. Once a civilization has fulfilled the basic requirements for survival, it will inevitably seek to eliminate all forms of negativity and achieve perfection. And therein lies its folly and its downfall. But perfection is an unattainable ideal. It is the paradox of the immaculate.
Yeah, I didn't know you switched games. I thought you were still playing Assassin's Creed.
As progress. They pay no heed to the costs incurred in their futile quests, and all too often become the architects of their own demise, their dreams forever unfulfilled. What, then, is the alternative? The answer lies in knowing that our existence can never be perfect. To be content with what we have and make the most.
I can't like stay alive because this mercy doesn't know how to stay alive.
When life gives you lemons, make lemon muffins. Jebk says, pardon my Eorzean, but what in the seven hells are you on about? Cookingway says, Cookingway, at your service. I'm here to help prepare. Cookingway says, and once you get there, you'll be able to try my carrots. I've been growing old. Cookingway says, but don't worry, there'll be room for your crops too. We'll work together to preserve as many of our various species as possible, if you're up to. Jebk says yes, of course. I look. Cookingway says, well, this has all been highly productive. Probably. Let's go and see if Oriange and the others have run out of machine.
I still am. Fuck off.
Okay, I will.
Ugh. Just trying to play a game. Do you? Congratulations.
What?
Cookingway says it was most enlightening, especially the part with the lemon muffin. Actually, I was wondering, do you know of any other places famed for their cuisine?
Our Sigma just fucking threw that.
Oh no.
Would that I had time to visit. The more I learn of Veveries, the more I wish we could spare it from the final days. Alas, Heideling's orders are to flee, not to resist. If only there was some other way. Orionje says Haven. I trust my time at Mera all agronomics did, barefoot. Orionje says our own efforts, too, were rewarded. We now possess an embarrassment of educational riches. No doubt our guests' relentless pursuit of knowledge could occupy them, and us for a fortnight. Alas, time is of the essence. Let us return to Charlie and Hamlet forthwith. I shall gladly attend to each and every laboratory there, should further questions within my power to answer arise. Growing Way says or.
Wee.
Hester says Master for.
I hear Genji. Yes, yes. Hanzo.
You hear a Hanzo?
Yep. Where is he? He's dead. Oh no, I died.
Chocobo Keep says well met, traveler. Might I interest are
I almost just started my ult, but I didn't realize she was gonna headshot me.
Growing Way says C.
How did Mercy survive?
Yes, Haven, it was indeed me verbalizing a sigh to express my emotional state. Do you want Growing Way says because I saw the reconstructed environmental data for Everys at Logisticon. Growing Way says a forest so lovely, and so, leaf.
Alright, well, That was super suspicious of Venture.
Growing Way says gasp. Gasp, I say. With a star so wonderful, it comes as no surprise that you're reluctant to leave it behind. I was a fool to think otherwise, to assume that the moon was something worth being proud of. How ridiculous we must seem to you. Trying so hard, yet achieve. Orionje says not at all.
Yeah.
I work
I
so
call
no
false
less.
on this.
Question mark says I thought I heard tiny voices.
Orionje says Thancred. Orionje says how didst thou fare? Thancred says oh, I was able to glean a fair bit from the researchers while helping to move. Preparations have proceeded without interruption here, despite news of the coming end. We have the forum's leadership to thank for that. Thancred says that doesn't mean people aren't worried, though. Knowing disaster could strike at any moment, they hurried to complete their work, equally aware that a single error could be the difference between life and death. And we can hardly tell them there's no cause for concern. Oriange says perhaps not. Though aided by our goodly Growing Way, we may yet find other ways to life. Growing Way says me? Be of use to people? I'm honored that you would think me so capable, but I'm not sure that I... Oriange says nevertheless, I believe in thee. Growing Way says if you say so, I... Thancred says I passed someone moping in the Western Plaza that looked to be in need of a helping paw. Perhaps you might start with... Oriange says 'tis as good a place as any.
Oh, I don't want to play.
Veterinarian says excuse me, ma'am. I couldn't help but notice that you've a way about you that simply screams I have an affinity for creatures of the wilds. And since I'm never wrong about such things, might I trouble you? Veterinarian says you see, amongst the troops of trolls living in the outer circuit, I came upon one who was sick beyond measure. Veterinarian says I took the poor creature in at once and saw him healed, of course, but when I attempted to return him to his rightful home, he flew into a panic, as if he could not bear the thought of going back. Veterinarian says to make matters worse, the troll saw fit to escape into a den of analas. I would go after him, but I'm so fumble-footed I'll scare him off like as not, and be torn limb from my pains by the fiends. Veterinarian says so, I turn to you. Would you seek out this troll of which I spoke? I shall provide you with his favorite food, and with it, you should be able to calm the piteous thing. Hopefully that will be enough to see his senses restored and for him to come hurrying back. Veterinarian says and, though I shudder to think of it, if any of those foul analas seek to impede you or pester that troll, make those beasts regret their interference. Oh, and don't worry, you will be rewarded for your efforts.
Mate!
Where is that? That is south. Okay. What are you laughing at?
Oh, we lost.
Oh no.
Ugh.
Shoal says good.
Oh my god, do you see this? Do you see this? They're literally telling this Sprout to go attack an A rank by herself.
Oh my god. Who is it? Is it
So the Sprout asks, why is there a level 50 giant dynamite in North Shroud right where the quest mobs are? Somebody wrote, a mentor wrote, it's a hunt target. Another returner wrote, it wants to be your friend. A mentor said, kill it with fire. I asked, that's an A rank, right? Duncan, who's a brand new mentor, just said that's a world boss. And then Leanne just said, it shouldn't aggro on you. It shouldn't aggro on you, just don't kill it don't attack by mistake. If it's red, it will.
Oh my god.
Veterinarian says look, he's returned. I can't thank you enough. Veterinarian says I know they may not look it, but trolls are really quite intelligent. Indeed, they are an intrinsic part of the woodlands of Labyrinthos, and keep it healthy and thriving. Veterinarian says though we've a responsibility to put down the more violent and unruly ones, most trolls, such as this one, are kind, docile things. In fact, my friend here has a real chance of becoming leader of his tribe, perhaps even guardian of the forest someday. Veterinarian says it is we who saw these creatures removed from their natural habitats and relocated them within Labyrinthos. Thus, we've a responsibility to watch over them, to ensure they are well. And it would be too cruel to dispose of one simply because they're under the weather. Veterinarian says ah yes, your reward, here, as promised. Now then, it's high time I saw this fellow return to the outer circuit. Farewell, adventurer.
Researcher says, oh, can I help you? Researcher says, it is you who would help me? Is my Orange says a burden shit is a burden is. Pray. Researcher says those little fellows do look like good I'm an engineer, you see. And what they say of the ship, that it is the sum of decades of Charlian ingenuity, that it's built with peerless elegant technology, is all. Researcher says I know, that none of that. Researcher says we've never before launched a starfaring vessel, let alone flown it in the great expanse. All the tests we've run have, only operational personnel and cargo will be aboard for the first voyage, but even so, if it fails us then, what can we do? And if it doesn't, it could fall apart on the next flight, or the... Researcher says we've done everything we can to prevent that from happening, but it hardly matters. We thought the ether burner's design was flawless, too, and look how... Orange says thou art familiar with these most daunting technologies, and thus dost thou hold the power to allay... Growing Way says oh, I am not Maybe you could tell me if there are any aspects of the ship's design that you're especially worried about? Researcher says our ability to walk about and perform our tasks, for one. I've devised a means by which to employ gravity, a spatio-temporal spell, to regulate the environment, but what if it's not strong enough? What if everyone floats away and begins crashing? Growing Way says aha, gravitation. Up there is not so different from down here, you see. The same rules apply, and if you consider them as part of one great big cosmos rather than separate places. Orange says I suspect both parties shall find comfort. Yet if Thancred's tale be true, still others would benefit from insights born of experience. Might I prevail upon the Leporate to attend them? Living Way says an excellent idea, if I do say so myself. There is naught we'd like more than to ease the hearts of the fine people of Everes, and learn more about them. Orange says full glad am I to hear it. Gather thy companion. Haven, thou hast a gift for finding souls in need of. Pray seek thee out the distressed and the apprehensive, and inform them that help is at hand. Orange says I shall await them here, that I might introduce each to a suitor. Living Way says oh, I do so look forward to that. A place for every Leporate, and
Engineer says concerns? Nay, there's no point in worrying at this stage. It'll only make the work go that much the slower.
This woman seems to be coping well.
Engineer says, what am I thinking about? The medical facilities on the ship, of course. I designed them with the assistance of our sages and chirurgeons, but to imagine every illness or injury that one might face in that great expanse is beyond any of us, to say nothing of the effects that living out there indefinitely might have on the body. The crew from the moon. Why did I not think of that? Researcher says aha, haha. The end of the world is nigh, yet the work goes no faster. Schedules are such temperamental things, feasible one moment, utter bollocks the next. And yet, I've never felt so alive.
This one is beyond your help. Only sleep can save her now.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Administrator says you. Yes, you, You idiot. Have you seen an envelope lying about? This imbecile refuses to give me the alchemic I ordered without that bloody slip of parchment.
Die.
Administrator says unless your friends have a spell to make me remember where I dropped my damned envelope, I don't.
It would be unfortunate.
Naturalis says, my face? What's wrong with my, ow? Perhaps I am a bit tense. I was tasked with ensuring that the proper fauna, and only the proper fauna, are brought with us to the moon. However, the suitability of a few species is still under debate, and I can hardly make the decision myself when I know so little about the environment up there. Naturalis says including the low ports in our discussions is a wonderful idea. I absolutely will, thank you. Perhaps their biology itself might offer some clue, as well. Broker says why, we've already drawn the winning number for your ticket, miss. Cashier says this jumbo jackpot ticket looks to be in order.
You have 1 extra MGP by qualifying.
Cashier says this jumbo jackpot.
You have 1 extra.
This jumbo jack.
You have 1 extra.
Cashier says I am sorry, but please accept this consolation prize, miss, along with the extra points for the early bird bonus.
I just want to see something here. Oh my god, I was off by 1 number on the jackpot. Do I have now?
Broker says welcome to drawing number 604 of the jumbo jackpot. Can I interest you in a ticket to fame and fortune? Broker says well.
The win after the drawing.
Oh yeah, it is that time.
We're off by 1 number. So the winning number was 6451. You know what my number was? I had 6452. Endwalker.
Where is this?
Researcher says 56 bunches of weeds in the ground, 56 bunches of weeds. Rip one out, add to the mound, 55 bunches of weeds in the. Researcher says Eve. I'm not neglecting my duties, I swear. I was in need of a little break, you see, but then I found myself unable to relax at all, so I went on a walk, and then I noticed these weeds, and.
A Widowmaker.
Researcher says, pleasant conversation partners and oh so fuzzy? Goodness me, that does sound like a much better way to relax.
Wow, I'm actually surprised. They're able to actually get people going to an AOR one without it dying right away. Did football give up? Football went home. Or he got banned.
He got banned or he went home.
He probably went home. Because we wouldn't be that lucky that he got banned. What you doing over here, bud? Mr. NPC, what you doing standing here?
Jesus.
Gleaner says apologies, but I am awaiting a delivery.
It seems this
Excuse me.
Engineer says just leave me to my misery. The forum can appoint someone else. Engineer says I apologize, I simply don't know what to do. How am I supposed to pilot the Ark if I'm already falling apart under the pressure?
Are we?
You know a starship pilot that I might speak with? Truly? Well, then, there's no time to waste. They can help me prepare for this monumental task. Researcher says, have you heard anything of what's on the moon? I have no doubt that we can make it up there, but the searching for a new star part of the plan sounds awfully vague to me. I asked the forum, but they will only tell us that our collaborators have everything under control. Forgive me, but I don't feel particularly safe wandering through the sea of stars on gods know what made by gods know who. You mean to say that I can speak with them directly? Amazing. I hope they like questions. Gleaner says, is anything bothering me? Well, I've been loading cargo for bells now, so my back feels like a voidson's played it as a piano. My feet and knees as drums and cymbals, too.
This Gleaner seems fine, if in need of a break.
Duncan went from having no mentorship at all to becoming a battle mentor last night to now having his crafting mentorship today. In a period of 48 hours, he went from basically a regular to being a full-blown mentor, crafting and battle.
Okay, so let's put this in perspective. You can cheat your way to being
Administrator says, how might
a
I
battle
help you?
mentor by paying for skips up to level 90.
Seriously? But you need the 300 combinations though.
Not for a battle mentor.
Yeah?
Not for a battle mentor. Battle mentor you just need to have 3. Battle mentor you just need to have 3 at level 100.
I thought you had to have battle mentor. You had to have the 3,000 combinations.
Oh, and the 3,000 accommodations. So if you already had the accommodations, all I need to do is get 3 classes level 100.
I too noticed people becoming rather tense, so I rushed out to pluck some fresh and fragrant tea leaves. Now I need only track down 100 or so cups. But don't you worry, I can manage. I hope your plan to cheer everyone up goes well.
This woman is doing better than you are.
So that's the only thing you would have had to do was possibly pay for the skips to 100.
Yeah.
Unless he got him legit, unless he got the...
Unless he already did everything. And just decided to become a mentor.
Yeah.
Ethologist says blasted assistants. Where have they gone off to at a time like this? Ethologist says beg pardon, but I have not the time for idle chit-chat. I need to reconfirm that ether levels are consistent throughout the vessel's machinery, and it seems I shall have to do so single-handedly. I swear, when I find those assistants of mine. The Leporites are willing to help? Why didn't you say so? At least they won't moan about how they checked 24 times already and haven't slept in weeks. Lazy sods.
We checked this guy.
Engineer says by the gods, my chest is tight. Am I dying? Is this what dying feels like? Engineer says do pardon me, I didn't see you there. There is no cause for concern, I assure you. Engineer says no cause for concern, even though we may need to depart at any moment, and if the hull I designed buckles under the strain, the entire vessel may explode on launch, claiming countless lives and dooming all mankind, but that is highly unlikely. Yes, yes, highly unlikely. Highly. Engineer says, our visitors can help me triple check for structural flaws, you say? Why, that would be wonderful. I'm breathing more easily already.
I have to go back in this time.
If I was the last stupid person, where would I be?
I do not know.
Because I swear I've checked everywhere inside this orange dot.
You check in the bushes? You check up top? You check by the fountain? You check in the middle? You check between the buildings?
Why do you sound like you're talking really fast?
I'm not. I don't know what you're talking about.
You literally sound like you're talking really, really fast. Talking really, really fast. It's almost like you sped up.
I think you just missed him. No, never mind. I think he's in a stupid spot. If I remember correctly.
Oh! This guy was not here before. Maybe he unlocked when I unlocked the other 7.
Thumb.
Who's this?
Consult our collaborators? I suppose that would be more effective than sitting here
Kinda?
brooding.
Yep.
I'm attempting to
That person
calculate
was
how
not
much
here
cargo we
before,
can consolidate
because I
into
know
fewer
that for a
trips.
fact,
Should the
because
ether burner make
where
our original estimates
Cyanide is,
unfeasible,
there
but
was
there are
another
simply
person
too many
standing right there.
variables. I feel as if my brow will turn inside out. Mathematician says, but perhaps our lunar associates will have more insight into how much weight constitutes too
Oh my
much
God, we
weight
get
for our
first
purposes.
synopsis?
Thank you for letting me know.
What about the... What? I already did this tomb, so how did this spawn?
This is back in
dirty. This is dirty. Ubisoft.
Oh, you're back in Assassin's Creed?
Yeah.
Orionge says, behold, Haven. Orionge says, through thine efforts, word hath spread throughout Labyrinthos. Verily, to a far greater number than we anticipated. Living way doth gather more leporets as we speak. I shall assign each in accordance with their skills, that new bonds of friendship might be forged. Should greater matters require not thine attentions, watch over them, I prithee.
Three more quests to go.
Phew! Oh, finally some rest! Why, I haven't spoken so much in... well, in forever.
Lively, isn't it? The town is abuzz. Everyone eager to meet with our friends on the moon.
Twould behoove you to consult with Sleeping Way. As our moon's pilot, his advice should be most pertinent.
I'm impressed. Truth be told, I struggle to tell one from another. No offense intended, of course.
None taken. After you and your friends left Mare Elementorum, we spent no small amount of time with your Urianger. Oh, the conversations we had. He told us all about Atheris, answered our every question, no matter how trifling or trivial. Look! Every page filled to the margins with knowledge. When I first arrived, I was struck by how little I knew. It was daunting. But then I realized that, were it not for Urianger and his teachings, we'd still be stuck on the moon, gazing at your world and wondering what we've been missing.
What would they think if they could see Urianger now? I dare say they'd be more than a bit surprised. And impressed, no doubt. Master Louisoix, Minfilia, Papalimo, and not to forget...
Oh there. Heard there was a visiting expert who we might bother with a few questions. I take it you'd be the one.
This was not here before either.
Yes, I am.
Wilson and Blovida, Sharlayan's foremost researchers in the field of teleportation magic, and Moonbreeder's parents.
It hath been some time. Tis good to see you in good health.
Likewise, old friend. Blovida and I were most honored to answer the call. Never expected this reunion, though, did we, dear?
Oh.
I'll say, the nerve. Sending that letter, then running off to the gods know where. Do you have any idea how worried we were?
I'm sorry. 'Twas remiss of me not to deliver the news in person. No, more than that. 'Twas I who...
Our daughter was disillusioned after Master Louisoix left her behind. The day the Scions called upon her was the happiest I'd seen her in years. She made her every choice of her own free will. No one could have ever forced her to do otherwise. Don't blame yourself for her death. Celebrate her life. You know that's what she'd want.
If there is one thing we resent you for, it was that we could not be there to mourn her with you. Reading the words you penned in that shaky hand, we must have cried as much for you as we did for her.
I'm sorry. I truly, truly am. I knew not what to say. Knew not how to express my feelings. The poems and platitudes of wiser men, musings on sadness and loss, studied and memorized, and meaningless in the moment.
Silly boy. We are all powerless before such grief. Even now, try as I might, the words escape me. But in our hearts, we know. We always know.
I remember when you were young, how the lads teased you for choosing the company of books over others. Our moon didn't take kindly to that. Be nice to Urianger, she'd shout, and give them a walloping. No matter how many times we scolded her.
So we offered a suggestion. Rather than starting fights, why don't you be the bridge between Urianger and the others? She had to mull it over for a while, arms crossed, brow furrowed in intense thought. But from that day on, she never let you be alone. She'd drag you outside to play, pepper you with endless questions, read the same books you read, all to try and understand you that much better. I'm sure it was annoying and exhausting at the time, but she only ever had the best of intentions.
And look at you now, at the center of the crowd. The reason there even is a crowd, having brought these people together. You've no idea how proud we are.
I can watch that movie to awesome.
To see the boy our daughter trusted and believed in more than anyone grow into the man she always knew he could be. I can see her in you too. Feel her. She walks with you wheresoever you go. So thank you, Urianger, for being who you are.
I think I can feel her too. The truth of her life. Not sorrow, but hope and love.
This moon breeder, she was important to him, wasn't she?
You could ask the man himself.
Watching this exchange reminds me how much I've yet to learn about your world. And it's...
What is Paganthian? Is that a Dontra?
You can live here your entire life and hardly learn a thing.
See Novice Network.
That's why
you should see it on the screen.
It's too soon for this to end.
Yes. No, it's that's level 80 dungeon.
Oh, is it?
You should have it unlocked.
80 you said? The dungeon?
Yeah. That's what I'm thinking, yes.
Oh, that's the last 80.
Yeah.
Do I really want to do it? Probably not. Mentors are doing it now too, so.
Oriange says, "Oh, Haven, be assured that I am fine. I am." Full glad to see them, too, after so very long. Gladder still that it was in your company. As difficult as it was to accept their kindness, it would have been far harder had I faced them alone. Oriange says ahem. Thou hast my gratitude for lending courage to the Leporits. Oriange says not disposed to rest on their laurels. Several of our guests have elected to accompany my countrymen to their stations. Some few may still come hither seeking counsel, and so shall I remain to aid them as need be. If thou art needed elsewhere, do not let me detain thee. Thancred says as a matter of fact, I was hoping you might check on Alize. Last I saw, she was struggling to carry an enormous pile of boxes out the west gate. I could go myself, but we both know whose help she's less like to scorn. Not to mention that, much to my misfortune, I can think of several other things I ought to be doing. Until later.
You have a blue quest for me.
Masalfrat says, oh, what am I to do? Ah, you're that adventurer who helped out the students of Baldassian, aren't you? I suppose it matters not to you, but my son seems to have run away. Masalfrat says, ah, yes. Simply put, my wife and I were at Aporia and she happened to conceive whilst we were living here in Charlian Hamlet. I assure you we had many sleepless nights wondering if we should quit our jobs and leave Labyrinthos, or entrust the child to a friend of ours who dwells somewhere more suitable. Ultimately, we decided to continue our work whilst raising the child here. The issue is, however, that the magic that prevents us from revealing anything confidential is too potent to be used on children. Of course, we can't allow the little one to roam freely, there's no telling what he might impart unto others, so he has spent his entire life thus far within the confines of Charlian Hamlet. We recently had a slight spat with him and, well, he decided to flee. I imagine me going after him would only make things worse. Could I ask you to talk to him in my stead? I'm sure he'd be much more willing to listen to, anyone other than his parents, at this point. Thank you. The Pauline, my boy, is most likely in the plaza to the east. I cannot imagine he struck out any further on his own.
There he is. Oh no, that's Alize.
Alize says, Haven, what are you doing out here? No, I don't mind if you help with the boxes, but it's far from the most exciting of tasks. Are you sure? Well, I appreciate the assistance. We need to get these to Aporia. Time is short, of course, but they're full of organic specimens and samples, so try not to be too rough with them. Alphino should be waiting for us when we arrive. I'll see you there.
Deliver the crate of samples to Alphino. You will have 3 minutes to complete the
Alphino says, oh, you're helping with the crates. Wonderful, you can put that there, with the others. You have my gratitude, but how did you come to be involved in this? Then I suppose I have Thancred to thank as well. If you're wondering why we were tasked with bringing these boxes to Aporia to begin with, so was I. It turns out that this is a base of operations, of sorts. Those with final say as to what is included in the ship's manifest can be father included, I suspect.
Alize says that should be everything.
Alphino says you carried all of that at once. Are you trying to injure your...
Alize says, oh, hush. They're lighter than they look, And not everyone has your... I suppose we should let someone know that we've finished.
Alphino says Theopoldin is in the courtyard.
Alize says why don't you come along? You should get credit for your assistance, at least. Considering where we are, we might even learn something in...
Theopoldin says gods, it never ends, does it? What can I do for you?
Alize says we've brought samples from Charlie and Hamlet, Series 110? The crates are by the entrance.
Theopoldin says thank you. I had expected one of my colleagues, but we are dreadfully short-handed. Just a moment, you are Forsheno's children, are you not? Alphino says Alphino and Alize, at your service. You're well acquainted with father, I take it? Theopoldin says quite. I've been friends with your parents since our days at the studio. I remember when you were yay high, waddling hither and thither. Clearly, it's been quite some time since we've met. 'Tis good to see you again, wielding your father's nuliths, no less.
Alize says you knew our parents when they were young? What were they like? Pray, spare no detail.
Theopoldin says I should like nothing more than to regale you. Alas, I am meant to be in charge here, and reams of paperwork want for submission.
Alize says we can help with that. In exchange for the sort of stories our parents would never willingly divulge, of course.
Theopoldin says very well, then. There happen to be 3 sets of documents in need of delivery, so how about you each take one?
Alize says wait right there.
Theopoldin says you will find a foreign representative waiting to collect these near the southernmost structure. I hope I haven't kept her waiting too long. Never mind Alphino and Alize, I'm certain they will be back soon enough.
Representative says are you not one of the scions of the 7th Dawn? I thought you were meant to be working on the ether burner.
He's back, by the way. Football's back. You know why? Bevno, are you there?
Yeah.
Yeah, so S rank in Central Than at 11:23, killed at 11:24. There was yet to be an announcement made.
Representative says Theopoldin's paperwork. I was beginning to worry he had misplaced his quill.
Wow.
I appreciate your help in seeing these documents to my hands at last. As for your other task, pray keep this between us, but I sincerely hope you science succeed. The Exodus is, without a doubt, the most monumental undertaking in the history of the Forum, and so we must be circumspect in all respects. Risk is a privilege we cannot afford ourselves. At its heart, however, Charlian has ever been a nation of the curious. 'Twould be a tragedy indeed if we were the ones to stymie your pursuit of truth.
Theopoldin says quick and efficient. I dare say you have a talent for this work.
What's the gamer's favorite map?
The twins' papers only needed be delivered to elsewhere in the facility.
The one
so
that
they
leads
should
to
be
the fridge.
returning any moment.
Oh my god.
Am I actually at 11 hours 56 minutes?
Mm-hmm.
Alize says we
Oh
return
my god.
with not a scrap of paperwork remaining on our person.
Theopoldin says you both have my thanks, and my apologies for sending you on an errand far below your ambitions. Why, even as a babe, you struggled.
Alize says that is quite enough of that, thank you. It was compromising stories of our parents that we'd asked to hear.
Theopoldin says of course. I've known your father for so long. Well, as you know, part of why the Levator name garners such respect in Sharlayan is your family's storied history. You too can trace your ancestry directly to those who came aboard Ninkrepf's Hope, a lineage few can claim.
Alize says I've never thought much of it myself. It's not as though our forebears founded our nation. They were simply there when it happened.
Alphino says nevertheless, it has traditionally been 'tis why Ninkrepf's pronouncement, renounce the ways of war, and pursue enlightenment through knowledge and reason, has ever been our family's creed. Theopoldin says until your grandfather's time, Archon Louis Soir looked not to Ninkrepf's words, but his deeds. He asserted, in defiance of his peers, that choosing to save the great and the small from the rising tides was the true mark of our founder's virtue. Perhaps it was his expertise, his knowledge of ancient prophecy and the fall of civilizations, that led to him to conclude that to eschew conflict at every turn was to consign mankind to his doom.
Alize says there will ever be conflict, and calamity will follow. To ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence.
Theopoldin says you remember his words well. Indeed, Archon Louis Soir lived by that personal creed, and used every means at his disposal to bring. No one loved and admired your grandfather more than his son. Yet Forcheno could not reconcile Louis Soir's deeds with the philosophy of their forebears and his peers, a philosophy in which he believed so fervently, yet made a pariah of his father. Forcheno agonized over this contradiction for much of his life. Alphino says God's father. Theopoldin says a son may carry his father's blood, but his choices are his own to bear. Gods know Forcheno's a cranky old goat, so I am sure you butt heads often enough. Yet even so, you must know that you are constantly in his thoughts. Every moment of every day, and that is not an exaggeration in the slightest. You should have seen him when you were born, barely recognizable, he was, with a kind of dumbfounded grin I'd not seen since he first took a fancy to your mother. He was practically skipping when he told me the news. Take my word for it, he loves you to an embarrassing degree.
Have you done your
He is also
duo yet?
frustratingly single-minded. Once he's decided that a given action is for the best, he will stay the course no matter who or what opposes him. A profoundly annoying habit when you're on the other end of it, as I'm sure you will agree.
Alize says I'll say.
Alphino says thank you for your insight. When next we meet our parents, I shall mention. Theopoldin says try not to get me into too much trouble, now. Speaking of which, I ought to be getting back to work. I have to make sure those specimens you brought make it to their proper places, or the cranky old goat will have my hide. We can speak again.
Question mark says hail, you three.
Alize says Graha. Surely Kakal hasn't driven you.
Tia says for better or for worse, no. However, he has set me a task that requires more than my single pair of. I could use at least one of you, but I won't object to more. Alphino says unfortunately, Alize and I have prior commitments, and we have delayed 2.
Alize says what about you, Haven? Can you?
Tia says perfect. This shouldn't take long. In the event that our, and I quote, promised heap of adamantite falls right out of the bloody sky and into my lap, Master Cockle wishes to be ready to put the proverbial hammer to anvil at a moment's notice. To fabricate these parts, however, he needs the flames in Cockle's forge to burn hotter. He sent me to increase the amount of ether being funneled to his furnaces. The flow of fire-aspected ether in Labyrinthos is regulated by an elemental reactor south of here, to which I have borrowed the key. The adjustment will require 2 people to carry out safely, but I can explain the process when we arrive.
Alize says this is where we part, then. We'll see you in Charlie and Hamlet once the adamantite arrives, if not before.
Tia says this way, then. The reactor is housed within this facility. I'll be the one to go inside and adjust the fire ether output. Tia says when I do, a rather large amount of water-aspected ether will issue from the vent at the top. I expect this to attract at least a few elementals, which we would both rather not be drawn into the reactor itself. Trust me. Can I ask that you put down any that draw too near? They'll pose you little trouble, I'm sure.
I think that's gonna conclude my gaming tonight.
Okay.
Tia says,
Yeah, I'll probably only be live for maybe another hour.
Yeah, I'm like, my shoulders hurt, so my eyes are tired.
Yeah. Oh my god, right here.
Well, good luck on the rest of your gameplay. I will be back tomorrow.
Okay. Have a good night.
Kat. Thanks, you too.
Crafty, I am having good thing. I don't know how long ago you sent that message. I'm so sorry. I don't know why it didn't tell me on my screen that you messaged me.
Tia says, did everything go smoothly out here? I thought as much. No major complications to speak of inside. And the water ether appears to be venting properly. I expect Cockle will have seen a difference in his forge flames by the time I return. Since I have you, there was another matter I thought to discuss with you. Nothing terribly important, merely something I have been considering. Part of this, I shared with everyone. Yet you, and only you, have been. As we have established, refined adamantite is a product of a lag of the Empire's twilight. It was a material which saw much use as part of the Allegan's efforts to extend beyond the bounds of this world, Dalamud, of course, being the most prominent of those who would push further, expand Alleg's empire to encompass the heavens and the stars above. Perhaps the greatest was its infamous technologist. I believe he had his own reasons. There is no evidence to suggest that he retained memories of his former life. He only joined the Ascians once the Empire was all but dust, as you know. If not his memory, though, what drove him to pursue the idea with such... This may seem far-fetched, but what if souls, like minds, have a personality, so to speak, an arterial disposition? We know with relative certainty that it was the gross decadence and inexorable decline of Alag that moved Aemon to resurrect Emperor Shanji. The Empire's people spoke lightly of death and destruction, experimenting on those they deemed beneath them to fill the emptiness in their hearts. In facilitating Shanji's return, Aemon provided these languid souls with the means to free themselves from the mire of their own indolence. Or would have, had not Shanji been convinced by his own death that life itself was meaningless. Aemon's desire for his countrymen to conquer the heavens could only be a means to the same end, to instill the people with new purpose. Tia says like Hermes before him, Aemon was appalled by how those around him lived, but could never bring himself to believe that those lives were devoid of meaning, and both of them sought that meaning, that hope, in the distant stars. Such is my theory, anyway. Ultimately, it is the consequences of their actions which matter. Their motives are of no moment. To reach those stars on wings of adamantite, to travel to the ends of creation and beyond. The promise of hope everlasting, that much I do. But enough musing for now. Why don't we see how Kokol is getting?
Researcher says My The laboratory calls. I shall be sure to make mention of you in my paper's footnotes.
Dank Con says phew. I can feel those flames ablazing from here. Glad you found someone capable, Graha, but there's not much left for you lot to do. Less you can conjure up that refined adamantite any faster. I do trust you to deliver on your promise, I do. Only. I hate waiting. I want that adamantite, and I want it now. Tia says we, share your impatience, I assure you. Is there truly nothing else we can assist with in the meantime? Dank Con says I wish. This sit-in about's unbearable. Pity the foreign frowns on recreational explosions. Well, so long as they can't prove it was premeditated. Get you gone, I've mistakes to make. Tia says, in that case, I suppose I should go and return the key to the reactor. I'll have one more look to make sure that nothing has gone wrong. Unintentionally or otherwise. Tia says I'm certain there are better uses for your time, however. I will join you in Charlie and Hamilton on. I am not getting paid enough for this.
Caudale Genova says, RP 18 plus LGBTQ plus, Red Moon is open. The weekend's just begun, so stop by and enjoy some music from DJ Bunnykin, have a drink at our immersive bar, enjoy gambling, tarot, or spend some time with one of our lovely, talented courtesans. Find us in the Goblet of Dynamis at Guillemot Plot 60 in Ward 26. For more fun, join our community Discord at discord.gg/redmoon. If you wait here, your companions are bound to turn up sooner or later.
All set, I take it?
We finished what we could. Delivered supplies, tracked down escaped animals, trivial tasks as they may be.
That's enough, don't you think? If there was anything more important still undone, that would be a problem in itself.
The vessel is essentially ready for departure. All that remains is to load the final batch of supplies and see everyone on board. Once we've readied the ether burner, that is.
Ah, had a feeling we might find you all here.
Our consultations with the Loperites, too, have run their course. Pleased I am to say that our researchers' concerns have for the most part been allayed, though some insist on making adjustments to the very end. For their part, Livingway and her peers have graciously offered to stay and keep the people company, lest any lingering queries go unanswered.
All that remains is to wait for the refined adamantite.
Alphino, are you there? It's me, Kryl. Your special delivery has arrived. Round up everyone and come to the harbor at once.
Speak of the devil. Let us go at once.
Forgive the intrusion, Master Fortuner. I bring urgent news. A great commotion has broken out in Scholar's Harbor. Your presence is requested, with all speed.
Now, where might this delivery be? Oh.
I'm sure it's very important, but we cannot accept these without the proper permits.
By the 12! Surely, these can't all be.
Bleeding hellfire! They're bringing them by sea and by air. All these folks and these crates.
And more on the way. Got your adamantite right here. A bigger haul than any of these sorry bastards brought, and that's no lie.
Yes, because you were charged with seeing the shipments from Gridania and Uldar here, along with your own. Give credit where credit is due.
Sounds like the sorry whinging of a sore loser. An hypocrite to boot. Ain't no way a scrawny whelp like you took a dozen steps inside a Dalamant shard.
I'll have you know I went all the way to the entrance. Furthermore, 'twas my contacts that enabled us to enlist the cooperation of the Sky Pirates.
Left you outside so you wouldn't get anyone killed, did they? Well then, credit where credit's due, you did a right fine job sitting on your ass.
Take that back.
Make me.
I will not stoop to your level.
My, what a grand welcome party.
Hancock and Saraban.
We come bearing relics both sacred and Allagan, as well as a few other gifts that may be of help, to be presented with best wishes from the Eastern Alliance.
I myself have come with a sacred relic of Rayson Temple. 'Twas passing fortunate that Senri's dango craving brought us to Kugane. We arrived precisely as Hancock was making his arrangements. Upon learning of your need, we made haste back to Hell's Lid, with our dango, never fear, and consulted with the other auspices. All consented to the lending of Tenzin's legendary Phoenix Blade for this noble cause. Suzaku and Seiryu were nevertheless worried that it might be lost in transit, however, and insisted upon accompanying me to Onokoro, where I had intended to entrust it to our Confederate allies. I thought instead to give it over to Hancock when we chanced to cross paths yet again. But alas, Seiryu remained ill at ease, and ordered me see the blade into your hands personally, or die trying.
We did, of course, need quite the impressive vessel to get it all here in time. Fortunately, our majestic associates have been more than helpful. 'Tis an honor to join the Warrior of Light on another adventure, they tell me.
That is all wonderful to hear, but what of the extraordinary cost? I shudder to think of the ransom we must pay for such a bounty.
Fret not for your coin purse, young Alphino. Lord Lolorito looks ever towards the profits of the future, and thus the East Aldenar Trading Company went to some lengths to reduce the financial liability. And since the Scions funded the entire venture, not a gill need be rendered up in compensation. Everything is already yours.
We funded the venture? When?
Don't let the name fool you. This coin keeper knows a thing or two about spending. When it comes to capital investiture, a sprinkling of gil here and there will not do. You need enough savings to make waves when it really counts, which is why frugality is paramount. We also had the benefit of a generous patron. Generous being rather an understatement. She has supported us from the shadows since the very founding of the Scions. We even had coffers to fill.
Mother!
A millions.
I remain, of course, an entirely neutral party. I simply thought our family's coffers were needlessly full. We can hardly take them with us on your teeny-tiny toy boat, now can we? And 'twould be a shame to leave all that hard-earned wealth unspent. Waste not.
However did you manage so much in so short a time, though? We expected word to reach only a fraction of our allies.
Did I not tell you I have my ways?
Erenville, you were involved too.
I received a letter from Cryle after we parted ways in Labyrinthos. She explained what the Scions were trying to accomplish, and why you might soon require the services of the Gleaners, spread across the world as we are. I pray you do not interpret this as a betrayal of Charlie. I accept that the Forum's aim in pushing us to our limits was to preserve what knowledge we have, and I bear you no ill will for it. Yet, in collecting that knowledge, what I came to appreciate most about our star is that there remains so much we do not know. That is why I chose to help the Scions, to combat the obliteration of those countless, undiscovered wonders. I held no illusions that they would be less demanding taskmasters. Though, rest assured, if I had, I would have been sorely disappointed. To make a long story short, the whole of the guildship cooperated to ensure your call was heard far and wide.
What's this about a ship that can fly to the moon? And why didn't you mention it sooner? The one time you don't beg my aid, your problem's a bloody ship that can fly to the moon.
Sid, you brought the team.
Of course. Garland Ironworks' finest. You need only point us towards my new favorite ship.
As you like as not suspect, we've also brought adamantite for Mordona's Dalamud Shard. I admit to some consternation upon first receiving Kryle's message. So few Scions remain at the Rising Stones now. Far too few for such an expedition. However, the Gleaners were able to secure us reinforcements. Idleshire's treasure hunters, not least among them. I know. How the Gobbyflock fought. Slowfix's gratitude for the safe return of his daughter has not waned, and he gathered his kin to our side with an astounding quickness. The clash between their machina and the Allagan defences was a sight to behold. I wager even you would have been impressed by the magnitude of the Gobby booms.
Fascinating as all this is, I fail to see how it explains your presence here. Does Razat Han not have more pressing concerns?
We do. Yet averting the final days would be the most expedient solution. That, and I am indebted to you. Though they chose to take their leave of Thavnair, those you saved in Galimund remain my people. My gratitude is beyond words. 'Tis appropriate that I aid you in kind. If in the doing we bring salvation to others of this star, so much the better. You will recall that I spoke of my father, Midgard Summer, and his journey across the great expanse.